Chapter 51 Scholar Moonstone. With the magic door opened, Levin's last obstacle to the Scholar Moonstone was lifted. The two of them walked towards the corridor behind the gate. As soon as he entered the door, Levin noticed something extraordinary about this place. The underground palace and tunnels in front should have been dug manually. The surrounding walls are paved with artificial stone bricks and slates. But this corridor is a natural road. On both sides of the road are two natural stone walls. The entire corridor should essentially be a rift valley hidden in the mountain. The rift valley is very long and deep. The last section is even covered with water and seems to be part of an underground vein. The two of them followed the rift valley all the way to the end. Then Levin understood what it meant to be there is no way out despite the mountains and rivers, and there is another village with bright flowers and dark willows. In short, it is very narrow at first, but only then can you understand others. Repeat hundreds of times, suddenly become enlightened. But what he saw was not a humanistic village with flat land and scattered houses. Rather, it is a vibrant natural scenery hidden in a cave. I never expected that such a beautiful place would be hidden deep in the ruins of 053. The moment she saw this cave, Tonks was attracted by the scenery here. No, this should not be called a cave, but a valley. The moonlight shines along the huge crack at the top of this pure land in the mountain. Rivers formed by groundwater flow through it, and lush plants grow beside the rivers and even on the mountain walls. Lily of the valley, and various flowers are dotted among the herbs and shrubs, and creepers and other vines are scattered all over the rock walls. But the most eye-catching thing is the huge oak tree growing on a small slope in the center of the valley. Under the silver moonlight, this ancient and huge tree stretches out its branches, birds are lingering on the crown of the tree and insects and moths are flying around the roots of the tree. It looks exceptionally harmonious and peaceful. The ecosystem hidden deep in the cave is interesting. Levin observed the surrounding scene and nodded repeatedly. No wonder the ancients chose this place to store the wise moonstone. This is indeed the best proof of natural vitality. Do you know who built this place? Tonks asked curiously. Of course, Levin nodded, the history here may be older than you think. The first people to discover this valley and build this ruins should be the ancestors of this land, the Gooselts. Whether it is the style of the reliefs in the ruins or this paradise in the mountains, all evidence illustrates this point. In the ancient Celtic times, wizards were not called wizards. What people believed in at that time should be called Druidism. This group of people can be regarded as the ancestors of wizards. Many of the traditions of today's Muggle and wizarding world in Yin are inherited from that era. A typical example is the 13 months of the year in the Celtic calendar, and the trees corresponding to each month. To this day, Ollivander still selects wand wood based on this tradition, and chooses the owner for the wand accordingly. The original meaning of the word druid is one who is familiar with oak trees. Or it can be translated as oak sage. They worship and respect nature. And the oak tree, no surprise, is their sacred tree. This is why there is an oak tree in this mountain col. This ruins should be a holy place for spiritual practice and gathering of ancient Celtic druids. This oak tree is the centerpiece of this sacred place. The Scholar Moonstone is a treasure enshrined by the druids. After admiring the scenery here, Levin walked forward and came to the oak tree. In a huge tree hole on the tree trunk, a crystal blue-green ball exudes a faint blue light. This is exactly the goal that poachers and Levin share. Scholar Moonstone. Levin grabbed the Scholar Moonstone in his hand. Feel a wonderful power. This power is gentle and peaceful, and has a strange connection with the bright moon in the sky and the surrounding nature. If it can be channeled, it seems that it can produce many incredible effects. It is truly a treasure of the Druid religion. As Tonks watched, Levin pocketed it. After completing all this, Levin asked the female aura beside him, Sister Tonks, you won't tell the secrets here, will you? Of course not, since you call me Sister Tonks, I naturally have to help you keep the secret. Tonks shook her head. When the time comes, I will tell the Ministry of Magic that I discovered this group of poachers in the mountains and forests outside Irondale, and I was lucky enough to annihilate them all. As for why they came here, I have no idea. Thank you so much, Sister Tonks. Levin said with satisfaction. Tonks shook her head, actually, I am the one who should be grateful. It was you who rescued me from imprisonment, and it was also your credit for solving most of these poachers. I just helped you. Don't say that. Without you, I wouldn't be able to defeat Pecal Curtis alone. Levin retorted. Besides, you used the forgetting curse on them for me, and you concealed my existence for me, and concealed the secret of Scholar Moonstone. You have done so many things for me, hiding it from the Ministry of Magic, and I can't bear to do all of this. In mind. But you are the main contributor, that's for sure. Tonks continued, it stands to reason that you can at least get a second-class Merlin order this time. But now all these contributions are taken by me alone. Take it all. This is what I owe you. Don't say that, Levin waved his hand, which one of us is fighting which one? You're right, one of us is against the other. Tonks also showed a warm smile. She paused and then said, as for your desire to hide yourself, I actually think you did the right thing. As a first-year student at Hogwarts, it is not a problem to excel in your studies, but those of you when it comes to creating magic, especially when you are involved in killing a dark wizard, it is best to hide it. It won't be a problem to reveal it again in a few years. You may have noticed that some people are more sensitive to this kind of thing. It's okay, Tonks, I understand, it's easy to be reminded of the mysterious person when he was young. Levin heard the other party's implication and was very grateful for her concern. Don't worry, Tonks, I will be cautious. After helping Tonks deal with the prisoners and evidence, the two said goodbye in Irondale. Levin followed the flow back to the leaky cauldron. Tonks returned to the Ministry of Magic and asked for support to complete the finishing work. Lying on the bed in the single room of the leaky cauldron, the comfortable bed gradually relaxed Levin's tense nerves, and he began to summarize what he had gained from this mission. First of all, there are 2 trophies of course. The griffin beak is the main material of Eternal Eagle Majesty Elixir, and now I have it. As long as other medicinal materials are obtained, the production of Eternal Eagle's Majesty Elixir can begin. It seems that I will have to go to the Forbidden Forest in the second half of the semester. I clearly promised not to cause trouble as much as possible. It can only be said that plans cannot keep up with changes. The second trophy is the Scholar Moonstone. This treasure was indeed mysterious and precious, but he didn't know what to do with it in a short period of time. But it's better than falling into the hands of poachers. The second is the monetary gain. I only got 700 galleons from selling second-hand items before. This was prepared in his spare time during half a semester. And from the poachers, he got nearly 1,000 galleons in one night. Plus the remaining 700 galleons. Now his assets have reached 1,500 galleons. This is already a considerable asset. 3.8 I heard from Tonks that the salary of an auror is only 140 galleons per month. As a trainee auror, her salary is slightly lower, only 100 galleons. This is a high salary that can only be found in dangerous professions. Most Ministry of Magic staff earn only 100 galleons a month. Levin's money is almost equivalent to the Weasley family's annual income. Although in Gringotts, Muggle wizards can exchange money at an exchange rate of 5 pounds to 1 galleons. But this exchange rate is only a benefit for Muggle wizards. In real terms, the purchasing power gap between pounds and galleons is 20:1. 1,500 galleons is almost 30,000 pounds, or 300,000 yuan. That was 300,000 yuan in the 1990s, which could buy 3 houses in the 4th Ring Road of Beijing. With such a large amount of money in hand, I will definitely be able to live a much more comfortable life in the magical world in the future. With this thought, Levin gradually fell into sleep. Pictured is the Valley of Remnants, taken from Hogwarts Legacy. Chapter 52 The Tonks Family and Ms. Proudmoore. The money Levin paid old Tom was enough for him to stay at the Leaky Cauldron for a week. But in fact, he only stayed here for less than 2 days. On the morning of the 3rd day, Nymphadora Tonks apparat to the door of the Leaky Cauldron happily and took Levin to her home. Before they parted ways in Irondale, they had agreed to spend the Christmas holidays at the Tonks house. The life experience of Nymphadora Tonks is actually not simple. Her mother is a pure-blood wizard, formerly known as Andromeda Black. She is the second daughter of the Black family and the biological sister of Bellatrix Lestrange and Narcissa Magiafu. Both of her sisters are important figures in the Harry Potter world. The former was the Dark Lord's right-hand man, and later even gave birth to a daughter for the Dark Lord. The latter is the wife of Lucius Malfoy and the mother of Ma Tianlong. But Andromeda is undoubtedly the most rebellious of the 3 sisters. After graduation, she married Ted Tonks, a Muggle-born wizard. He was even expelled from the family for this reason. Today, the Tonks family lives in a small single-family house on the outskirts of Enfield. Life is not a gift, but it can be called happiness. At Tonks' house, Levin received a very grand welcome. In Tonks's words, Levin was her savior. It was because of Levin that she saved her life from poachers. However, considering possible revenge, it was like the Ministry of Magic revealed Levin's existence. Therefore, Levin was treated like a distinguished guest at Tonks 07's house, and that night he enjoyed an extremely sumptuous welcome feast: pan-fried sole filet rolls, baby lamb rolls with salad, roasted butternut squash puree, and braised fudge. Potatoes and dessert are tarts wrapped in vanilla cream. As expected of a witch from an established pure-blood family, this banquet was indeed exquisite. The best thing is that the whole banquet is not the traditional food of Dayan, but the localized and improved French food. Based on this alone, Levin will have a different view of these great Yan pure-blood families. Quoin had a great time eating this meal. In fact, this meal was not just a welcome banquet for Levin, but also a celebration banquet for Tonks. Single-handedly killed Pikal Curtis, the leader of the second-largest poaching team in Dayan, and wiped out all his core subordinates. With this achievement, Tonks received a strong commendation from the Ministry of Magic. A second-level medal of the Merlin Order, and a large bonus. Having made such a big contribution means that Tonks is expected to become a full member within half a year. Under normal circumstances, the learning period for an intern aura is as long as 3 years. In addition, she also mentioned that she was admired by a deputy director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who even invited her to his private banquet. Tonks wanted to hear Levin's opinion on this. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement is the largest department in the British Ministry of Magic, and probably the most important among many departments. It is the direct superior department of the Aura Office. The deputy director of this department is already considered an important figure in the Ministry of Magic. It is normal for a talented person like her, who has achieved great success right after graduation, to be attracted by big shots. For Tonks, this was a clear political signal, not only a ticket for promotion, but also a sign of partisanship, so she naturally needed to be cautious. But it would be good for her to agree to this invitation. As long as she agrees, it means that she has become the deputy director, and then he will become a key training target of the Aura Office and enter the list of priority promotions in the future. If everything goes well and the deputy director is promoted, Tonks may also become a high-level executive in the future. Originally, Tonks would not share such a thing with an 11-year-old child. But Levin's previous performance was too mature. Tonks felt that his brain was not as good as his, so he planned to refer to Levin's opinion. Regarding this kind of officialdom thing, Levin himself has not personally experienced it. However, in his previous life, he could barely be regarded as a key political person, and he had some understanding of the thick and dark aspects of bureaucracy, at least much better than Tonks, a novice. According to his idea, when facing this kind of invitation, you don't need to agree immediately, but don't refuse it. Just say that you have to think about it for a while. Then while collecting information about the deputy director, he waited for other possible suitors. With Tonks's achievements, she is qualified to shop around. Until Tonks mentioned that the deputy director's surname. Are you saying that the deputy director who invited you is a woman, named Proudmoore? Levin was so surprised when he heard this surname that he stood up on the spot. After meeting senior sister Cyrilla, water ghost brain, and a troll with troll characteristics, he became particularly sensitive to this element of otherworld. Is your deputy director named Gianna? He grabbed Tonks' sleeve and asked anxiously. Yes, yes, how do you know? Tonks was startled by his attitude. Levin did not answer, but continued to ask, is that Gianna blonde or white hair? She is blonde, why do you think she will have white hair? She is only 36 years old. Blonde hair, 36 years old, is the deputy director. Levin thought to himself. If this is really the Gianna I think, it means that she came to the Harry Potter world earlier in the timeline, at least before the destruction of Orgrimmar. Gianna was destroying Orgrim with a focusing iris, after Ma, she got a head full of white hair due to arcane erosion. When did your deputy director join the demons? Levin asked again. So you are also interested in deputy director Gianna? When talking about this, Tonks was no longer sleepy, and her words were full of admiration. Deputy Director Gianna is a legend in the Ministry of Magic. It is said that she comes from a secluded wizarding family and did not graduate from Hogwarts. She joined the Ministry of Magic 11 years ago and won many awards with her powerful magic as soon as she arrived. He has won the respect of the entire Ministry of Magic, and with his unique magic skills, he has made great contributions in the process of tracking down the Death Eaters. At that time, many people thought that she might be the second white wizard in the future. It is a pity that in the following days, Ms. Proudmoore did not show more attainments in magic, but focused on her position. Due to her excellent work ability, Ms. Proudmoore was promoted all the way until she became the Deputy Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. But no matter what, she is a role model for non-pure-blood wizards and female wizards. So is that why you admire her? Levin nodded. She is worthy of being one of the 2 core heroines of World of Warcraft. Even in Otherworld, Gianna is thriving. However, days and years ago, 0135101007 Phila 1211111531. 11 years ago again. In addition to the previous 10 years. What is the connection between the time when these Otherworld products appeared? I always feel that after hearing about Gianna, there are more mysteries in this world. Hey, what are you thinking about? Tonks surging interrupted Levin's thoughts. You haven't answered me yet. Should I accept Ms. Proudmoore's invitation? Of course I have to accept it. Levin said without hesitation. Hey, but what you said 10 minutes ago was that I should wait for the price, why now? Tonks was a little confused. That's because I didn't hear Ms. Proudmoore's name 10 minutes ago. Levin interrupted her, if you had told me about Ms. Proudmoore's existence, I would have made you agree. I see. Tonks said with a teasing smile. It turns out that a little genius like you can become a fan of someone. I thought that an arrogant person like you would not even look down on Dumbledore and would not admire anyone. Let me just say, Proudmoore, the charm of a lady is enough to attract everyone. Since even you support me, I have decided to accept the lady's invitation when I return. I don't worship, forget it, that's what you think. Being misunderstood by the other party, Levin gave up the explanation after thinking for a while. Anyway, as long as the goal can be achieved. Levin persuaded Tonks to accept Proudmoore, but it was actually to create opportunities for contact with him. Just like Levin was deliberately reaching out to Cyrilla. In his mind, these visitors from other worlds naturally have a similar attitude to him. They are all rootless duckweeds, they all understand the existence of forces outside the world, and they all naturally have a farther vision than the natives of this world. They are more likely to become like-minded people. Levin's ambition is to reshape the world's magic system based on arcane magic. In today's world, Muggles dominate, and wizards have to hide in every corner of the world under the protection of the law of secrecy. Levin is very dissatisfied with this situation. In his mind, magic can create a civilization that is no less than technology. If possible, he would like to develop a glorious magical civilization and explore more worlds. Of course he believed he could do it. The system of arcane magic includes magic that can travel through the star realm and travel through the crystal wall system. As long as Levin's exploration of arcane magic reaches a new level, he can do it. But all this requires sufficient support of manpower and material resources. He, the school wizard, couldn't do it alone. Even if he deduces a new magic system on his own and becomes a wizard that surpasses Dumbledore, it won't work. He needs more help. Hermione and Cyrilla were the ones he chose. So does female Aura Tonks. But this is not enough. Levin also needs people with real power and strength to support him in officialdom, public opinion, and influence. In the long-term plan, of course, it is our own people who have this power. In addition to Levin himself, whether it is Hermione, Cyrilla, or Tonks, they all have enough potential. But potential is just potential, and it takes time to transform into real power. Before that, someone has to open up the situation for them. In Levin's original plan, he needed to rely on force deterrence and benefit sharing to win over the established forces in the wizarding world, so as to achieve one's own purpose. But now, Gina's appearance allowed him to see a breakthrough. Miss Gina Proudmore, you don't want to be unable to return to your homeland of Azeroth. Chapter 53 Return to School. In addition to future and status, Tonks also received 2 other rewards this time. The Order of Merlin medals will not be awarded in a centralized manner until some time later. The bonus has already been distributed to her. Tonks felt that she deserved all the honors she had enjoyed, so she wanted to give all the galleons bonus to Levin. Levin has always been kind to money matters, so he did not refuse her kindness. But he didn't accept them all, leaving half to Tonks. So his total assets now reach 1,800 galleons. During the rest of the holiday, Levin had a very happy time. Mr. and Mrs. Tonks were very nice people and loved their daughter's benefactor very much. Coupled with Levin's lovable appearance, mature character, and the blessing of psychic powers, perhaps there is also sympathy for his life experience. In short, Levin was treated almost as their own child. This excessive enthusiasm even made Levin feel uncomfortable. In the past few days, in addition to chatting and reading at Tonks' house, Levin also went shopping in Diagon Alley with Tonks. After that, Levin took Tonks to visit the Muggle world in London. Went around and bought a lot of Christmas gifts. In the wizarding world, it is customary for relatives and friends to exchange Christmas gifts, so Levin naturally followed the customs. He himself received many Christmas gifts. Professor Flitwick gave him a personal magic spell experience, which was his ardent expectation for his students as a professor. Several of his friends in Ravenclaw, Stephen, Kevin, and others also sent gifts, which were basically snacks from the magical world. Hermione gave him a Conway Stewart handmade fountain pen. After learning that Levin's automatic pen can automatically copy because of the scribe and is not a magic item, Miss Granger has been thinking about changing him to a pen that is easier to write with. Along with the gift, there was also a letter of apology. In the letter, he wrote seriously the whole story and his apology for not persuading him properly. Little girl, I'm not angry with you. After reading the letter, Levin couldn't help but laugh. He really thought the little girl was serious and cute, so he also wrote a letter of understanding to the other party. Mr. and Mrs. Tonks's gift was 2 respectable gowns, and they seemed particularly concerned that Levin would not have enough to wear. Tonks' gift was a set of Auror's combat belts, on which a series of gadgets such as potion bottles and speculums could be hung for easy access during battle. What surprised Levin the most was Zhongqiu and Cyrilla. The 2 young ladies also gave him gifts. Zhongqiu's gift was a handmade mung bean cake, as a testimony to his fellow hometown people in a foreign country. Cyrilla gave him a shiny knife. He was indeed a female witcher. Why didn't she join Gryffindor in the first place? Levin's gift was much simpler. Most of his Christmas gifts are Muggle specialties, which is consistent with his Muggle-born status, but seems a bit perfunctory. So he secretly decided that he would work hard to learn alchemy next year, so that next year's Christmas gifts could be replaced with homemade magic items. Finally, he also gave a big gift to the Laerke orphanage where he was born. A full donation of £500. Maybe it was a bit of a loss to directly exchange galleons for pounds, but it was his intention after all. Only Tonks didn't receive any Christmas gifts. Because what he gave her was a week-long special magic training. During this week, Levin taught her 5 simple and practical electrical magics: dancing lights, mage protector, grease, invisibility, and mirror shadow. In fact, he also wanted to teach more and more complex spells, but time was limited, and arcane magic was too different from the native spells in the Harry Potter world. In this week, Tonks struggled to learn just these 5 spells. In the end, Levin could only leave a note and agreed to write in if he had any questions. If I really want to learn more, I can only wait for the summer vacation. In the blink of an eye, the holiday was over. Levin reluctantly waved goodbye to the Tonks family and boarded the train to Hogwarts. Returning to Hogwarts is undoubtedly a joy for Levin. The little wizards who had been at home for 2 weeks reunited and excitedly shared their vacation experiences with each other, which gave Levin a headache. What holiday experiences does he have to share? That he broke into a cave occupied by a group of poachers, rescued a captured Auror, and worked with the Auror to kill the entire poacher gang? Not to mention that there was absolutely no way he could tell anyone about it. Even if he did, someone would have to believe it. So whenever someone talked to him about his vacation experience, he could only use all-purpose words to deal with it. It's true, is it true, what happened next, a set of 3 in a row, which works well every time. After dealing with who knows how many little wizards came to chat with him, Levin finally meets someone who has serious business with him. That is the expedition team from Gryffindor. It's just that their state is a little strange. Hermione and Harry moved to the left and right, as if they were escorting a prisoner, forcing Ronald, who had his head lowered, to come to him. You are. Levin is a bit baffled. Ronald. Hurry up. Hermione and Harry urged. So the boy pursed his lips and looked at Levin with a flushed face. It took him a long time to say. I'm sorry, Levin, about what happened before the holiday. I'm really sorry, I shouldn't have treated you like that. This whole sentence of 26 words, he stumbled over and over, and it took him a minute to say it. Levin didn't react at first, and it took him a while to understand what he was referring to. In fact, with his maturity, he would not get angry with a group of 11-year-old children over such a trivial matter because of inexplicable jealousy. So he nodded and replied in the expectant eyes of the other party, It's nothing, Ronald, I have forgotten about that. That's good, that's good. Ronald's red face finally relaxed. Being forgiven by Levin meant that he not only restored a friendship, but also reached an understanding with his other two partners. The feeling of being accused by two friends of doing something wrong was really uncomfortable. The other two members of the Iron Triangle seemed a bit useless compared to the know-it-all lady. The man didn't say anything but smiled uncomfortably. The happiest among the trio at this time was Hermione. She and others had secrets to hide from Levin. This incident gave her an inexplicable feeling of guilt, as if she had betrayed the other person. This feeling made her feel very strange. Obviously there are many little secrets between her and Levin that are hidden from Harry and Ronald. For example, Levin taught her several homemade spells in private. Why doesn't she feel guilty about Harry and Ronald? Aren't we all friends? Hermione couldn't figure it out in her little mind, but she was glad that she no longer had to bear that guilt and could speak openly in front of Nana. So she said bluntly, Levin, do you remember that big dog with 3 heads? In fact, we have been trying to figure out what kind of thing it is guarding. She also did not forget to provide what they thought was the key information. We guess that this thing is what Professor Snape wants to get. Harry said that he once saw bite marks on Snape's feet. In addition, Professor Snape said to him during the Gryffindor vs. Slytherin game. Harry cast a curse. Ronald also hurriedly added, we asked Hagrid before, and he accidentally mentioned the name Nicholas Flamel. We guessed that what Snape wanted to get must be related to him. That's why you were trying to figure out who Nico Flamel was, Levin concluded. Ronald nodded awkwardly, as this was the reason why he had trouble with Levin in the first place. The worst part is that this holiday, they still haven't figured out who Nico Flamel is. Hermione just goes home for the holidays. He and Harry had stayed at Hogwarts for the entire holiday, but had made no progress at all on this matter. They originally planned to take advantage of this holiday to read more books and find out the truth about Nico Flamel, proving that they could get the answer without relying on Levin. But the world is so unpredictable that they failed for various reasons. After accidentally discovering a mirror of Ariste, Harry became addicted to it. The mirror of Ariste is an enchanted mirror that can reveal the most urgent and intense desires deep in the human heart. From the mirror of Ariste, Harry was able to see his parents and see himself living happily with his parents, which made him unable to extricate himself. As for Ronald himself, he fell asleep as soon as he read the book, and ultimately failed to find out the identity of Nico Flamel. So after going round and round, they still can only place their hope on Levin. Update 5/4, additional update 8/15. Sorry, the update was messed up and chapter 54 was released in advance. Chapter 54 Clear Stupidity. Levin did not disappoint them and revealed the identity of Nico Flamel. Nicholas Flamel is a famous alchemist and a partner of Professor Dumbledore. Speaking of this, he pretended to be mysterious and lowered his voice. Not only that, he is also the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. Levin originally thought that after he said this, he would receive a series of surprised voices like and why is it him? Unexpectedly, he only heard Harry and Ronald asking in unison. What is the Philosopher's Stone? After working on it for a long time, you actually don't even know what the Philosopher's Stone is. Levin almost laughed out of anger. He looked up at the confused faces of Harry and Ronald, and Levin could see a clear stupidity in their eyes. I really kneel down to these two illiterate people. Hermione's face turned red with embarrassment, and she was almost embarrassed to face Levin. It felt like I was taking two fellow villagers to meet friends in the city, but the two fellow villagers made a fuss all the way, acting like country bumpkins. This feeling of shame made her want to dig out 3 rooms and 1 living room on the ground with her toes. The girl rolled her eyes at the two of them in disgust. What's going on? Don't you two usually read books? The magic stone is an artificial red stone with magical properties. It can be used to make an elixir that prolongs the life of the drinker. And can also turn any metal into pure gold. 077 After hearing Hermione's words, Harry and Ronald were shocked. Especially Ronald, after hearing the word pure gold, his mouth became so long that he could fit a whole apple. Levin nodded and added, the only remaining Philosopher's Stone currently known to the wizarding world belongs to Mr. Nico Flamel. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and is now with his wife Perinal. Secluded in Devon. That big dog must be guarding Flamel's magic stone. I dare say that Flamel asked Dumbledore to keep it for him because they were friends and he knew that someone was trying to get the Philosopher's Stone. That's why he moved the Philosopher's Stone out of Gringotts. Hermione immediately became confused. Guess. A stone can turn gold and make you immortal. Harry suddenly realized, no wonder Snape is also trying to get it. Anyone would want it. No wonder we can't find Flamel in the research on the development of modern witchcraft, Ronald said. Since he is 665 years old, he can't be considered a modern person, right? With information about Nico Flamel, the adventure team feels they are one step closer to the ultimate secret. But this has nothing to do with Levin, who has returned to normal study and life. In addition to normal classes, they will also have to deal with several Quidditch games. Such as Gryffindor and Slytherin. In the game against Hufflepuff, Levin showed his talents for the first time and beat the Badgers completely. But after all, Hufflepuff has always been the house at the bottom of the Quidditch Cup. The real strong ones also need to look at Slytherin and Gryffindor. Especially Slytherin, they are Ravenclaw's next opponent and the strongest opponent that has long occupied the Quidditch Cup. Even with Levin as a new force, Ravenclaw was still in a state of intense preparation. On the eve of the match, all daily activities in the Ravenclaw common room ceased. Captain Roger polished and waxed the broom over and over again, as if he wanted to blind the Slytherin students with the broom handle during the competition. Zhang Chu repeatedly checked the performance of the broom, using repair spells to repair any small defects, for fear that someone from Slytherin would cast a curse on her broom. Harry's lessons learned were still there. But Levin feels that if she continues like this, she doesn't need anyone else to cast a spell, and problems will arise in her attempt to wipe out wealth. Professor Flitwick showed up in the lounge 6 times a day. He had always had an amazing memory, but now he seemed to be suffering from Alzheimer's disease. He asked Levin and Cyrilla again and again if they were sure of defeating Slytherin. Even Hermione sneaked into the Ravenclaw to visit Levin. "I can't stay in the Gryffindor common room, it's too noisy and I can't concentrate," she said nervously. The little lions seemed more worried than Ravenclaw. After competing with Ravenclaw, it's Hufflepuff versus Gryffindor. Due to Ravenclaw's huge victory over Hufflepuff, Gryffindor is now ranked 3rd in the standings, only higher than Hufflepuff. Everyone knew that Gryffindor captain Oliver Wood was counting on Harry to regain this Quidditch Cup. The referee of that match was the head of Slytherin, Snape himself. This man hates Gryffindor the most. God knows what kind of biased penalty he will make at that time. Regarding the duel between Ravenclaw and Slytherin, the little lions supported Slytherin. Even if they hate Slytherins the most. Well, they've already defeated Slytherin once. Secondly, Ravenclaw scored too many points in the first game, resulting in 2 high points in the standings. If they beat Slytherin again this time. So even if Gryffindor wins Ravenclaw, it is possible that he will lose the Quidditch Cup. In this kind of matter, little lions are still very practical. As for Hermione herself, from the standpoint of the Academy, she should support Gryffindor. But personally, she couldn't help but want to support Ravenclaw. Because Levin, the good friend who saved her life and whom she looked up to, is a member of the Ravenclaw team. Conflicted, she had no choice but to sneak up to Levin before the game to show her support. On the sofa in the lounge, Miss Granger was holding a Quidditch tactics book, trying to give Levin advice and explain the tactics she saw in the book. She said it seriously. Levin listened carefully. After listening, he analyzed her in a low voice to see what she said was wrong. So Hermione was embarrassed to find that what she thought was making suggestions turned into Levin giving her lectures. Is this, me? Sorry, I'm not very good at Quidditch. You can just listen to what I just said." After hearing this, Hermione blushed and said a little embarrassed. Her method of helping others by giving them ideas was quite effective for the 2 idiots Harry and Ronald, but when it came to Levin, it seemed like she was just trying to do the same thing. "There is no way, you are smart, others are smarter than you, why can't others think of what you can think of?" But Levin not only ignored Hermione's clumsy help, but actually enjoyed it. Among all the eaglets, only he and Cyrilla are the most confident about the next game. They know each other's strength very well, and they also know the dominance they can achieve on the field together. The combination of the 2 of them can still perform well even in the professional arena. The game at Hogwarts is pure fish fry. This difference in rank cannot be made up by dirty tactics or referee bias. With this kind of confidence, Levin was able to tease the little girl alone when everyone else was nervous. "No one is born with Quidditch," Levin said warmly, "if you are willing, I can teach you during the summer vacation." Unlike the academic level in the classroom, Hermione's flying skills are indeed poor. Because she always starts to get scared before she can fly a few meters high. But then again, compared to a girl like Cyrilla who can fly across the sky with just a touch of a broom. Or is an idiot like Hermione more popular with Levin? This principle is the same as how boys like to visit haunted houses and watch horror movies with timid girls. Anyway, if it were Cyrilla, Levin would rather practice swordsmanship with her than visit a haunted house with her. Otherwise, it should be the staff of the haunted house who should be worried. Hermione was a little excited after hearing Levin's promise. "Obviously I don't like flying. Summer vacation? Okay, I will remember it. Also, you must work hard for the next game." Chapter 55 Celebration Party. Time comes on Saturday, and the game is finally about to begin. As students continued to enter the stadium, the Quidditch pitch became noisy. There were blue and green flags and decorations everywhere, and the atmosphere was very warm. "The first to enter is the Ravenclaw team," Lee Jordan shouted. As usual, he is the host of this game. Cyrilla, Levin, Davis, Zhongqiu, excellent players have entered the field one by one. I have to say that this is Ravenclaw's strongest team in recent years. These words made the little wizards nod their heads frequently, especially the senior students. What was Ravenclaw like before? What was it like after Cyrilla arrived? What is it like now? Everyone knows it. Although I am a Gryffindor, after watching the last Ravenclaw game, I have to admit that Levin Green and Cyrilla Lian are the best pursuer combination in the history of Hogwarts. Lee's comments were drowned out by Slytherin's boos, but the boos were immediately overpowered by even louder cheers. Even the defeated Hufflepuff had to admit their legendary performance in the last game. The Ravenclaw team has arrived in the middle of the field, and Cyrilla seems to be talking to Levin. What will these best partners say? Is it tactics? Or is it the secret of their tacit cooperation? Jordan gave up and continued after a few seconds. I think everyone is curious, me too, but it doesn't matter, I know lip reading. Jordan started telling jokes, and he suddenly lowered his voice and imitated Levin's magnetic voice. Cyrilla, what kind of person do you think Lee Jordan is? Then he imitated Cyrilla and made a slightly high-pitched voice. You said Jordan, of course he is very good. I mean, oh, his commentary is passionate and humorous. I think he is the best commentator. Yeah, I think so too, thank you Queen Cyrilla. Of course he used his own voice in this last sentence. This self-proclaimed quip made both Levin and Cyrilla laugh angrily. Especially Cyrilla, she raised her head and glared at Jordan from a distance. Even though he was dozens of meters away, Jordan's sharp eyes still made him shrink his neck involuntarily. "Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Cyrilla, I didn't mean to do it," Jordan apologized with a smile. "Oh my god, Miss Cyrilla's eyes are scarier than Bloody Barrow. I scared the hall." His shrinking performance caused another burst of laughter. Levin seriously doubted that this guy was watching live broadcasts of American football or basketball games at home every day, and his behavior was exactly the same as those black muggle hosts. "Don't worry, Cyrilla. He will definitely come to you and apologize after the game." Standing on the playing field, Levin smiled. Cyrilla rolled her eyes at Levin. "Do you also think my eyes are scary?" The eyes of a female witcher who has experienced various crises are certainly much scarier than those of an ordinary little witch living in peaceful times. Of course, he didn't answer that way, but said, "At least on the field, your eyes are like a Valkyrie. You are really good at talking." Cyrilla laughed. Levin looked around and raised his voice. "Then, under the leadership of our Valkyrie, Ravenclaw will win." He held out his hand and all the players put their hands on his. "Ravenclaw, we must win." Even Roger shouted. As the captain, under the aura of Levin and Cyrilla, he has been reduced to a tool responsible for arranging daily training. But he was happy with it, because in the future, on the Quidditch Cup displayed in the trophy room, his name would be written in the captain's column. Soon the captains of both sides shook hands, and Mrs. Hooch announced the start of the competition. Levin flew into the air, the Nimbus 2000 rose suddenly, and he casually passed the quaffle to Cyrilla. "The game has begun." Lee began his formal commentary again. The two sides started with a regular formation, with Levin and Cyrilla taking turns holding the ball. As soon as the pair of chasers came together, they began to show their tacit understanding. In the last game, they contributed a legendary performance. They made 12 of 13 shots in 15 minutes and scored 120 points. Even on the defensive end, they performed well and only allowed their opponents to hit 2 goals. I wonder what kind of wonderful performance they can contribute in this game? I'm looking forward to it. In fact, Levin and Cyrilla did live up to Jordan's expectations, because they started the massacre against Slytherin from the beginning. The two chasers maximized the speed of their broomsticks from the beginning, taking turns to attack Slytherin's defense. At this time, the little snakes finally realized the pain of the Hufflepuffs at that time. With longer training and cooperation, the tacit understanding between Levin and Cyrilla has improved to a higher level, so their defense line is like a sieve in front of the two people, and they can be easily accelerated and broken through. They are like facing an eagle. The snakes can only coil on the ground obediently and let the other side dive and ravage them. Occasionally, he wanted to be double-teamed by multiple people, but the two of them easily passed the ball to the opponent and assisted in scoring. Marcus Flint, Slytherin's captain and chaser, made wild claims before the game, claiming that he could nail that first year alone. But at this time, he turned into a follower and achieved nothing except eating Levin's exhaust. In less than 5 minutes, the score became 60-0, which was even worse than the original Hufflepuff. As a result, the little badgers on the audience stage suddenly transformed into Duke Chang during the war to resist US aggression and aid Korea. "It's not that our army doesn't work hard, but Kitty Hawk has Gundam. You see, Slytherin is not as good at fighting as me." In anger, they began to adopt the ancestral foul tactics. Since you can't solve the problem with the ball, then solve the problem with the player. Compared to the taller and bigger Slytherins, Ravenclaw players suffer from a physical disadvantage. Coupled with his fear of physical confrontation, Slytherin began to make some gains in offense. But it still didn't stop the two Levins. Slytherin's batter Derek saw the opportunity and hit a bludger hard towards Levin nearby, even though the quaffle was not in his hand. Because he just wanted to give him some color. But Levin sensed the arrival of the bludger without even looking back, so he changed direction and accelerated, slightly passing the bludger. When the ball came toward him again, he flew right in front of Marcus Flint and suddenly made contact with the control of the broom. In an instant, Levin's whole body fell downwards like a free fall, but such an abrupt change of direction also caused the bludger to lose its target. It missed Levin, but hit Marcus Flint right in front of him in the face. Because Levin had just blocked his view, Slytherin Captain Marcus didn't notice the arrival of the bludger at all, and was hit hard. The ferocious force not only directly broke his nose, but also knocked him out of the way. Knocked off the broom. Oh my god! This thrilling scene caused everyone to scream. Dumbledore and Snape in the stands cast spells at the same time to slow down Marcus's landing. When Levin saw that he was almost in trouble, he also implemented a remedy. He gave up raising the broom in advance, but started the broom again when he was about to fall freely to the ground, so that his speed could catch up with the falling Marcus Flynn. Special. In order to increase the deceleration effect and prevent overturning, he cast an alder sign, shock wave, on the ground as a buffer before landing. Anyway, this seal requires neither a wand nor a spell, and the shock wave is still colorless. Even if it is used, no one will find it. Unexpectedly, this scene was discovered by Cyrilla, who turned to look at him. The Acintra young lion didn't say anything and continued to defend on his broomstick. Levin's extreme moves allowed him to grab Flint as soon as he landed. Prevent this big guy from landing on his face and causing secondary damage to the bridge of his nose. There is no suspense about the next game. After being ravaged by Ravenclaw, Slytherin lost his captain as a commander and completely lost his energy. So Ravenclaw brought the score down to 200-10 in one breath, and Zhongqiu caught the golden snitch under Levin's escort. The game came to an end, and the eaglets cheered loudly. It's not just about winning this game. After winning 2 consecutive games by huge margins, Ravenclaw has basically secured the Quidditch Cup this semester. The Ravenclaw players were almost carried back to Hogwarts by the eaglets. But this level of celebration alone cannot express the excitement of the little wizards. 0. Please give me flowers. So, after dinner that night, they simply held a party in the lounge. This gathering received rare support from Dean Flitwick. He informed the house elves in the cafeteria that the long table in the lounge was filled with delicious food. Some senior students even bought a lot of butterbeer at their own expense to cheer up the first and second years who could not go to Hogsmeade. Levin also didn't expect that the dress given by the Tonks would be put to use. At the beginning of the party, Professor Flitwick personally delivered a speech, and everyone cheered for Levin and others again. After that, Professor Flitwick wisely left the lounge, leaving the space for the little wizards. Ravenclaw's lounge soon became a sea of joy. The little wizards were in groups, drinking wine together, chatting, playing games, and dancing. As one of the biggest contributors today, Levin was welcomed by everyone. Everyone chatted around him, asking him how he felt about winning, and talked about how he lured Slytherin to attack his captain with a bludger. Under such circumstances, Levin certainly did not want to spoil their interest, so he patiently chatted with everyone. Until Steve came to him mysteriously. Hey, Levin, stop with the butterbeer. He forced his way to Levin and pushed away the senior who was chatting and trying to take advantage of Levin. What's the matter, Steve? Levin immediately stood aside as if he was being pardoned. Under the angry look of the senior, Steve pointed to the side. Stop chatting here, Levin, it's Senior Cyrilla, she has been looking for you. Hearing that it was Cyrilla, the senior sister just now became frightened and walked aside honestly. Levin asked curiously, why is she looking for me? I don't know. Steve shook his head, but she is staying on the windowsill of the room over there, and she seems to be preparing to talk to you alone. I see. Thanks for telling me, Steve. Levin nodded, put down the butterbeer in his hand, and walked toward the room pointed by Steve amidst the screams and teasing. When he opened the door, he saw the familiar grey hair. Cyrilla was leaning on the windowsill, looking up at the sky. Levin found that even at this kind of party, the other party chose to wear relatively simple clothes. The upper body of the dress is relatively conservative and stable, not as shaky as some dresses. The lower body is an asymmetrical short skirt, one side is almost as short as the waist, and the other side is less than the knee, revealing the dialogue. Fair and strong thighs. All in all, pretty and stunning. Seeing the other party looking back at him, Levin quickly stepped forward and said familiarly, Thank you, Senior, for liberating me from the hell of chatting. I will be happy to help you if you have any instructions. Oh, really? Cyrilla raised her chin and glanced at Levin faintly. Since you are willing to do anything, why don't you explain to me why you use ALD? Dharma Seal. P.S. Here are the rules of the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup. There are a total of 6 games in each semester for 4 colleges, and each college has to compete with the other 3 colleges. The Quidditch Cup is not a victory or defeat system, but a total points system. In each game, the team has points regardless of victory or defeat, and the points are equal to your score in this game. The total score is calculated from the total points scored in the 3 games. This means that as long as you score high enough in one game, you can win the championship even if you lose the other 2 games. Ravenclaw was able to secure the victory in advance because their total points in the 2 games reached 620. Even if they could not score a single point in the next game, the other colleges would still have to average 200 points per game. Plus score to catch up. As we all know, Slytherin and Hufflepuff have already competed with Ravenclaw and only scored 10 and 20 points respectively. Then they have to chase 600 points in 2 games. Yes, this is basically impossible. As for Gryffindor, they have already competed once, the one in the original novel where Harry was framed, with a score of 170 points and a difference of 450 points. Next, they have to face the game hosted by Snape and the game against Ravenclaw. It is basically impossible to catch up with Ravenclaw. Also P.S. Butterbeer actually does not contain alcohol or alcohol. Chapter 56 Confession Bureau. Alder Seal. Levin was shocked when he suddenly heard this name from someone else. In the blink of an eye, he wanted to say something to get over it. At this moment, Cyrilla's words sounded faintly. You don't want to get away with it, Levin Green. Unless you want to lose me, please don't do this. I can see your gestures and the shock waves clearly. Believe me, I am very familiar with the seal. So, where did you learn this seal? Cyrilla said so, and Levin also gave up the idea of escape. What else can be done? It can only be a showdown. If I said that I realized the seal by myself, would you believe it? Levin said sarcastically. You realize it yourself? Cyrilla sneered, then how do you explain this? Almost without any warning, Cyrilla suddenly took a step forward and came to Levin. The dress did not impose any restrictions on her movements. Levin could see the flash of black under the dancing skirt. But he didn't have time to care about this at all, because the other party's palm had already waved towards his face. Alder Seal 970. Quen Seal. Just hearing a whoop, a shock wave burst out from Zilly's palm, but it was very weak and could only bring a breeze. But even this breeze couldn't touch Levin's hair, and the shield that suddenly appeared firmly protected him. Immediately, Levin realized that he had been tricked. The opponent's move was just to test him, and had no intention of attacking at all. Otherwise, the effect of this Alder Seal would not be so weak. The other party knew very well that in the face of such a sudden attack, without holding a wand and unable to use the iron armor curse, Levin's only defense method was to trigger the fastest Quen Seal, assuming he had really learned it. The words of Dharma seal. But now, the other party's temptation was successful. You said that you happened to understand the Alder seal, which happened to be exactly the same as the Alder seal in the Demon Hunter world. But it's impossible for you to comprehend the exact same Quen seal again. Being stared at with a teasing look that said, "Look, you've just revealed your secret." Even though Levin was thick-skinned, he couldn't hold back, so he couldn't help but explain. "Don't get me wrong, what I said is true, I did understand this set of seals myself." He resisted the look of keep pretending, and continued. "But there is one thing I didn't have time to say just now, that is, I can also observe the world you are in." "The world I are in?" The confident female witcher who was watching the show with her arms folded just now suddenly showed a look of astonishment. "Do you know that I come from another world? I thought you were taught this magic by someone else." Levin couldn't help but shake his head. How can there be so many people who can transcend to the other world, and that person must be a demon hunter? If this is true, it is too coincidental. "You actually know the demon hunter?" Cyrilla suddenly believed in him. "You just mentioned time travel." "Yes, coming from one world to another, I call it crossing over," Levin explained lively. "In other words, I also traveled from my world," Cyrilla murmured. "Yes, just like you can jump through space and go to other worlds." Levin nodded and confirmed. "You even know this?" Cyrilla was even more surprised, then shook her head. "Unfortunately, after coming to this world, I seem to have lost the ability to travel." Cyrilla is referring to her ability to travel through time based on ancient blood. That ability did allow Cyrilla to travel between several planes, but those planes did not include the world of Harry Potter. It's not surprising, because the fact that you can travel into this world is special in itself. In other words, this world is special. From a certain time, it became able to attract visitors from other world. The reason why you came here is not your own ability to travel," Levin said. After hearing what he said, Shirley nodded in agreement. "I guess so, otherwise there would be no reason for the species in my world to come to this world with me. I don't have so many messy abilities." "Stuff." After saying that, she looked at Levin. "By the way, since you said so, you are also a time traveler." Levin nodded. "I come from a world without magic and came here 11 years ago." "So, you turned into a little baby after you came here?" Zilly chuckled and said, "Looking at how calm you are usually, you must have been an old man in his 70s or 80s before you traveled through time." "I'm not that old." Levin immediately protested the other party's slander. "You don't need to explain, I don't care about it anyway." Zilly waved her hands and talked about her own experience. "I'm different from you. I came here when I was 12 years old, that is, 4 years ago. At first, I could only live on the streets, but within a few days I was the owl delivered the admission letter, and then Professor Flitwick appeared and took me to Hogwarts." "Then you are quite lucky." Levin nodded. "But after losing my grandmother, being separated from my adoptive parents during the war, and then being trapped in another world, it must be a hard feeling." Through the age that Cyrilla traveled through, Levin immediately launched her pre-travel experience. "You are right, you actually know about me. Could it be that your so-called observation was just spying on me in other world?" Cyrilla said, and deliberately put on a vigilant posture. She can still joke under such circumstances. Zilly is indeed a very optimistic girl. "That's not the case." "What is voyeurism?" Levin felt chills and quickly explained. "You can understand it as an effect similar to a precognitive dream. Just like a precognitive dream, I can't choose what difference I see. I always see the other world." After hearing this, Zilly nodded. "You can tell so many things about me in my world, I believe you. So these seals of yours were created with reference to the seals of my world?" "Yes. Correct." Levin nodded. "Then you called my name on the day of admission?" "That's right, I didn't expect to meet the characters in the predictive dream. It wasn't until then that I realized that everything in the predictive dream was true," Levin said half-truthfully. Then he immediately added. "But I didn't mean to make friends with you. I just think that we are the same people in the world, so, you know zero." I understand," Zilly smiled heartily. "Don't worry, understanding this doesn't affect our relationship as good partners and good friends. And don't you think that our relationship has become even closer after knowing each other's secrets?" "I'm glad you think so." Levin smiled. "Okay, so far, I have asked all the questions I asked." Zilly put away her smile and sighed softly. "I didn't expect that this matter was so complicated behind it. You have given me a lot of experience." She looked at Levin. "So, is there anything else you want to ask?" "As of today, I will tell you everything I know." Levin raised his head and thought for a while and said, "Don't tell me, I really have a question to ask. That is, do you know what is the reason for this collective time travel? I actually want to know your question too." Zilly spread her hands. "But, you know, even with your intelligence you can't figure it out, and I have no clue. However, I can share with you the clues I found." Speaking of this, she said. "Actually, when I first came to this world, I didn't know the seriousness of the matter, and I regarded it as a rampage of my own abilities. I really realized that something was wrong when I was in the 2nd grade. At that time, I discovered that I had been unable to run away for a full year. At the same time, I actually saw a photo of Fenter in a newspaper. Fenter, you know, the monster is a giant monster with antlers on its head. I originally thought it was just a specialty of my hometown, because there has never been any news about Fenter monsters in the books in this world, and that newspaper he also said that this is a newly discovered monster. Since then, I have begun to pay attention to collecting information about these hometown specialties. Then I discovered that there were more types of specialties that traveled with me than I thought, and most of them traveled earlier than me. For example, water ghosts were first discovered 10 years ago. Fenter was first discovered 6 years ago. Howling monster was 8 years ago. The evil ghost was 11 years ago. Sageweed was 10 years ago. My abilities are limited, and I can only detect so much. Thank you for your hard work. Thinking about this series of data, Levin fell into deep thought. 10 years ago, 10 years ago, 6 years ago, 8 years ago, 11 years ago, 10 years ago. He himself was 4 years ago, and Gianna was 11 years ago. According to the results of all existing data, the upper limit of the earliest appearance of alien things is 11 years ago, and there is nothing earlier than this point in time. In other words, the time travel phenomenon started at least 11 years ago. So what happened 11 years ago? Levin was thinking about it and suddenly stared at his thigh. Yes, 11 years ago was when I traveled to this world. It's not easy to get a new book on the shelves. Please give me a wave of automatic subscriptions, a wave of monthly flower tickets, comments, and rewards. If you have tickets, please give them to me as the author. This is really important to me. Chapter 57 Levin's small goal, building a floating city. Levin suspected that the source of everything was himself. Of course there was a reason. Whether it's Harry Potter, The Witcher, D&D, or World of Warcraft, they are all works he knew in his previous life. And now among the abnormal elements appearing in the world of Harry Potter, all of them come from these worlds. There is no anomaly whose origin even Levin does not know. The magic that Levin understands basically comes from these worlds. As far as Levin knows, the Witcher series does not exist in this world. You know, in Levin's previous life, the Witcher series of games and other The Witcher TV series and movies were all derived from a Polish serial novel called The Witcher. But in the world of Harry Potter, not only the novels, but even the person Andrzej Spaversky may not exist. Even the popular D&D board game in the previous life disappeared without a trace in this life. It can be said that Levin is the only person in the entire world who knows the origin of these magics, anomalies, and time travelers. In addition, they all appeared later than 11 years ago. 08THAT is to say, before Levin crossed over. These other worlds have nothing in common with the Harry Potter world. Analyzed this way. A series of clues all point to one answer. He, Yeting in his previous life, and Levin Green today, are undoubtedly the cause of all effects. The above is what Levin himself thinks is the most likely conjecture. But he didn't know the specific principle that caused all this. Perhaps these other worlds' information represent the coordinates of other world, and after my arrival, the information in my mind allowed this world to obtain the coordinates of other world? In short, Levin currently has no research on the magic of time travel and crystal wall travel. So I can only make wild guesses here. However, as long as you know these conjectures yourself. Levin had no intention of telling anyone else about this. Otherwise, if Siri, Gina and others knew that they were living in other world because of Levin, then that would be okay. How's it going? Have you figured out anything? Zillie's words rang in her ears. Levin raised his head and saw the other party looking at him with concern. It's a bit of a guess. Levin nodded and said calmly, maybe it was 11 years ago that the rules of this world changed in some way, causing a large number of existences from other world to accidentally cross over. I may be one of the first people to be affected, and my ability to observe other world is also affected by this incident. Well, that makes sense. Cyrilla nodded repeatedly. By the way, have you ever thought about returning to your own world? Levin suddenly asked. Of course I have thought about it. Siri said without hesitation, of course I have. I miss my adoptive parents, Gerald and Yennefer. Since you have observed me, you should know them too. I really want to know if they survived that night. They must have been worried about me during my absence. As she spoke, her tone dropped. Levin patted her shoulder and comforted her, if you want to open a store, at least you got rid of the war after time travel, right? You can grow up safely in this world, and they will be happy for you if they know it. Thank you for your comfort. Shirley calmed down a little, you are so kind. Levin shrugged, we are both in this world, so of course we have to comfort each other. What's more, we don't have no opportunities to lose. What? After hearing this, Cyrilla grabbed the boy's shoulders and said. Do you know how to get back? Certainly. Levin nodded. In other words, I have seen similar magic during my observations. During my observations, I once saw such a country. The magic in that world is not just inherited by blood. As long as muggles with enough intelligence can learn magic. In that country, muggle technology was not developed. The powerful wizards are the masters of the country. They fully explore and discover the power of magic and apply it to the entire society. They created a civilization of magic. They made cities rise from the ground and float in the sky. They transformed and controlled nature, using magic to control climate, sunlight, and rain. Cheap magic items and semi-magic items spread to thousands of households, just like muggles popularize their technological products. In short, it was a very glorious magical civilization. As the rulers, the mages almost had the same authority as the gods. They believed that the gods were just powerful creatures. You know, the gods of that world officially exist. And that magical civilization actually developed the magic of traveling through the crystal wall system and traveling to other worlds. What Levin mentioned was the famous Netheril magic empire in the D&D worldview. Regarding the information about this empire, some people highly praise it, while others say it is just an exaggeration. But no matter what, they did master the spell of sailing across the crystal wall system. That was enough for her Siri. Does such a magical civilization really exist? After listening to Levin's description of the magical kingdom, Siri felt very incredible. She could not imagine that magic could reach this level. Even in her world of witchers, powerful wizards and witches only existed as advisors to the king at most, and the effects that magic could achieve were very limited, far from the so-called magic empire. At least in my observations, it is real. Levin said categorically. It's like your world is real. 833 In other words, magic across the crystal wall system exists, right? Shirley grabbed Levin's sleeve as if grasping the last straw. Since you can understand the demon hunter's seal. Yes, magic across crystal walls does exist. Levin nodded, then shook his head. But the difficulty of studying cross-crystal wall magic is countless times higher than comprehending the Witcher seal. Not only does it require profound magical attainments, it also requires a lot of manpower and material resources. In terms of magical attainments, I think I can achieve it in the future, but the manpower and material resources. I'm sorry, we don't have the conditions and foundation. Tell me, what conditions and foundation do you need? After hearing that there was still a glimmer of hope of returning home, Cyrilla's expression immediately changed from confusion to determination. I can work hard with you to achieve it. Looking at the blazing look in the girl's eyes, Levin knew that the other party had boarded the boat and his goal had been achieved. So he nodded vigorously. Good. Now that you've decided, let's set a small goal first. That is, build a floating city. At this moment, the two of them clasped their hands, which meant that they had the same goal. Suddenly, Levin said, "Oh, by the way, one last thing, I was really not an old man before I traveled through time. Why do you still care about this?" Cyrilla was speechless. Chapter 58 Hagrid's Egg. After Ravenclaw's victory over Slytherin, a long time passed. The coldness of winter is gradually leaving, and the campus life of the Little Wizards is gradually opening a new chapter. In Ravenclaw, many young wizards have discovered that since that Quidditch match, their Cyrilla has become closer and closer to the first-year Levin. Occasionally, someone would see Cyrilla abandoning her best friend Pinelo and chatting and laughing with Levin in the corridor on the 8th floor of the castle. This made a lot of senior boys beat their chests. The most beautiful woman in Ravenclaw, Cyrilla, who was pursued by countless people, could actually have such a close relationship with a new student. Is it any wonder that being able to play Quidditch is so popular? For a time, Levin received countless envy, jealousy, and hatred. As far as he is concerned, this kind of envy and jealousy from the same S**X is harmless. It even made him a little proud. But in this matter, he is far more cruel than those boys imagined. Because, he has indeed not developed a further relationship with Cyrilla, that is for the time being. At only 11 years old, he has only just begun to show signs of sexual characteristics, although he is not young yet, judging from his age, he has not officially developed. He met Cyrilla frequently, just to go to the room of requirement to practice magic. This girl from the world of witchers became very proactive after hearing about the hope of returning home, and proactively asked Levin to help her improve her strength, so that she could contribute to Levin's small goal. I have to say that in this magic, Cyrilla's talent is not greater than Miss Granger. Of course, in terms of IQ alone, Cyrilla may not be as high as Hermione. But Cyrilla's talent is great. She possesses ancient blood and is called a natural source of magic by the warlocks among the demon hunters. When it comes to learning magic, the sorceresses are more worried about the consequences of her losing control of her magic than worrying about whether she can learn it. After coming to the world of Harry Potter, Ciri's loss of control over magic no longer occurred, and her talent in magic was fully demonstrated. For example, she was able to reproduce several of the Witcher sigils that Gerald had displayed just by relying on her memories. In the process of teaching Cyrilla, Levin was also deeply touched. When it comes to learning magic, Cyrilla is not an academic spellcaster who relies on study and study to master magic, but a feeling spellcaster. Cyrilla may not be able to understand the spellcasting methods and spell models that Levin told her. But she was able to imitate Levin's spellcasting method by feel and master it in a rough way. The simpler the spell, the more so. It even took her only one day to master the fireball technique. Sometimes Levin even wondered if there was a big green guy in her mind. Of course, this talent also comes with a price. That is, the more precise the spell, the harder it is for her to learn it. For example, mirror image technique, identification technique, human immobilization technique, crazy laughter technique, etc., she just couldn't learn them. But it doesn't matter, she won't use these magics at all in battle. According to Levin's observation, he found that Ciri's fighting style was very partial to simple, rough, and quick-acting magic. Her favorite is the plastic elemental magic, such as Burning Hands, Frost Nova, Fireball, etc. Especially melee spells like Burning Hands. Levin felt that this girl wanted to completely give up the long-range advantage of magic and rely solely on physical fitness and melee spells to ravage the enemy. She is worthy of being the adopted daughter of a witcher and the future female witcher. Maybe we can think of a way to help her master the skills of the magic warrior. In short, when Levin and Cyrilla were taking extracurricular interest classes for the purpose of traveling to the floating city and traveling through the crystal wall system. Most young wizards have exhausted their experience just by learning the content in the class. The Easter holiday has passed in a blink of an eye, summer and final exams are getting closer, and the library is full of students browsing materials. Levin doesn't spend as much time in the library as he used to. But as long as he was in the library, he would see Hermione most of the time, as well as the two idiots who were dragged here unwillingly. Miss Granger, who possesses part of the Ravenclaw gene, is indeed an atypical Gryffindor. She really loves learning. I really want to compete with Levin in terms of grades. Hermione, it doesn't matter if I can't compare to you in extracurricular knowledge. If it's limited to in-class knowledge, I won't be able to compare with you. The little girl does have a sense of arrogance in this regard. As typical Gryffindors, Harry and Ronald were in bad luck. They sighed and yawned all day long. In addition to struggling to complete a lot of homework assigned by the teacher, they also had to complete the review plan that Hermione made for them. They really couldn't understand why someone would start reviewing 2 months in advance of the final exam. They really don't understand Miss Granger's earnest expectations for them. As her Gryffindor friends, Hermione didn't want them to embarrass herself in front of Levin. Finally one day, the suffering duo found an opportunity for liberation. They came to Levin mysteriously and told him that Hagrid had something good to show them and wanted to invite Levin to join him. Damn it, you two boys, you actually think of us when something good happens? It's not in vain that I helped you before. Levin was a little happy about this, but also a little dumbfounded. He knew what was going on as soon as he heard it. Hagrid's dragon egg had arrived. To be honest, he still didn't want to get involved. After all, seeing the dragon egg means that a series of troublesome things will be related to him. For example, the battle with Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest. Such as the trapdoor adventure later. Being involved in these things would be inconsistent with his principle of keeping a low profile. But if you think about it carefully, it wouldn't be a bad idea to reject it outright. On the one hand, he has always wanted to visit the Forbidden Forest. You can get many medicinal materials for permanent potions here, but because he is not familiar with the Forbidden Forest, he has never been able to make the trip. Now there is an opportunity for Hagrid to be a free guide, which cannot be missed. On the other hand, he really wanted to see the ultimate secret of alchemy in the legend, the Sorcerer's Stone. You know, this may be his last chance to see the Philosopher's Stone with his own eyes in this world. Being low-key is certainly important, but the Philosopher's Stone is also very attractive. What if he can learn something from it? After all, the plan could not keep up with the changes. He underestimated the expansion speed of his strength and knowledge, and the principles he set at the beginning of school were somewhat inconsistent with the reality. Besides, he has never seen a dragon in this world with his own eyes. In the end, it was rare for the two of them to be so enthusiastic, and Levin was unwilling to offend them. So he nodded in agreement. Great. The two of them suddenly became excited. Since you will also go, Hermione can only let us go to Hagrid's place. Levin, after doing this for a long time, you are using me as a tool to suppress Hermione, right? So, on the way to Hagrid's cabin, Levin had to endure Hermione's glare. After arriving near the cabin, Levin keenly discovered that there was a strange energy rising in his wallet. When he opened it, he saw that it was Scholar Yushi. How is this going? He was a little puzzled. Dong dong dong. Harry stepped forward and knocked on Hagrid's door. Seeing the destination, he put the moonstone aside for the time being. Hagrid's wooden door is very thick and it usually takes a lot of effort to open it. Levin strongly suspected that this was a method of anti-theft, that the half-giant relied on his physical strength to use the weight of the door. At least the lock-opening spell Elajo opening can't do anything with this kind of door. I'm coming. Hagrid's voice was loud through the wooden door. Hagrid's big furry head stuck out from the door. After carefully observing the surroundings, he let the 4 people into the house. After entering the house, Levin found that all the curtains in the room were tightly drawn. Hermione suddenly became sensitive. Hagrid, have you done anything outrageous again? Hagrid's eyes suddenly widened. How can you accuse someone of innocence out of thin air? Raising animals is not out of the ordinary. Raising animals is a matter within the scope of the game warden. Can it be considered out of bounds? However, the more he said this, the more people didn't believe it and looked around in the room. Seeing the 4 little wizards looking very interested, Hagrid sighed. Okay, I originally wanted to tell you about this. But you have to promise not to tell anyone else. Explain. Of course. Don't you still believe me? Let's start, everyone said one after another. So he leaned down and opened the stove with an iron hook. Everyone looked around and saw a strange ellipsoid-shaped object placed in the charcoal fire of the stove. That's a big black egg. Even in the hot charcoal fire, the egg remained unchanged, obviously very extraordinary. If you look carefully, you can see that the eggshell is not smooth, and is full of needle-like protrusions. It looks dry, numb, and not round at all. It's a dragon egg. After Levin saw it, he suddenly thought, could there be a mace on the male dragon? His reasoning goes like this. This egg is so rough, but it can be produced smoothly, which shows that the female dragon is quite rough-skinned and thick-bodied even there. Since the female dragon has rough skin and thick flesh, the male dragon can only be a mace. As long as it is delicate and rubs against the rough inner skin of the female dragon will definitely not feel anything. Only a mace can sue the female dragon that can lay such rough eggs. Updated 5/4, additional update 9/17. Chapter 59. Suffering Harry, Malfoy will bear the blame. This is a dragon egg. In addition to Levin, Hermione also recognized the identity of the egg. Hagrid was stunned for a moment, then laughed happily. Miss Granger, you actually know it. Hermione nodded. I've only seen its pattern in books before. Hagrid looked like he had met a close friend and was as happy as a 500-pound child. Yes, a dragon egg. This is a Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg, very rare. Speaking of dragon eggs, he immediately became nagging like a mother about to give birth. Oh, for it, I have been reading a book. The book says to put the eggs in the fire because their mother breathes on them. Look, it says here, after it hatches, feed it every half hour. It's a barrel of brandy and chicken blood. As he spoke, he pulled out a large book from under his pillow. There are more related books on the bookshelf in the distance. Fire Dragon Species of Britain and Ireland. Raising Fire Dragons for Fun and Profit. From Dragon Egg to Hell, a guide to raising a fire dragon. The man who dotes on fire dragons. Everyone looked at the dragon egg placed in the charcoal fire of the stove and felt a little weird. Ronald asked with some worry, Hagrid, raising a dragon is illegal, right? What if someone discovers it? Harry also reminded 890, Hagrid, does Dumbledore know about this? Hermione also pointed out sharply, Hagrid, don't forget that you live in a wooden house. Ah. Hagrid opened his mouth, not knowing what to do. Levin shook his head, do you know how to talk? Hagrid kindly called them here just to share secrets and happiness, but you idiots hit him one after another. He coughed lightly and smoothed things over. It is true that there are many problems raising dragons here, but at least Hagrid can still raise them for a few days before the size of the dragon exceeds the size of this house. Yes, that's it. Hagrid hurriedly agreed. So, in the following days, watching the dragon eggs became a rare moment of relaxation for Harry and Ronald. Hermione also noticed the problem, but she also wanted to see the dragon eggs, but she couldn't lose face, so she took Levin with her every time. Visiting the dragon eggs became their collective pastime. In the past few days, Levin also discovered that whenever he approached Hagrid's hut, the scholar's moonstone would glow. Once back at the castle, the light dims. He analyzed that this must be related to the Forbidden Forest. When he has the opportunity to go to the Forbidden Forest, he must study it. Until one day Harry got a piece of paper with only 4 words written on it, hatching soon. So everyone took advantage of the lunch break and ran all the way to Hagrid's hut. Dong dong dong. Hagrid greeted them, his face glowing with excitement. This morning, I started to move a lot. I guess it must be hatching. Hagrid opened the stove lid. In the red charcoal fire, the egg would shake every few seconds, as if something was about to come out. You all saw it, he is moving. Ronald said excitedly. The little one's coming out. Harry concentrated. Let me take it out of the fire. Hagrid put on a pair of thick dragonhide gloves that were big enough to serve as Levin's hat. Hagrid put on gloves and took the dragon egg out of the stove and placed it on the table. At this time, there was already a deep crack on the dragon egg, and a funny clicking sound came from the crack. It was probably the young dragon smashing its mouth. Everyone moved their chairs closer to the table, held their breath, and watched closely. Suddenly, with a harsh scratching sound, the egg cracked. A sharp, hard nose stuck out from inside. It's out, it's out. Oh my god. Hagrid began to sob with excitement, as if the baby dragon was his own child. Soon, more and more eggshells were broken, and a young dragon emerged. The newborn baby dragon is actually not beautiful, it looks like a crumpled black umbrella. The spiny wings look particularly large compared to its thin, black body. It also has a long, big nose with white nostrils, horns on its head, and orange-red eyes that protrude outward. But Hagrid didn't take it seriously and was as kind as an old woman. It's beautiful, isn't it? Hagrid murmured. He stretched out a hand and touched Xiaolong's head. The little dragon bit his finger, revealing its long pointed teeth, but Hagrid was so excited that he shouted, oh my god, look, it knows its mother. At this time, Levin looked at the dragon eggshell on the table and asked, Hagrid, can I share some of this eggshell? Hagrid waved his hand and said boldly, of course, just take it if you need it. According to Levin's observation, Hagrid is actually an invisible rich man. He has been dealing with animals in the Forbidden Forest all year round and has collected an unknown amount of materials. In fact, the butt pads at home are made of 8-eyed spider silk and unicorn hair. These two things can be used to make top-notch enchanted cloaks that would drive Madame Malkin of Diagon Alley crazy. So Levin happily put the eggshells into the bag. He remembered that dragon eggshells could be used as one of the optional auxiliary materials for permanent elixirs. Although it is a joy to watch newborn dragonets play and spit fire, there are still some things to worry about. Hagrid, Hermione asked, how fast does a Norwegian ridgeback grow? In another week, it will triple in size, and after 3 weeks, Hagrid's house will no longer be able to support it, Levin said. What if it sprays? Hearing this, everyone could already picture Hagrid's cabin being burnt down. Well. Hagrid was speechless. Finally, he agreed to the 4 people's request. I only had this little guy for 2 weeks. It will be sent away in 2 weeks. Ronald contacted his second brother, dragon trainer Charlie, and took him to a Romanian dragon farm. After teasing Xiaolong some more, they left Hagrid's hut. Levin did not remind them that he had sensed Malfoy's presence before. Haha, without Malfoy's whistle blowing, how could there be a follow-up and Harry and Ronald being punished? They were not punished in solitary confinement, so how could they go on a subsequent trip to the Forbidden Forest? For the sake of our potion ingredients, I'll let you two suffer. Anyway, Ma Tianlong will bear the blame. Sure enough, in the next period of time, the malicious smile hidden on Malfoy's face made Harry and Ronald realize that the dragon thing was exposed. So they hoped that Xiaolong would be sent away quickly, so that Malfoy would have no evidence and the hidden danger would disappear. Finally, the time to send Xiaolong off was set at midnight on Saturday. They were going to see Xiaolong for the last time. It's Saturday soon. It was a dark, overcast night. At the door of Hagrid's cabin, Ronald told Levin dejectedly that because of his mistake, Malfoy accidentally let Malfoy see the note from Charlie. He must know that we are going to take Norbert away. Ronald blushed and did not dare to look at Levin's expression when he heard that he had made a mistake. It doesn't matter, we have an invisibility cloak, which Malfoy doesn't know about. Harry reminded. But, the invisibility cloak can't hold so many people. Ronald whispered. Don't worry, you two can just use the invisibility cloak. Levin and Hermione looked at each other. The girl nodded. Mr. Green and I have other ways to avoid Malfoy. Updated 6/4, additional update 10/17. Chapter 60. A dead Taoist friend is not dead but a poor Taoist. When the four arrived, Hagrid had already packed Norbert into a large crate and was ready. I prepared a lot of mice and some brandy for it, which is enough for it to eat along the way. Hagrid said in a dull voice. I also put its teddy bear in so that it wouldn't feel lonely. At this time, a tearing sound came from the crate at just the right moment, as if the teddy bear's head had been ripped off. Goodbye, Norbert. Hagrid said coquettishly, Mom will never forget you. When Levin heard these sensational words, he felt a chill. Don't want a male mother. Don't want a male mother. Harry thought about covering the crate with an invisibility cloak, but Levin took the initiative and took a step forward, grabbing the edge of the crate with one hand and pointing the wand at himself with the other. Suddenly, Levin himself and the box became transparent. You really know how to use disguise. Harry exclaimed, no wonder we didn't find you during our night trip last time. That's right. Remember not to tell anyone else. Levin admitted it directly and did not intend to explain the difference between the invisibility spell and the disguise spell. Then he discovered that Hermione on the other side also pointed to him in the same way, and also became transparent. You all know illusion. Ronald suddenly became a little angry. Why didn't you take us with you when you secretly learned this spell? That requires you to learn it well. This is a skill that even senior students may not master. Levin didn't need to ask. Hermione would take the initiative to complain. If you get good or above in all subjects this semester, then I believe you can learn it. After hearing this, Ronald immediately withered. That means he's good in all subjects. His own goal is just to pass. Well, I'm just talking. Ronald sneaked into Harry's invisibility cloak, but Harry secretly made up his mind to perform well in the final semester. It's not because he wants to learn the illusion body curse. The illusion body curse won't work with the invisibility cloak, it's mainly because he doesn't want to be looked down upon by Levin. Although after arriving at Hogwarts, he felt that his relationship with his old classmates was somewhat alienated. But after all, the other party is his friend all the time. Now that the other party is so good, he doesn't want to be underestimated. The four of them successfully delivered the box to the tower, except for a little accident on the way. When they came to the bottom of the tower, they met an unexpected person. Professor McGonagall was wearing a plaid dressing gown and a hairnet, tugging at Malfoy's ears. Confinement, she shouted, 20 points from Slytherin. Wandering around in the middle of the night, how dare you? You don't understand, Professor, Harry Potter is coming, and he's bringing a dragon with him. Malfoy felt extremely aggrieved. How could he know that the person he was accusing was standing less than 5 meters away from him? Total nonsense. How dare you make up such a lie? Let's go, I want to see what Professor Snape does with you Malfoy. In this way, the four of them watched Professor McGonagall grabbing Malfoy's ears and walking away. They suddenly felt refreshed. It's like eating konjac and jelly and applying talcum powder. You really deserve it, Ma Tianlong. On the top of the tower, the four of them released their invisibility and waited for Charlie's friends. When Harry and Ronald worked together to carry the crate to each other, they looked at Levin with some fear. Can I ask, Levin, how did you move the crate to the roof in one breath without even taking a breath? Harry asked carefully, did you use any magic? How is that possible? Hermione promptly reminded, you cannot use magic in the process of using invisibility, to hide yourself. Also, that is to say, he relied entirely on his own strength. Ronald's claws were numb instantly, staring at Levin's weak arm, his eyes full of fear. The little wizard had no idea that the other party could be so strong. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that he had apologized to Hermione and Harry under their urging. Otherwise, the opponent would probably not even need to use magic and could strangle him to death with just his arms. That's not it, bull power strength +5 to find out. Maybe it's because I'm too happy. Apparently the four of them actually just Harry and Ronald were careful when going upstairs, and there was no problem at all. Something went wrong while going downstairs. The two people walking in front, Harry and Ronald, turned a corner and saw the administrator Filch. And they both forgot their invisibility cloaks on the roof. But Levin reacted quickly enough. As soon as he discovered the problem, he immediately pulled Hermione back. Seeing Hermione looking back at him, Levin quickly reminded, a dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. They have been caught, let's not send them away anymore. This will at least save a few deductions. Upon hearing this, Hermione immediately convinced her inner sense of morality, cast invisibility on herself together with Levin, and then fled without any sense of loyalty. The next day, Levin went to the auditorium hall to have breakfast as usual. After entering the auditorium, Levin discovered that the atmosphere among the students on the long table was strange. Please give me flowers. Then he saw the Gryffindors Harry, Ronald, and Neville sitting at the table listlessly, especially Neville, whose eyes were as swollen as walnuts. Hermione comforted in a low voice. 1. It seems that what happened last night has come to a head. Levin turned to look at the giant hourglass recording the college cup score. At this moment, The huge hourglass representing Gryffindor was only scattered with a thin layer of rubies. It was quite high yesterday. Compared with the empty appearance of Ravenclaw's neighbors, which are filled with sapphires, they look weak, pitiful, and helpless. For the little lions, this is undoubtedly a huge blow. Originally, Gryffindor's score this semester ranked second, only lower than Ravenclaw, who suddenly rose to prominence due to Levin. But they at least surpassed their old rivals, the Slytherins, who had won 6 consecutive house cups. But now, you don't need to look at it to know that they are definitely ranked last. Even the chance of catching up with Hufflepuff is slim. The question is, how could they suddenly drop 150 points? Soon they found out. The famous Potter and his 2 stupid friends caused their grades in the school year to almost disappear. They know that they can't compare to Ravenclaw, who has Levin, but maybe surpassing Slytherin would be satisfying. What now? Everything is gone. But today, yes, they were deducted a full 150 points. Among them, Harry and Ronald were caught red-handed, while Neville wanted to remind them about Malfoy, but was also caught red-handed. Professor McGonagall was furious and deducted 50 points for each of them. Harry was once one of the most popular and admired figures in the school, the pride of the Gryffindors, but now he suddenly became their shame. No one among the Gryffindors wanted to sit with them, no one wanted to talk to them, and they didn't lower their voices when insulting them. On the other hand, whenever the Slytherins passed by them, the little snakes always clapped, whistled, and cheered. Although Draco Malfoy also deducted 20 points from his own college, they had no hope of competing for the championship this semester anyway. In the eyes of the little snakes, Malfoy used 20 points to exchange Gryffindor's 150 points. Although Slytherin's points were obviously deducted, it actually allowed the Academy to surpass Gryffindor and rise to second place. This deal was done. Only Hermione was ashamed and lucky. If she hadn't followed Levin's advice, she would be one of the people being laughed at now. Chapter 61 Large-Scale Collective Poo Scene. Watching Harry and the other 2 being overwhelmed by the rumors. In fact, Levin felt a little guilty inside. Obviously he had sensed Filch's arrival, but he sold them out for the trip to the Forbidden Forest. Of course, that's all there is to guilt. After all, there was no him in the original work, so Harry and the others were still deducted points. His existence at least saved Hermione, which probably cost them 50 points less. However, Levin did want to try to help them. On the one hand, I can't stand this kind of campus bullying, and on the other hand, I also want to make Gryffindor disgusted. So after finishing breakfast, he stood up directly, and with everyone watching, he came to Gryffindor's table with great fanfare and sat next to Harry. Because of the crowding, there was no one around them. People sit. Then, he deliberately said to them in a loud voice, wishing he could use a loud voice for himself, ignore them, Harry, Ronald and Neville, ignore these people's slander. The classmates who would exclude you because of this matter are just superficial classmates. A friendship severed over this incident is a hypocritical friendship. And these superficial and hypocritical classmates and friendships are not worth your sadness. 340. Levin's words made the Gryffindors around him glare at him, but he didn't care and continued to comment loudly. I believe that if this happened to me, if I let Ravenclaw deduct 50 points, I believe that my smart classmates will only criticize a little, and then work with me to make up for the points, and it's not about adding insult to injury. The Ravenclaws puffed up their chests in agreement. Not to mention you, Potter. Because of your performance in Quidditch, Gryffindor defeated Slytherin this year and got more points than before. These points are enough to make up for the 50 points deducted. And your classmates, but I only see your current mistakes and forget your past glory. Looking at the Weasley brothers, they haven't stopped losing points since they entered school. The scattered points add up to over 50 points, but they are still very popular. He paused and looked around. Some Gryffindors lowered their heads in shame, but George and Fred held their heads high proudly. When your peers are honored, they are honored. When your peers are deducted, they are humiliated. Good students are criticized when points are deducted occasionally. Troublemakers occasionally do good deeds and turn around. They still represent courage, loyalty, and will a Gryffindor. They are so hypocritical, they are even worse than Slytherin. No matter how good Slytherin is, at least they are united. The Slytherins also showed proud smiles. Although they were a little dissatisfied with the words not even as good as Slytherin, at least they were positive examples in comparison with Gryffindor. And what about those Gryffindors? Some were criticized and angry, some were ashamed, but no one came out to admit their mistakes or defend themselves. This is the Gryffindor known for his courage. In fact, in the original book, they continued to repeat this bad behavior throughout Harry's school life. After listening to Levin's words, the guilt in Harry's and the other three's hearts finally eased a lot, and Hermione didn't blame herself so much either. But the same thing is that their eyes looked at Levin with gratitude. This is a true friend. If they weren't true friends, who would support them in this situation? In fact, neither they nor the other little wizards present have thought clearly that Levin's series of remarks just now were not entirely correct. It is full of rhetoric and subtitled concepts. For example, Levin's part about him and Ravenclaw, if he gets points deducted, Ravenclaw people will still support him. In this passage, Levin cleverly uses a reasonable fact to cover up a wrong reason. If he really gets points deducted, Ravenclaw really won't have anything to say about him. But this is not because Ravenclaw is more united and sensible than Gryffindor, it is because the actual status of Levin and Harry in their respective houses is different. If Harry's reputation level is worship, then Levin's reputation level is awe. People with admired reputation will still be excluded if they do extraordinary things, because everyone is equal. But if a person who is revered by others does anything out of line, others will not dare to say anything. Through his crushing academic ability, the strength he showed when defeating trolls, and the reputation he built in Quidditch, Levin is in this position in Ravenclaw. As for why Levin wants to support Ravenclaw, that is of course to complete the bullying of the bullies. The reason Gryffindors can bully Harry and others is because they are the majority of Gryffindors, and the atmosphere they create is something Harry and others can only passively endure. This is the bullying of the minority by the majority. And if you want to complete the bullying, you must naturally make the bullies a minority. How to turn an entire group of Gryffindors into a minority? Naturally, let the other three houses bully Gryffindor together. Therefore, he would mention himself and support Ravenclaw in order to win over Ravenclaw's power in public opinion. That's why he provoked Slytherin in words, because Slytherin and Gryffindor were the most hostile, and there was no need to win over each other. You can achieve your goal by provoking them 10 times. Finally, why didn't Levin mention Hufflepuff the entire time? Because Hufflepuff follows the crowd most. If others have already reached an agreement, they will most likely choose to go along with it. So, under Levin's guidance, the situation has become that the three houses unanimously look down on Gryffindor for treating one of their own. Of course, the most important thing is, in this process, he brought his ability to charm humans to its limit. And use Psychic Controller to make the effects of magic control spells and mental abilities equivalent to each other, bursting out all the blessings of the mind on abilities. This made his words deafening and convincing to everyone. In this weird atmosphere, many little lions also quietly gave in. The Gryffindors who had insulted Harry and others before ran away after breakfast. Seamus, who had a good relationship with Harry before, apologized to Harry hesitantly, saying that he should not have turned his back on him at the critical moment. Several senior students also bowed and apologized when they passed by them, and then left quickly. In short, with just one word, Levin changed the situation of Harry and others to a great extent. Even though there are still a large part of Gryffindors who still don't want to pay attention to Harry and others, compared to the situation in the original book, they are doing pretty well now. Levin was very satisfied with his speech. On the one hand, he successfully tested the practical effects of psychic abilities and magic control spells. Since he wants to subvert the magic world and raise a floating city in the future, he must learn such political methods in order to gain harvest. More supporters. On the other hand, this practice also gave him more insights into psychic abilities. You successfully used psychic powers and magic control spells to distort the will of others on a large scale without being discovered. You have a deeper understanding of the power of the mind. Your Psion level +1, you understand the mind. Supernatural powers, detect thoughts, memory control, psychic explosion, thought communication. Detection of thoughts, 2-ring magic control spell / psychic power, the caster can listen to other people's superficial thoughts, similar to legilimency. Psychic blast, 3-ring magic control spell / psychic power, shocking the minds of enemies in the cone area ahead. Memory control, 4-ring magic control spell / psychic powers, capable of adding, modifying and deleting target memories. The target must have no resistance, including yourself. Thought communication, 4-ring magic control spell / psychic powers, maintaining mental communication with other creatures. The Psion profession has seen another wave of growth. After reading a series of new spells, Levin suddenly felt that his ability as a psychic to play with people's minds was getting stronger and stronger. Another unexpected surprise is that after this speech, Ravenclaw's eaglets changed their view of Levin. In fact, Levin's performance has been firmly affecting the behavior of the eagles. His excellence is amazing, and his positivity and studiousness are also regarded as a model by many people. However, given Ravenclaw's free and undisciplined ethos, few people would show this emotion, which would make them look different. After all, worshipping and following someone seems very un-Ravenclaw. One of the characteristics of Ravenclaw is freedom, but the previous atmosphere of Ravenclaw made many Kitty Hawk 5.3 people free for freedom's sake, and those who do not show freedom are not gregarious. As a certain fish god said, can freedom still be called freedom when ordered by the god of liberty? Now, Levin's words have broken the atmosphere that Ravenclaw has always had. The original emphasis on the freedom side of Ravenclaw has shifted to the pursuit of knowledge and learning side of Ravenclaw. The eaglets, especially the first-year eaglets, discovered that there were so many people around them who all agreed with Levin's style and concepts, and those who admired him were not alien. So more and more eaglets began to regard Levin as a leader, imitating his studiousness, his living and study habits. Instead of continuing to focus on boring hobbies such as studying egg divination and using dice to decide what to do today. It can be said that in Ravenclaw, especially in the first year, Levin became the uncrowned king. In the entire academy, except for Quidditch star Cyril Lillian and female prefect Penelope Clearwater, no one has a higher influence than him, including the unknown Ravenclaw hero. Long. Chapter 62 Abnormality of Scholar Moonstone. Even with Levin's help, most of the little lions forgave Harry and others. But the punishment from the school will not be reduced. Soon, Harry, the three of them, and Malfoy all received the exact same note. Your confinement starts at 11 tonight. Find Mr. Filch in the foyer. At 11 o'clock at night, Harry, Ronald, and Neville went downstairs to the foyer, where Argus Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts, was already waiting in the foyer. Also staying with him was Malfoy. Filch's punishment for them was to help patrol the Forbidden Forest. This frightened them. That's the Forbidden Forest. It is also a restricted area of Hogwarts. The fourth-floor corridor needs Dumbledore to remind him repeatedly not to go there. The deterrence inherent in the Forbidden Forest does not need to be like that at all. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be dangerous enough for the Forbidden Forest to whisper to the young wizard. The eight-eyed spider that eats people, the centaur that hates wizards, the werewolf that appears on the full moon, all kinds of dangerous dark creatures, magical animals. Just hearing about it makes people scared. Now that they were asked to go there at night, their fear doubled. However, no matter how scared they are, the confinement of the school cannot be changed. So they had to bite the bullet and follow Filch all the way to see Hagrid. They didn't know that there was another person following them in an invisible state at this time. Levin had long wanted to take a stroll in the Forbidden Forest, but he had no acquaintance to guide him. It's not like he could stand guard in front of Hagrid's house every night to see which day he would go to patrol the forest. So I chose to use the confinement of Harry and others in the original work. At this time, Levin was fully armed, all the buffs he could add were filled up, and he was fully prepared. He even did not forget to change his robe into red and yellow. In this case, if something unexpected happens and he is exposed, others will only regard him as a Gryffindor wizard. He has always been very good at framing blame. In the blink of an eye, they saw the gamekeeper waiting for them at the Forbidden Edge. Don't let them take it easy. Filch reminded Hagrid cryptically before leaving. Hagrid frowned when he heard this. I know what to do, I don't need you to teach me. Although Hagrid and Filch have been colleagues for a long time, their personalities are completely different. Hagrid is optimistic by nature and loves little wizards. But as a squib, Filch hated these little guys with spellcasting talents the most. Seeing them would remind him of his life of disbelief. The two people have different views, so naturally they can't talk together. Seeing Filch walking away with the lantern, Hagrid turned to look at the four pitiful little wizards and couldn't help but feel a headache. If it were him, visiting the Forbidden Forest would be like visiting his own back garden. But for the little wizard, the Forbidden Forest is indeed a bit dangerous. After Filch left, Draco Malfoy immediately started acting like a monster. He attempts to use his father's status as school director to threaten Hagrid to avoid entering the Forbidden Forest. But Hagrid, a straight-tempered man, didn't have a good impression of Slytherin, so he retorted on the spot, I tell you, this is what Hogwarts is like. What good will just writing a check do you? You have to do something useful, or you have to get out. If you think your father is willing to let you be expelled, just go back to the castle and pack your bags. Let's go. Hagrid, okay. Even in the eyes of Levin, who has no hatred against Malfoy, Hagrid's curse was a hearty one. It's not that he discriminates against Slytherins, it's just that Malfoy is too mean. Although he is not a treacherous person, his nature is not too bad either. But I just like to use some small means to disgust others, and then feel proud of myself. This kind of naughty kid will have to do it a few times before he gives in. Seeing that Malfoy stopped talking, Hagrid was satisfied. So he separated everyone like those stupid protagonists in horror movies. Malfoy, Neville, and Hagrid's dog-tooth team. Hagrid personally led Harry and Ronald, as well as Levin who came to ride with him. The cold moonlight shines on the path leading to the Forbidden Forest. The dark Forbidden Forest seems to have a big mouth open, trying to swallow up anyone who dares to violate it. Hagrid led them on a winding path that gradually disappeared into the depths of the dark forest, and a breeze blew their hair. Looking from the entrance, the scenery of the dense forest is hazy and unclear, and the strange-shaped branches are like devils with teeth and claws, waiting for the arrival of prey. The moonlight shines through the gaps between the leaves and onto the aperture on the ground. Instead of letting people feel the warmth of the light, it gives people a strange and misty feeling of dizziness. Because he was patrolling the forest, Hagrid didn't walk very fast. As he walked, he observed the surroundings and introduced Harry to the surrounding animals and plants. As a friend, Hagrid still takes good care of them. With Hagrid's help, the two gradually let go of their fear of the Forbidden Forest and began to appreciate this vibrant world. Behind them, Levin, an illegal tourist who used the tour guide, listened to the explanation of the gold medal tour guide Hagrid while collecting precious materials along the way. Grass bugs in the shrubs, jumping toadstool caps under the trees, belladonna, white berries, moonstone, soundless bird feathers. Relying on his strong perception, Levin did not let go of any possible materials nearby. He even collected the blood of unicorns he saw on the road. Unicorn blood contains powerful vitality, but those who drink it will also be fatally cursed. But drinking it directly and using it to make potions are completely different things. Levin followed Hagrid all the way, but after walking for about an hour, he had to say goodbye to several people, deviate from the safe path taken by Hagrid, and go deeper into more dangerous areas. The reason is that Levin discovered a nest of motla rats in the distance. This animal has a sea anemone-shaped tumor on its back, and the juice in it is a very important magical material. After being separated from Hagrid, Levin could only move freely in the Forbidden Forest. Use your senses to look around and find the materials you need. However, Levin soon discovered that the moonstone in his bag was causing trouble again. Even if the dragon skin wallet can completely block its light, the power in the available stone keeps rising and falling, making Levin agitated. What does this thing seem to be foreshadowing? Levin tried going in different directions, and found that when he went in a certain direction, Kishi's power fluctuated the most. Out of curiosity, he walked straight in that direction. The further he walked, the more something was wrong. While walking past a moss-covered tree stump, he saw large drops of silver-blue blood, indicating that the unicorn had been seriously injured. Could this thing be pointing in the direction? After walking around a big tree, Levin heard the sound of horse hooves and looked ahead to see an open space. In the clearing, a silver-white unicorn was confronting a masked wizard wearing a black cloak. Oh no, why did you lead me here? Levin cursed inwardly. With his caution, even if he is confident, with his current strength, he can fight against Quirrell who is possessed by Voldemort. He still had no intention of rashly intervening in Voldemort's attack on the unicorn. On the contrary, his original idea was to follow Hagrid into the depths of the Forbidden Forest via a safe road, and take advantage of the emptiness of the Forbidden Forest to freely collect herbs. In his plan, Voldemort should be a tool. Voldemort, who was wandering in the Forbidden Forest, had already checked out the dangerous creatures nearby for him. And when he causes trouble, he will attract the attention of the entire Forbidden Forest protection force. Both Hagrid himself and the centaurs will come to him for trouble. At that time, you can take advantage of the opportunity to make a big profit. Who would have thought that under the leadership of this unlucky Moonstone, he would be sent directly to help the unicorn fight against Voldemort? The tool man is actually myself? No way. Levin was just about to turn around, while the invisibility technique was still far away from the dispute. Who would have thought that the scarred unicorn would fly towards Levin regardless of its opponent? It's like you can see him invisible. This is also deliberately tempting. Levin's mentality was a bit broken. Thanks to Mr. Changhen Mian for the reward. Chapter 63, he runs away, he chases, he can't fly without wings. The unicorn can't actually see Levin, it's the power of the Moonstone that attracts her. Levin uses animal conversations and whispers to allow her to receive spiritual conversations and then arrange tactics. Unicorn's main attack, Levin's sneak attack. Family members, who knows? I just simply watch others fight. Unexpectedly, one of them immediately ran to me after seeing me. Isn't this just pulling people into trouble? This is how Levin felt when he saw the unicorn running towards him. The unicorn wanted to pull him into the water, but he naturally didn't want to, so he turned around and ran away. And the masked cloaked man who attacked the unicorn, Quirrell, who didn't want to be named, naturally refused to let go of the dish he got, and hurriedly followed him. Now, the three people were chasing each other, and they started a chase in the huge Forbidden Forest. The more Levin ran, the more frightened he became. He has never heard that unicorns have the ability to see through invisibility. But every time he changes direction, the opponent can accurately catch up with him. He really couldn't understand how this was done. Finally, by a creek, Levin stopped running completely. He turned around, raised his wand, and took 3 or 4 more Arden Seal, trap, nearby. He wanted to see how this farce would continue. Less than 5 seconds after he stopped, he heard the sound of horse hooves, and the unicorn found his location accurately again. But when he stood there, waiting for the unicorn to come forward, he found that the unicorn's eyes were distracted and not looking at him. At the same time, he lowered his head and looked left and right, as if looking for something. Is it so confusing that it can't actually see me? Is it just because I have something on me that it always knows where I am? Levin suddenly had a new guess. If there is anything about me that can attract unicorns, it is only. Thinking of this, Levin tried to open his wallet. Then he immediately noticed that the unicorn in front of him had a humane expression of surprise, and then he came forward briskly. Sure enough, Scholar Yushi was responsible for all this. The power and significance of this gem seemed to be greater than he imagined. It seems that this unicorn has to be saved. Thinking of this, Levin silently recited a fireball spell. At this moment, Mr. Quirrell, who did not want to be named, also caught up. He looked at the unicorn in front of him and said fiercely, "Run! You little brat, why don't you run away?" He looked around, then let out a terrifying laugh like a night owl. "Gee, this place has a nice scenery, and it is just right for your burial place." The long hunt made him a little impatient. Seeing the enemy coming, the unicorn also stopped approaching the Moonstone. As if to protect Scholar Moonstone, the unicorn turned around, lowered its head, pointed the horn on its head at the opponent, and rushed forward. So the battle begins again. Although unicorns are docile, they are not weak. Their magic resistance cannot be underestimated. As for strength and courage, the angry unicorn even dared to fight the fire dragon. But Levin knew that the unicorn in front of him wouldn't last long. Quirrell's hunt for it may have lasted all night. During the long struggle, the unicorn had been scarred and its movements were not very flexible, but it still stubbornly resisted Quirrell's threat. Levin saw that the unicorn was taking advantage of its body and charging wildly in the battle, with its long horn touching the left and right, but it could not hide that it was at a disadvantage. This kind of attack seemed like a futile struggle, and Quirrell was still able to stay on it. Another wound after another. However, in Levin's eyes, Quirrell himself is much weaker than before. The power of magic is constantly decreasing. This is the price of drinking unicorn blood. In order to continue his incomplete soul, Voldemort made Quirrell bear most of the curse, which made him suffer terribly. If the unicorn blood hadn't been able to stop Voldemort from sucking Quirrell's life force, there would really be no benefit at all for him to hunt the unicorn. Now that he's determined to help, Levin won't stand still. He held his breath and concentrated, picked a Quirrell to distance himself, and suddenly took a step forward at the right time to cast the stun curse on the unicorn. Psychic Blast. In an instant, Professor Quirrell felt as if a heavy hammer had hit his brain. His entire mind went blank, and the red light that was about to emit from the tip of the wand was suppressed. Even though he was possessed by the Dark Lord and had 2 faces, front and back, and could see and hear in all directions, he could not have expected this invisible blow without any warning. Immediately afterwards, a fireball that had been prepared flew over. The blazing orange-red sphere carried heat waves and hit his chest directly, and then a huge explosion occurred. During explosion 1, Levin seemed to hear a sharp voice that did not belong to Professor Quirrell. When the firelight dissipated, Levin saw Professor Quirrell's still standing body, only his black robe became tattered. It seems that the fireball spell just now did not cause the proper damage. However, Levin did not stop attacking. Regardless of the fact that he had been exposed from the invisible state, he stepped forward again and raised his hand to aim at the opponent. Alder Seal, impact. The sudden shockwave knocked Quirrell away and landed under a tree. Then there was another flash of light, followed by Quirrell's cry of pain. Levin just knocked him into the Arden trap he had set. This was the backup plan he had planned long ago. Quirrell suddenly felt paralyzed, unable to move for a moment, let alone raise his wand to counterattack. At this time, he had already reacted, he had been ambushed. And that person seems to be a Gryffindor student? But there was no time for him to think now. Quirrell, who had already fought with the unicorn for a while, was very weak, and the little wizard in front of him was no ordinary person, the fireball just now. If it weren't for Voldemort's power, he would have stopped cooking on the spot. But now he has fallen into a trap again, and has lost the ability to resist for a while. Seeing the little wizard raising his wand again, if he didn't run away now, when would he wait? Then Levin saw that the black-robed wizard in front of him turned into a ball of black mist and quickly fled into the distance. Ghost. A few seconds later, another scream came from not far away. It turned out to be Hagrid, Harry, and Ronald who encountered the fleeing Quirrell. Ronald mistook Quirrell for his ghost. Quirrell, who was running away, also saw Harry and immediately floated towards Harry. Harry, Ronald, you go first. Hagrid bravely stopped in front of them. Harry, who was protected, had no strength to escape. A sharp pain penetrated Harry's head. This was a feeling he had never felt before, as if his scar was suddenly on fire. Micrometeor. Levin, who followed closely behind him, launched an attack in time. A gleaming marvelous sphere shot towards Quirrell like a discharged bullet. It originally thought that its black mist state could make it immune to physical attacks, but it didn't take it seriously. Unexpectedly, when the sphere penetrated its atomized body, Quirrell felt a sharp pain. At the same time, on the path that the sphere passed, the surrounding black mist disappeared one after another, and the volume of the entire black mist was reduced by less than half. This is the brilliance of the three-ring god-slaying spell, no matter who you are, you will suffer its real damage. Seeing that this terrifying Gryffindor could harm himself in the black mist state, Quirrell did not dare to stay any longer and fled as far away as possible. Chapter 64 Unicorn and Druid. After confirming that Hagrid and the other three were safe and sound, Levin turned back to check on the unicorn. When Levin returned to the unicorn, the beautiful animal seemed to be in a very bad state, it didn't even have the strength to run after Scholar Moonstone anymore, and could only lie on the ground groaning in pain. But when Levin approached, the other person showed a happy expression. Is this Scholar Moonstone so attractive? It looks like it was sucked. Levin pointed at the unicorn's wound with his wand. Healing as before. This is the most basic healing spell. Over the past half semester, Levin has learned almost all the magic spells below level 3 that he can come into contact with, and the healing curse is no exception. However, after he cast the spell, the unicorn's wound only stopped bleeding slightly and had no healing effect. You know, after he learned this spell, he tried it himself, and it worked immediately every time. Why couldn't it work on the unicorn? Levin did not believe in evil and tried several times, but each time he only made the wound recover a little. But within a minute, the wound would burst open again. Until detection magic gave him the answer. At the wound, Levin saw a strong smell of curse. Certain black magic can indeed make wounds difficult to heal. A typical example is the Shen Feng Wu Ying invented by Snape. Levin was a little helpless at this time. He tried taking an uplifting potion from the aura spell and feeding it to the unicorn, but it still had little effect. Suddenly, he discovered that the unicorn also had a wound on its nose, but now it disappeared. How is this going? He looked at the unicorn, who was lying meekly next to Levin, keeping his head close to the wallet at his waist. Could it be the effect of Scholar Moonstone? Levin took out the moonstone and tried to place it near the most obvious wound on the unicorn's thigh. Then he discovered that as the moonstone got closer, the curse on the wound began to gradually fade, and was eventually completely dispelled, and the wound also showed signs of recovery. He used the healing spell on the wound again. This time the effect was much more obvious, and the silver blue blood finally stopped flowing out. It turns out this thing has the power to dispel curses. So, in the next period of time, he used the power of the moonstone to dispel the curse and heal all the wounds on the unicorn. Soon, the unicorn's life would be fine, and it would be back to its original state as long as it rested for a period of time. You watched Scholar Moonstone expel the black magic curse, and you understood the spell Remove Curse. Relocation Curse, a 3-ring protection spell that instantly removes all curses on an item or creature. You understand the healing power of Moonstone, you understand the technique of using the power of nature to restore life, you understand the mage's rejuvenation technique. Rejuvenation, using the power of nature for treatment. Rejuvenation? Isn't this a druid's spell? Levin was immediately surprised. All this time, he has been exposed to the magic spells of the magical world, and what he has learned is related to magic-consuming spells. Who would have thought that he would learn the spells of a druid here? Although both are spells, there are essential differences between spells. The wizard controls magic power, while the druid spells use, BDDF, the power of nature, not a system. Sure enough, the power within this scholar's moonstone is closely related to nature. No wonder it reacted to the forbidden forest, no wonder it took me to find the injured unicorn, no wonder the unicorn kept staring at the moonstone. Levin gradually understood everything. He remembered the wizard's research on unicorns in the world of Harry Potter. Unicorns are beautiful animals that can be found in the forests of northern Europe. Adult unicorns are silvery white, and when young they are golden. The horn, blood, and hair of the unicorn all have strong magical effects. The horn has the effect of detoxifying, the tail hair can be used to make a wand, and its blood can extend life. Its personality is very different from its docile appearance, and it can fight fire dragons. It generally avoids contact with humans, is probably more willing to let witches than wizards approach it, and runs very quickly, making it very difficult to capture. But in other magical worlds, unicorns are not only magical creatures, but also have symbolic meaning. Unicorns are synonymous with kindness and purity, and are the guardians of nature. In worlds with gods, unicorns serve the gods of nature and the forest, who are the lords and protectors of the forest. In short, unicorns are creatures closely related to the forces of nature. According to research by wizards in the Harry Potter world, the magic used by magical creatures is different from the magic used by wizards. As for the difference, whether each magical creature has unique magic power, or whether there is another power system between magical creatures, they did not discuss it further. But Levin can now be clear. In this world, besides magic, there is at least one other power system. That's the force of nature. This power exists widely in nature and in magical creatures related to nature. If this result is published in a book, it will definitely cause a sensation in the entire wizarding world. But this is something Levin will consider in the future. All he wanted to do at the moment was to stroke the unicorn in front of him. I can't help it, the little guy is so cute. From the appearance, the unicorn in front of me should not be fully mature. Its head and body are still a little juvenile, and the mane on its back is still mixed with gold. Although the unicorn's hair looks a little messy due to the previous battle, the silver hair that is completely free of color and as smooth as brocade is really attractive, coupled with the graceful appearance of a horse and the watery big head eyes. Even Levin, who doesn't keep pets very much, wants to touch them. Facing Levin's tentatively extended hand, the unicorn was quite enthusiastic and took the initiative to hand over his head. What about the promised unicorns that repel wizards? But Levin was very happy. The little guy could indeed become a unicorn, and it was worth his efforts to save it. So Levin simply put its head in his arms and slapped it. Hey, stop rubbing, my mane is messed up. Halfway through the process, Levin suddenly heard a childish female voice in his arms. It was broken, and then he remembered that he could talk to animals. Well, you can talk. Levin let go of the unicorn's head and said sheepishly. Of course, what unicorn can't speak? The little guy rolled his eyes humanely, then tilted his head and looked at Levin with a strange look. Mr. Druid, how could you say that? What about the language of unicorns? The expression of its tilted head once again struck Levin. Resisting Rua's desire to give it a try, Levin explained, this is the function of magic. In fact, I can communicate with almost any magical creature, as long as they can communicate. This sentence is true. Although Levin has animal conversation, the quality of the conversation depends entirely on the intelligence of the animal. Similar to ordinary kittens and puppies, as well as Levin's eagle owl Hermione, talking to them is like communicating with a 3 or 4-year-old child. If it is a toad, a mouse, or even a creature with lower intelligence, then communication is limited to the simplest and most basic emotions. When encountering a unicorn, a creature with the intelligence of an adult, it is natural that it can speak normally. So that's it. Magic is really amazing. You are worthy of being a druid. The unicorn nodded as if he understood, and then happily raised his head on Levin's chest, just in time. Since I can talk to Lord Druid, I want to say to you face to face, thank you, Lord Druid, for saving me. Master Druid is really smart. He laid out the trap early in the morning, then led the bad guy here and defeated him in one fell swoop. Master Druid is so amazing. Wow, thank you so much. He is such a frank kid. But it is a pity that the druid you admire was not luring the enemy, but running away. The trap was only hastily arranged. In the end, the fight with the Dark Lord was a last resort, and he did not take the initiative to help you. But facing this watery, shining innocent look, Levin really couldn't bear to live up to her expectations. So he nodded, it's okay little guy, this is what I should do. Then, he asked strangely, it's you, little guy. I'm obviously a wizard, why do you call me a druid? Do you know what a druid is? What else can a druid be? A druid is a druid. The unicorn looked at Levin with a confused look on his face. My parents told me that the person who represents nature is the druid. Moonstone chose you, and you are the spokesperson of nature, so you are the druid. It seems that they haven't seen the druid either. It's no wonder, this is the world of wizards after all. Druidry and other things have disappeared thousands of years ago, but judging from the scholar moonstone left by the ancient Celts, there might have been some a real druid, and the moonstone is the druid's artifact or something. In this way, after the Saxons landed in England, they ruled the Celts and eliminated the druids. Could it be that the wizards consciously exterminated the druids behind this? After all, they are all spellcasters, so they are extremely jealous of each other. Levin felt that he might have accidentally guessed the truth. However, this kind of historical issue has nothing to do with him now. The key is the issue of the moonstone and the power of the druid. Since the moonstone possesses the power of nature and is a sacred object of the druid, is it possible for him to master the power of the druid? Updated 5/4, additional update 11/18. Chapter 65 Unicorn's Gift. Levin thought. Since the other party mentioned her parents and said that her parents told her about the druid, most likely her parents knew something. So Levin smiled at the unicorn, little guy, since your injury has healed, let me take you home. It just so happens that I have some questions that I want to ask your parents for advice. Okay, the little unicorn stood up happily and led the way, then please invite Master Druid to go home with me. But Master Druid can't see my father. Mom, because they have been killed by bad guys. Actually killed by Voldemort? Looking at the sad eyes of the little unicorn, Sir Wen couldn't help but feel a burst of resentment. He was indeed a heinous guy, and he couldn't bear to kill such a beautiful creature. He touched the unicorn's head lovingly. I'm sorry, little guy. My condolences. It's okay, Lord Druid. The little unicorn shook his head, his eyes brightening. My parents left a group of younger brothers and sisters to accompany me, and I will raise them well. What a kind little guy. Levin patted her neck and said, please show me your brothers and sisters. By the way, don't talk like a druid. It sounds strange. You should call me by my name, Levin Green. I can also call you by your name, so that we can be friends. Well, Mr. Levin and I are friends. The little guy snorted happily, and then said, but I don't have a name. Why? Levin asked curiously. Because I am not an adult. Only adult unicorns can be given names by their parents. The little unicorn thought for a while and suddenly said, since I have to raise my younger siblings, I should be an adult. Now that I am an adult, I should have a name. Can Levin give me a name? Name? Me? Levin suddenly felt strange. He thought for a while and finally found a suitable word in his memory. Then I'll call you Luru. Lari is the name of a certain unicorn god in Otherworld. She is not only the queen of the unicorns, but also the queen of all sentient beasts. She is also the ally and mount of the forest god. Levin felt that he was very destined to the little guy in front of him, so he gave her this name. Not only did he hope that she would be strong, but he also hoped that she could become a wedge between him and the creatures in the Forbidden Forest. You know, unicorns have a very high status in the forest. People who are recognized by the unicorn are usually welcomed by the entire forest. And since Levin possesses the Scholar Moonstone and is called Lord Druid by the unicorn, it makes sense for him to make a cameo appearance as the god of the forest. Okay. I will call Larry from now on, thank you Master Levin. The unicorn immediately recognized the name and jumped up and down beside Levin like a joy. Suddenly, she came close to Levin, rubbed his chest and said, Mr. Levin, this place is a bit far from my home. Do you want to ride on me and I will take you there? After hearing her words, Levin suddenly felt a little moved. Riding a unicorn is a treatment that only the purest and most beautiful girls can have. But on the surface, he still shook his head and refused, let's forget it, Larry. We are friends. It would be very rude to ride on a friend. Is that so? Larry tilted his head, a little confused, but that's your wizard's rule. We unicorns don't care about this. Seeing that Levin didn't understand, she continued. It's normal for unicorns to carry guys smaller than us on their backs. When I'm basking in the sun, birds often land on my back, and I don't say anything. If Lord Levin were older than me, I would not agree to carry you. It turns out that in your heart, Zionio and I are on the same level. Levin somewhat understands that morals and rules are indeed different for different species. There are things that humans find insulting, but unicorns see as natural. What's more, Lari, the unicorn god, is an ally of the forest god, but that doesn't prevent her from being a mount. In this case, Levin stopped pretending. He grabbed Larry's shoulders, jumped slightly, and sat on her back smoothly. Master Levin, grab my mane, sit still, let's go. After saying that, Lari stepped forward and walked towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Riding on the back of the unicorn, Levin hugged her neck and felt the wind blowing on his cheeks, feeling inexplicably like a galloping horse. Maybe this is the romance of men. Even though Levin had already tried true top speed on the Quidditch field. But the feeling of riding Lari through the Forbidden Forest still made his heart beat. The two crossed a narrow stream, passed through the forest and reached a shallow lake beach. The lake is surrounded by tall fir trees, with lush grass on the beach and various fireflies flying around the water. The water at the beach is very shallow, at most it can only cover Larry's knees. And in the shallow water area, a small island in the lake suddenly arched up. There are green plants growing on the island, and some of the trees are connected to each other to form an arch, which looks particularly dreamy. This is Larry's home. Levin jumped off Larry's back and followed her through the water toward the island in the lake. Halfway there, Levin noticed that a foal's head suddenly appeared from behind the arch, but with an additional horn. Then the second one. The third. Unexpectedly, there were 5 little unicorns hidden behind this arch. Seemingly seeing the arrival of the stranger, the little unicorns retracted their heads and hid. Sorry, Master Levin, these little guys may be a little shy. Larry said helplessly, can you stay here first? Let me go and have a few words with them. Of course, Larry, you're welcome. So Levin returned to the lake and asked Larry to return a unicorn to the island. These little guys who had not yet molted were still golden. When they saw their sister coming back, they jumped out from behind the arch lively. Levin saw from a distance that Larry and them rubbed each other, and then he didn't know what they said. Immediately afterwards, the little unicorns returned to their nests one after another, and then ran towards Kwen happily. Larry followed them. Levin saw that they were holding bunches of red or blue things in their mouths, which looked like berries. They blinked their big, moist, and shiny eyes and flexibly moved around Levin, shaking their heads and trying to place the berries on the ground in front of him. No, Larry's voice sounded at the right time, wizards are different from us, they don't like things falling on the ground. So Levin reached out his hand. The little unicorn placed the berries into his hand one after another. Larry stepped forward, raised his head towards the berries, and said in a slightly proud tone, "This is a gift from the little guys to the guests. They just picked it and it is very moist." Levin put the berries into his mouth in a dignified manner and commented, "It's sweet and delicious, plump and juicy. Well, it's indeed a great fruit. Thank you, little guys. Please give me flowers." Of course, there are elements of exaggeration in this. These berries do taste good, but they are wild varieties after all, and are still slightly sour compared to real artificially cultivated berries. But the little unicorn's thoughts are more important, aren't they? Next, Levin started playing with the little unicorns in the lair. The little ones also like this little wizard who is full of nature. So Levin gained the power to mess with them however he wanted. Looking at the fluffy ponies surrounding him, Levin began to understand the joy of keeping pets for many people. Before leaving, Larry took him to a corner of the lair. There was a hole formed by a dry tree stump, and in the hole Levin saw a treasure that would drive any master of potions and alchemy crazy. 7 or 8 broken unicorn horns, with an average length of 20 centimeters, a large bundle of unicorn tail hair and gold and silver unicorn fluff almost filling the entire stump. "I heard from my parents that you humans like these things very much, so we will deliberately collect these fallen horns and hairs and occasionally leave a strand of them to the forest rangers here to express our gratitude," Larry said seriously. "Because Lord Levin is a wizard, these things should be useful to Lord Levin. Master Levin has saved my life and is a friend, so Master Levin can take anything here if necessary." Really, really. Looking at the tree stumps full of materials in front of him, Levin was really moved. If these things were sold, they would probably fetch tens of thousands of galleons at least. The value of these complete unicorn horns alone is immeasurable. Perhaps these unicorns are not familiar with the world and do not understand the value of these things. However, Levin was not too greedy. He just took away a unicorn, a small bundle of tail feathers, and a large handful of down. Under Larry's doubtful gaze, he smiled and said, "You also said that we are friends, so what's the difference between leaving these things here with you and leaving them with me? If I need it, I can come directly. It's up to you, you won't refuse my visit, right?" "Of course," Larry said happily, "Master Levin can come anytime." In addition to Larry, the little unicorns also had parting gifts, which were still berries and mushrooms. One little guy even bit into a handful of the most tender and juicy grass and spit it into Levin's hand, making him dumbfounded. Finally, when Levin left the unicorn lair, he looked a little slovenly. The clothes were all wrinkled and covered with grass blades and dirt. They looked like Pomona Sprout, the professor of herbal medicine. Larry drove Levin along like this. Levin pulled at Hermione as she carried him to the creek where he had fought Voldemort. "Be careful, someone is coming." The unicorn stopped. Soon, the sound of other horses' hooves came from afar. Compared with the sound of Larry's hooves, this sound was much thicker. The person who came was much taller than Larry. He had 4 hooves, a pale golden horse body from the waist down, and a handsome male figure from the upper body, with surprisingly blue eyes and sparkling platinum hair. "It looks very handsome. He's a horseman." The picture shows the unicorn lair, referencing the legacy of Hogwarts. Update 6/4, additional update, 12/19 shrimp. Chapter 66 Invitation from the Centaur. This unicorn. The centaur looked surprised when he saw Larry on Levin's crotch. "Is it okay now?" "I'm fine, Mr. Centaur, Master Levin saved me," Larry replied. However, in the ears of the horseman, these words were just a cough. However, he could probably sense what the other party meant, so he looked at Lai. "So, you saved the unicorn, right, little pony?" "Fool? Me?" Levin was a little speechless at being called centaurs, but he still nodded. "Yes, Mr. Centaur, when I was visiting the Forbidden Forest before, I encountered a man in black robe attacking Larry, so." He told the other party the general situation. Although Hagrid is called the gamekeeper, he is not actually the full force in managing the Forbidden Forest. The Centaurs tribe in the Forbidden Forest is also one of the defenders of the Forbidden Forest. 440 is something that Hogwarts principals of all generations have known for a long time. For such a friendly person, Levin was always polite. "Larry, is that the name you gave her?" The centaur looked at the unicorn, then at Levin on her back, and nodded seriously. "It seems that Larry agrees with you very much and likes you. If it were an ordinary male wizard, she would not let them ride it at all." Levin also smiled. "Yes, I am very grateful for this friendship." Horse people appreciate Levin's attitude very much. "Sure enough, you are a unique little pony. It seems I have found the right person." As he spoke, he bowed to Levin and said seriously, "My name is Forenza, and I am guided by the stars, so I appear here. According to the instructions of the stars, there is something important to our destiny here." It turns out he is the Forenza. Levin suddenly realized. Forenza is a handsome centaur who is friendly to wizards. In the original book, he even temporarily served as the new divination professor after Trelawney, the divination professor, was driven away, and was loved by many girls. Of course, he also paid a price for this and was ostracized by his tribe. He did not return to the tribe until the finale. All in all, he is a trustworthy guy. "Destiny, do you mean Harry Potter?" Levin was a little confused. "Harry should be taken out of the Forbidden Forest by Hagrid now." "No." Forenza shook his head. "That foal has his own destiny, and the destiny associated with the centaur is right in front of me." "You mean, me?" After hearing this, Levin was quite surprised. When did he get involved with centaurs again? At this moment, the sound of horse hooves was heard in the distance. The other two centaurs rushed out of the bushes, their flanks heaving violently and beads of sweat dripping from their faces. Forenza, what are you doing here? One of them asked loudly from a distance. Now shouldn't you be searching for that dangerous wizard and protecting the remaining unicorn? Disaster has been driven away, hope has been preserved. Forenza said in a sleepy tone. The stars have changed a long time ago, and the person I came here to find is the man of destiny. At this time, the two new horses saw Levin and Larry. Oh, a human foal riding a unicorn. The voice of the centaur who spoke suddenly dropped by 30 decibels, but he was still a little unconvinced. So, is this the person you call the destined person? You can take a closer look, Bane. Forenza said softly. Laurie was rescued, and her destiny has changed. We centaurs will get clearer instructions and get closer to our destiny. Laurie is the name given to unicorn by the man of destiny. Seeing the two centaurs looking at him curiously, Levin nodded to them again. Hello, gentlemen centaurs, I am Levin Green, from Ravenclaw. Hello, Mr. Levin Green, my name is Ronan. Another centaur stepped forward and said in a melancholy voice. To be able to get the unicorn, I mean Larry's love, you must be a very kind and reliable wizard. Sure enough, having a unicorn as an endorsement is different. Levin feels that as long as he can ride a unicorn in front of these forest races, 9 out of 10 people will believe that he is a good person. It was indeed the right choice to save Larry. Ronan paused and sighed again, but to be honest, you don't look older than My Little Pony. Ronan, how come you believe Feyreund's lies so easily? Bane angrily trampled the ground with his hooves, expressing his dissent. We are centaurs and we must never defy the will of the stars, even if the fate of the unicorn changes. Bane, Forenza is right, you need to observe the sky again. Mars is indeed very bright tonight, but the brightness of Jupiter has begun to exceed that of Mars. Ronan insisted. Yes, Bane, anger will only keep you away from your destiny. I firmly believe that I see the hope of our centaurs, the destiny of the centaurs, and the destiny of the Forbidden Forest will be changed. Forenza also added loudly. After speaking, he turned to Wen. Please forgive my presumption, Levin, I am convinced that you are the one destined to change the fate of the centaurs, so I would like to invite you to the centaurs tribe as a guest. Forenza said, actually bending its two front legs and heading towards Levin saluted. This scene surprised Ronan next to him. Although he believed in Forenza, he did not expect that the other party could do this. And Bane looked even angrier. Bend your knees to humans, Forenza, you are a disgrace to the centaurs. I will tell the chief about this, just wait and see. It seems that there are many factions in the centaurs tribe, and this Bane is a radical of horse nationalism. The radical left angrily. Forenza and Ronan were left looking at each other. Then, Ronan looked at Levin. Little Pony, you have heard Forenza's invitation, and this is what I mean. What do you think? Levin touched Larry's ear. What about you? Will you accompany me? Don't touch that, it's itchy. Larry snorted in dissatisfaction, and then said naturally. Of course I will go. Wherever you want to go, I will go. I will follow you 0.7 until I send you outside the Forbidden Forest. The two centaurs watched with interest as Levin spoke to Larry in the language of unicorns. After receiving Larry's affirmative reply, Levin was relieved. Now Larry is almost equivalent to his honor roll and talisman. With Larry here, Levin believes that the centaurs won't do anything to him. In this case, why not go and have a look? Of course, I would be happy to visit the centaurs tribe. Levin raised his head and said to the two centaurs. As long as you don't reveal my whereabouts to Headmaster Dumbledore. Don't worry, Little Pony, we won't do it. When Levin agreed, Forenza's tone was very pleasant. Our agreement with Hogwarts is limited to guarding the Forbidden Forest, and your laws cannot control centaurs. Then, please come with me. So Levin rode Larry and followed the two centaurs towards the direction of the centaurs tribe. Chapter 67 Starry Sky Guessing Game. Led by two centaurs, Levin passed through a grassy hillside and came to a wide valley. In front of the valley, Ronan and Forenza stopped. Forenza suddenly whistled a few times, and the surrounding bushes shook. Several centaurs of various shapes appeared one after another. Bane was among them. Their sudden appearance made Levin startled. This way of greeting him is quite as beautiful as a hand with 3,000 swords and axes jumping out from behind the screen and chopping him into dumpling fillings. But there are no 3,000 horsemen here, and they don't use swords or axes. I saw the horsemen separated in twos, bent their front legs, lowered their proud heads, and bent their waists, as if saluting to the superior. A particularly majestic and strong horseman walked out with powerful steps. He had golden red hair and a beard, and looked quite handsome. However, below the waist, he had a brown-red shiny horse body, and he dragged a long tail behind him. Long red tail. Levin looked at him and nodded. It seemed that there were many handsome men among the centaurs. No wonder Forenza in the future could charm so many little witches. It's just that he didn't see the mare, and he didn't know how good the mare man is. When Forenza and Ronan saw the centaur, they immediately bent their forelimbs, lowered their heads and touched their chests with their left hands in a centaur salute. The golden red-haired centaur nodded to Forenza in response. Then, Forenza took a few steps forward, came to him, and whispered to him. The centaur leader then looked at Levin. Welcome, Mr. Levin Green. I am Marjorie, the leader of the centaurs. The stars have told us that we are destined to meet again. Marjorie's voice is sonorous, powerful, and mellow, and very contagious. Forenza told how you unicorns do things, it's an honor to meet you. Marjorie's words were very friendly, but Levin couldn't help but frown. In fact, the centaurs have never liked to get involved in wizarding things. They are very good at magic healing, divination, archery and astronomy. They are full of fighting power, but they like to stay in a corner and live a solitary life. The centaurs are a proud race. In fact, they are unwilling to contact wizards for this reason. They believe that wizards' laws are too arrogant, they think they are superior, and they classify other species indiscriminately. Because they did not want to share the identity of human with creatures such as hags and vampires, they actively requested the Ministry of Magic to classify them into the category of beasts. His pride is evident. The Ministry of Magic's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures still maintains a Centaur Liaison Office, but no centaurs actually use it. In fact, being sent to the Centaur Liaison Office has become an inside joke in the department, meaning that the person in question is about to be fired. But now, the leaders of these arrogant centaurs who were unwilling to be driven by humans actually treated him with such courtesy. When you are polite, you must ask for something from others. Maybe ordinary horse people will be kind and honest, but as a clan leader, they will never be stupid and sweet. So instead of being flattered, Levin was wary. So he took the initiative to get off his horse, saluted the other party, and said directly, "Dear leader of the centaurs, is there anything I can do for you?" He didn't want to play starry sky guessing games with each other anymore. Bane, who was standing behind Marjorie, snorted dissatisfiedly when he heard this, and stepped heavily on the ground twice with his thick front hooves, as if he wanted to say something. But Marjorie turned around and pressed his palms, and he became quiet. It seems that the leader Marjorie is very prestigious. Marjorie said frankly, "We do need your help. You saved the unicorn, you called her Laurie, right? After that, we found that the stars actually changed. According to the stars, with your guidance, we believe that you have the power to change the fate of our centaurs. Although it is a bit unexpected, we do need your help. The power to change the fate of horse people, why is it this rhetoric?" After being commented like this so many times by the centaurs, Levin himself almost believed this nonsense. Can I change the fate of the centaurs? How come I don't know about this? Could it be that you are up to something again? Levin lowered his head and glanced at his small bag. After arriving near the centaur tribe, the power inside was indeed much stronger. Perhaps the centaur's divination is very accurate, but with all due respect, I don't know what power I have that can help the centaurs. Levin pretended to be confused. He hesitated for a long time even to help Laurie, let alone the centaur. He was still a little cautious when encountering such unknown things. "I'm sorry, Mr. Green. Although we centaurs can use the stars to clear away some clouds of the future, we don't know much about the details." Marjorie said with a wry smile, "However, I can confirm that in the prophecy, as long as the man of destiny arrives at the centaur's tribe, everything will fall into place. Therefore, why don't you go to the centaur's tribe with me, can we entertain you well? If you want to have some late-night snacks, we will be happy to oblige, and then you can leave at any time, what do you think? Go to the centaur's tribe to stay for a while, have some midnight snacks and then leave?" Levin thought about it and realized that this didn't seem too scary. He looked at Larry again, and the little guy took the hem of his clothes in his mouth, indicating that he wanted to join him. Marjorie also saw her actions and said boldly, "Of course, our unicorn friends can come too." Levin thought for a moment and nodded. "Then please, distinguished guest." With that said, Marjorie raised the premise and ordered the other centaurs to start preparations. At this time, Levin had been active all night. After fighting with Voldemort, he ran around in the Forbidden Forest, from the unicorn nest to the centaur's tribe. Even though he rode on Larry's back for most of the trip, he was indeed a little hungry and thirsty. Berries alone won't fill your stomach. Therefore, he was not polite and looked forward to what the horse-style dishes would be like. It couldn't possibly be worse than Dayan cuisine. As the team progressed, the centaurs took Levin along the tributary river leading to the Black Lake. After passing through the thorn bushes in the valley, Levin's eyes lit up. Ahead is the hinterland of the valley. The land is relatively open and flat, and the horse tribe is located in it. In 303, a circle of wooden fences and walls are dotted with circles of conical tents. Most of the tents are made of wood and animal skins, with one or two stone houses in the middle. These are the homes of the centaurs. These tents and houses are decorated with various colorful patterns, decorated with feathers, flowers, vines, and other decorations, which look quite original and beautiful. Levin could see that several ponies were running and playing happily among them, while some adult centaurs were staring at him, an outsider with only 2 legs, with curiosity and wariness in their eyes, until Marjorie stepped forward, then they left separately. Only those little ponies are not as steady and alert as the adult centaurs around them. Even if someone comes, they are still running and playing happily. A few of them even came forward out of curiosity after seeing Larry. It wasn't until they noticed Levin that they began to run back screaming, hiding behind the adult centaur and looking at him secretly. And Levin's eyes were constantly looking at the surrounding centaurs and observing their lifestyle. Doctors and centaurs are both arrogant races, and their understanding of each other is superficial. They rarely intend to study centaurs in depth, just like wizards lack in-depth understanding of werewolves. Therefore, everything seen at this time is quite mysterious to Levin, making people want to find out. Therefore, the lives of these centaurs are shrouded in mystery, and their lifestyle is very attractive to wizards like Levin. Chapter 68 Stone Formation, see the stone formation again. Levin's banquet didn't start so soon. Before that, Forenza took Levin to wander around the centaur's tribe. The The centaurs in the tribe are each doing the work at hand. But when they saw Levin, whether he was weaving fabrics or drying herbs, even the centaurs who were about to go out turned their attention to the boy. Whether in his past life or in this life, Levin has always seen only male centaurs. But in the tribe, he finally met some female centaurs he had never seen before. According to Levin's observation, the living conditions of these centaurs are similar to those of relatively primitive tribes. Men are responsible for hunting, defending their homes, and patrolling their territories, while women are responsible for the relatively safer work of gathering, handicrafts, and food processing. This also made Levin understand why he rarely saw female centaurs. The work in the Forbidden Forest was all done by male centaurs, and female centaurs naturally did not need to show up. As the name suggests, the upper body of a female centaur is naturally the image of a human female. Overall, compared with male centaurs, their bodies look more slender and delicate, but this does not prevent them from having muscle lines full of wild beauty, which is much stronger than that of human women. Female centaurs usually have long hair, which is the same color as their body hair. They like to braid their hair and tail hair into interesting braids, which are also equipped with hairpins and bells. Wizard-style jewelry, in short, in terms of aesthetics, they are very different from human women. The only thing that surprised Levin was that these female centaurs would also wrap their upper bodies with clothes, which was not in line with the traditional wizarding view that centaurs don't wear clothes. But this is reasonable. Since horse people have similar aesthetics to humans, they will naturally have a similar sense of shame. In fact, if the horse people didn't wear clothes or anything, they would have been old people for a long time. No matter how proud and closed-minded the horse people are, they are an intelligent race after all, and they will inevitably interact with humans. And if there is communication, they will influence each other. As a smaller group with a weaker culture, the horse people will be more or less affected by human society. The wizard jewelry of female centaurs is a typical example. Although most male centaurs are naked, they will not refuse a feather, a belt, a cloak, etc. Levin could even see that some of the centaur guards were wearing armor. As a guide, Ferenza explained to Levin in a timely manner, our ancestors, as well as many conservative centaurs tribes in Europe, believe that wearing armor is a cowardly act, but if it can reduce the casualties of centaurs, then armor is a useful artificial weapon. At least, when fighting against eight-eyed spiders, these armors can resist the harm caused by their fangs. Actually, many ponies have secretly made friends with some of the little wizards in your school. Your wizard's accessories are very attractive to young ponies. Ronan also added in a timely manner. Speaking of this, Bane was a little unhappy. If the guys who did this were hunting boys, then I would definitely ask them to take it down. In the Forbidden Forest, those clanking things will reveal our location. They just chatted and strolled forward, passing through the scattered tents and arriving at the center of the tribe. It was a spacious open space with the largest tent standing in it. This tent is decorated with the most complicated pictures, and there are always two centaurs patrolling around it. Levin estimated that this tent either belonged to the tribal leader or was an important gathering place for the entire tribe. In front of the tent, there stood a huge stone array. The stones in it were at least 1 meter high. The stones in the stone array seem to be randomly distributed. If you look closely, you will find that these stones form approximately 4 to 5 concentric circles. These concentric circles all take the tallest stone as the center, firmly guarding it in the center. Each stone here is painted with different stone carvings, and the stone carvings on the central stone are particularly complex. Can I come over there and have a look? Levin points to the stone circle. This is the totem of our centaurs tribe, our place of worship, and our place for stargazing. Ferenza introduced Levin. But you are a man of destiny and a distinguished guest of the centaurs tribe, so you can visit at will. Thank you very much. Levin thanked him. I won't mess around. After saying that, he patted Lari's neck again, indicating to the unicorn to wait for him outside, and then walked into the stone formation alone. But he didn't come in here out of curiosity. Levin didn't even look at the stones with different textures around him. Walk straight towards the center of the stone formation. As early as when he approached the stone formation, Levin felt the violent reaction of Scholar Yushi. After arriving at the centaur tribe, it began to react violently. As Levin approaches the formation, the moonstone's energy flickers turn into high-frequency pulses. Levin extremely doubts that the stone formations in the centaur's tribe, like the stone formations in the Moonstone Garden, are the remnants of Druidism during the reign of the Celtic ancestors. At least related to Druidism. There are many stone formations on the British Isles, and the most famous one is of course Stonehenge, also known as Salisbury Stone Circle. They are almost all products of the Celtic ancestors era. Levin suspects that the so-called Stonehenge is actually a Druid ritual site. It is even very possible that the birth of the race of centaurs is itself a product of Druidism or the power of nature. There is certainly a reason for Levin to think so. He still remembered that in the library of Hogwarts there was a diagram of the golden section anatomy of a centaur modeled on Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvian Man. Judging from that anatomy diagram, the body of the centaur is quite abnormal. They not only have the chest cavity of the human body, but also retain the abdominal cavity of the horse body. At the middle connection, there is a thick layer of supporting diaphragm to divide it. Compared with humans, horse people have longer lungs and a more bloated digestive system. It even retains 12 pairs of human ribs, 18 pairs of horse ribs, and 2 large hearts. This kind of biological structure can never be the product of natural evolution, but can only be shaped by the day after tomorrow. Considering that there is no god in the world of Harry Potter, and considering the habits of centaurs, it can only be the function of the force of nature. This is also supported by Otherworld. For example, in Jaina's hometown, in the world of Warcraft, the centaurs are the sons of the forest demigod Cenarius and the descendants of an earth elemental princess. It is a combination of the power of nature and the element of earth. Their half-man, half-horse appearance is derived from their father's half-man, half-deer appearance. Being half-human and half-deer is a typical characteristic of natural divinity. The human half represents intelligence and the animal half represents natural wildness. Maybe the centaurs in this world are the creations of the Druid religion. Wang Qian is good? The culture of the Kanma people also has a deep connection with Druidism. The three major specialties of the horse people are herbal medicine, astrology, and hunting. Levin doesn't understand the Druidism of this world. But as far as he understood, the power of Druids is usually divided into two main areas, the earth, which represents plants and vitality, earth society, and the moon, which represents the stars, moon, and wildness, moon society, which is in line with the expertise of the centaurs. They are closely related, and no one believes them if they are not related. However, the above are just Levin's conjectures. But today, he seems to have a chance to prove all this. When Levin stood in front of the central boulder, he immediately discovered that there was an obvious semicircular pit in the center of the stone. The size is exactly the same as the Scholar Moonstone in my hand. Is there such a coincidence in the world? At least Levin doesn't believe this. Looking at the dent in front of me, and thinking about the moonstone in the bag, Levin took it out by mistake and stuffed it into the dent. The next moment, the situation suddenly changes. Chapter 69 Druid Heritage. The moment the Scholar Moonstone was stuffed into the dent, it burst into silver blue light. With the moonstone as the center, the lines on the boulder that had been dormant for thousands of years awakened one after another, shining with silver blue light, and quickly spread throughout the entire boulder. Then came the inner ring of stones guarding the boulder. After that comes the outer ring. In less than 5 seconds, the entire stone array sparkled and buzzed. Such a huge reaction attracted the attention of the entire centaurs tribe here. That little wizard, what did he do to our sacred objects? Ben shouted angrily and rushed towards the stone formation, trying to catch Levin, but was blocked by an invisible barrier. Ronan was also very uneasy. The melancholy centaur paced back and forth, both hoping that this was a sign of fate and fearing what terrible consequences all this would lead to. Most horse people are like them, curious, worried and afraid of all this. Only Forenza and Larry were calm. The little unicorn stared intently at the stone formation, looking at Levin with his belly standing in the formation, his eyes shining. As expected of Lord Druid, he can actually induce such a powerful force of nature. He is indeed the one chosen by nature, the little guy said happily. Forenza whispered to comfort his companions, don't worry, everyone, this is not an accident. This is what the stars tell us the moment when the centaurs change their destiny. The man of destiny is revealing the future to us. Forenza is right. At this time, a deep voice sounded, calming the uneasiness of the centaurs. It was Margaret who arrived. 890 The centaur leader looked at Levin in the stone formation from afar, with a ethereal voice, the stars revealed to us the trajectory of the future, and we chose to actively embrace it. At this time, the centaur's oath is also the choice of the horse people. The horse people chose to invite the son of destiny into the tribe, so they should embrace the changes he brings. His words silenced all the worried centaurs, and even the most irritated Bane stopped making trouble. In the stone formation at this time, Levin could feel that the moment the scholar's moonstone was embedded in the boulder, it was integrated with the entire stone formation. A huge ceremony has begun. However, he could feel that this ceremony was grand and exquisite, not a destructive spell, and Tian had no intention of organizing it. As the main stone formations were all activated, the power of the ceremony reached directly into the stars. Then, a ray of silver blue moonlight descended from Levin's head and shone on him. That moment, he seemed to be bathing in a hot spring. The pores all over the body are dilating. At the same time, a large amount of information poured into his mind. You feel the inheritance from ancient Druidism entering your mind. You refer to the Druid profession in Otherworld and understand the power of Druid. You gain the Druid profession, your Druid profession level +5, you gain the expertise Earth Society, Moon Society, and you gain the corresponding Druid basic spells. You will learn new spells as you level up. You gain the Druid ability Wild Form. You have understood the principle of the permanent elixir. You have noticed the connection between the permanent elixir and the Druid wilderness ceremony. You have a sudden inspiration and changed the formula of the permanent elixir. You can slightly change the permanent elixir. For the formula, you can replace the wilderness ritual potion with a permanent elixir, allowing you to perform wilderness rituals regardless of level, and your wilderness form is changed to the creature corresponding to the elixir formula. Earth Association, as a member of the association, you will learn more natural spells. Moon Society, you will be protected by the stars and the moon, and the power of the wilderness will exist in your bloodline. Wild Form, you can gain the ability to transform into a certain creature through wilderness rituals. Gain 1 transformation at level 1, and you can choose 1 more transformation every 4 levels. Wow! Feeling the inheritance he just received and his new understanding, Levin finally understood everything. He looked at the dim stone formation and the only shining scholar's moonstone among the boulders, and was filled with emotion. No wonder this thing is called the Scholar Moonstone. I thought there was some extended meaning in it, but it turns out it's the literal meaning. This is the key to liberating the Druid's knowledge. The natural power of the hanging is just a side effect. But to what extent were these Celtic ancestors forced by the Saxons and wizards? They had to make such a big deal and use star ritual spells to store the Druid heritage in the power of the stars and moon. But the effect is really good. Unless the wizard knows the turtle-style Qigong and can knock down the moon, this inheritance will never be cut off. But the negative effects are also very obvious. Only the scholar's moonstone can open the inheritance. If the moonstone is lost, it will directly mean that the inheritance is lost. Recalling the inheritance information he just received, Levin couldn't help but sigh. Although I still don't understand the relationship between centaurs and Druidism, I at least understand that there are elements of Druidism in modern magic. With this inheritance, Levin realized that this Druidism was not exactly the same as the Druids, he imagined. In essence, Druidry in the world of Harry Potter is also a kind of wizard. It's just that they clicked the skill tree wrongly, and instead of fully embracing their own talents, they went to study nature. This caused them to lose ground in the face of orthodox wizards, and finally ended their inheritance. But in the process of studying natural forces, they still made many achievements, and many of them have been passed down to this day. The most typical one is the Animagus. This was originally a ritual from the Druid religion. After the wizards destroyed the Druid religion, the wizards absorbed the essence of the Druid religion and incorporated it into their own system, including Animagus transformation. In addition, wizards also absorbed a lot of the achievements of Druidism in terms of potions, herbalism, and divination. In short, although the Druids in the Harry Potter world can also control the power of nature, they are far inferior to the Druids in other world. Others can enlighten tree people and summon thorns and vines anywhere. And they can only cultivate a few bowtruckles and a few biting cabbages, and throw them out during battle. Others can turn into a bear, a leopard, or a crow at will. And they can only transform into a designated animal through a series of complex rituals. Others can summon moonfire and make stars fall. And they can only trigger the power of the stars and moon through complex rituals and formations. Without his own understanding, this inheritance would be quite useless to Levin. But now that this inheritance has been completely transformed, everything is different. His current Druid profession is from Otherworld, a complete Druid. Moreover, Levin also changed the formula of the permanent potion as a blessing in disguise. Under the new formula, the main material representing the corresponding attribute can be replaced by other materials with the same symbolic meaning. For example, Eternal Ox Power Elixir originally required the blood of the ream cow, but now the blood of the buffalo is not impossible. Of course, Levin didn't intend to do this. Because the permanent potion at this time has a further function, that is, it is a potion used in wilderness rituals. Druid can perform a wilderness ritual every 4 levels to obtain a wilderness form by absorbing the blood of the corresponding creature. This ability is equivalent to having one more Animagus form every 4 levels, which is very unbelievable. But if the permanent attribute potion in the ritual can ignore the level restriction. In other words, Levin does not need level 20 to obtain 6 transformations. And each transformed creature corresponds to the source of the main material in the permanent potion. If he uses the permanent cow power elixir made from the blood of ream cow, then he will not only have a permanent strength +5, but he can also transform into a ream cow. This is a transformed magical creature. Can Animagus do it? But here's the key. Since the source of the main material is the transformed creature, this means that Levin can choose some magical creatures that are special or powerful enough as the objects of transformation. A person can drink 6 kinds of attribute potions and obtain 6 kinds of transformations. He needs to study this carefully. However, now is not the time to think about this matter. Levin turned around and looked. Outside the stone formation, Marjorie and Larry had already stepped forward. There are also centaurs who are surrounding the stone formation and dare not take a step beyond the barrier. They looked at Levin curiously, wanting to know what they had just discovered. Chapter 70 Ancient Oath. Excuse me, Mr. Marjorie. Before they could speak, Levin took the initiative and said. I accidentally made a big noise just now and disturbed you. I'm really sorry. Although he didn't say it explicitly, it seemed as if he had deliberately planned the big scene just now, which made Marjorie look at him with a little more attention. What the hell, Mr. Green, we centaurs are still too short-sighted to understand your abilities. At this time, Marjorie's face was full of smiles, her old face smiled like an old chrysanthemum, and she was 3 points more careful than 10 minutes ago. But this is the holy land of us centaurs after all. If there is such a commotion, it will be difficult to explain to everyone if we don't know the reason. So can you please tell us what happened just now? Okay, after all, I am using your holy land. Levin nodded, and then said in an indifferent tone. I just borrowed your stone formation and received some new Druid heritage. He said this as if he was already a Druid before and would do this in the Centaur's tribe just casually. It was obviously the Centaur's stone circle that allowed him to start the Druid profession. Now, in Marjorie's ears, it was just a coincidence, and the usefulness of the stone circle was completely covered up. How did Marjorie know the twists and turns in this? As soon as he heard the word Druid, his eyes lit up. You mean, you are a Druid? Of course, otherwise how could Larry trust me so much? Levin said, patting Larry's head, and the unicorn lowered his head knowingly and leaned on his shoulder. Perhaps fearing that Marjorie wouldn't believe it, Levin waved his hand forward. Plants grow. Marjorie immediately saw that the weeds on the grass in front of him were growing crazily. The weeds that originally could only reach his hooves suddenly grew taller than his knees. This is really the power of the legendary Druid. The wizard may be able to use the expansion spell to make a single melon and fruit huge, but he cannot create such a natural growth effect. There is no room for disbelief if there are facts to prove it. So the centaur leader bent his forelimbs towards Levin, lowered his head and put his left hand on his chest to perform a centaur salute, just like Forenza had done to him. Dear Lord Druid, we centaurs follow the ancient contract and would rather gather under your circle to serve the balance of nature. Please have mercy on us and provide natural guidance for our tribe. Levin was shocked when Marjorie saluted him in such a solemn way. But no one among the centaurs behind him was surprised by this. Instead, they imitated Marjorie and saluted Levin one by one. Even Bane, who cared most about the dignity of the centaurs, did not dare to object. Instead, he looked at Levin with a pious look. This scene of all the horses bowing down made Levin's vanity satisfied. But he soon suppressed his complacency, hurriedly stepped forward to help Marjorie, and said humbly. Leader Marjorie, you are serious, you are serious. I am just a half-hearted druid who has become a monk. I have no ability to guide the centaurs tribe. Besides, the era of druids has long passed. Talking about service is too much. I really regard the centaurs as friends. If you treat me like this, you are not trying to hurt me. Good or bad words persuaded the writers. Does Levin not know the benefits of conquering the centaurs? No. No. He knew very well what it meant to conquer the centaurs. Conquering the centaurs means that he can control the entire Forbidden Forest, and it also means that he will have a force of his own. But he knows very well that now he has no ability and no need to do so. He is incompetent because he knows very well that any cooperation is essentially a match based on strength. If he wants to truly conquer the centaurs tribe, he needs to have the power to make the centaurs tribe fear him. But relying solely on his current LV6 wizard, LV4 Psion, and LV5 druid power cannot accomplish this. Any attempt to drive the centaurs tribe by relying on an illusory ancient contract will sooner or later be counterattacked. After all, this ancient contract is not a slave contract. It is better to be a favor here and say a few nice words to improve the relationship with the horse people. When my own hard power increases in the future, this illusory ancient oath will become unbreakable. The reason why I say it's unnecessary is that Levin doesn't need the violent attributes of centaurs yet, and he doesn't need to fight with others. As for controlling the Forbidden Forest, relying on the friendship of unicorns and centaurs, he can definitely do this now. No need to go further. In short, under Levin's persuasion, Marjorie didn't mention what happened just now. But he revealed the so-called ancient contract to him. It was the heyday of Druidism. The Druids who mastered the power of nature signed an alliance with the vast number of intelligent creatures who possessed the power of nature. Request Flowers 0. The specific content is that Druids have the obligation to help these natural people when necessary and guide them. Of course, without violating the natural balance. And when the balance of nature is destroyed, they also need to follow the oath, obey the Druids' orders, and fight for nature. Since then, Druids have become the recognized leaders of intelligent creatures like them. Things about Druids and oaths are also passed down among them from generation to generation. So there is still such a thing. Levin nodded. He basically believed in this oath. Otherwise, how could the Druid religion disappear completely? After all, I am destroying Druids, what does it have to do with your natural balance? 0. So until the Druid religion became extinct, these intelligent creatures did not intervene. Just kidding. The reason why Levin believed it was actually because Larry called him Lord Druid. From this point of view, this legend is not a one-sided statement of the centaurs, at least the unicorn also recognized it. But since this is true, it leads to another troublesome matter. Druids have an obligation to help these people of nature when necessary and to guide them. Levin knows that regardless of the previous so-called child of destiny, it's still the great gift the centaurs gave just now, and the emphasis on this ancient oath. All for this matter. That is, help and guidance from the Druids. Frankly speaking, Levin did awaken the power of the Druid with the help of the centaur's stone circle. It is only right to help people and horses. But he usually still has a lot of things to do of his own. How can I have the spare time to come to the centaur's tribe every day and contribute to them? But if he wants to maintain a good relationship between horses and people, he must do this. You can't just go whoring for free. Levin thought about it and noticed. I don't think so, Mr. Marjorie. How about I train a druid of your own for the centaur's tribe? Update 5/4, additional update, 13/201. It's not easy to put a new book on the shelves. Please give me a wave of automatic subscriptions and a wave of monthly flower tickets for reviews and rewards. If you have tickets, please give them to me as the author. This is really important to me. Chapter 71 Daisy the Centaur. Levin's suggestion to train druids for the centaur's tribe is not a whimsical idea. The Scholar Moonstone in his hand was originally the key to the druid inheritance. After inheritance and enlightenment, Levin himself became a druid. Naturally, he can also control the Scholar's Moonstone at will and pass on the druid's power to others in the same way. Of course, Levin does not intend to inherit the half-baked druids of the Harry Potter world. Not only can that kind of druid not be able to use the power of nature perfectly, but only wizards can work part-time, which is really low level. If he wants to teach, he must teach a true messenger of nature, a druid. In this way, the centaurs tribe themselves can have the guidance of druids at any time. You don't need to trouble him, but you also have to accept his affection. It can be said that it kills two birds with one stone. Really? You really want to raise a druid for the centaurs? After hearing what the little wizard said, Marjorie was immediately overjoyed. Is there such a good thing in the world? Originally, he only expected that the other party, as a druid, could occasionally help the centaurs with a little help and solve some things that were very troublesome for the centaurs but easy for the druids. For example, you can use neutralizing toxins to get rid of illnesses and toxins that horse people cannot solve. For example, use plant growth to catalyze the growth of important herbs. For example, use natural purification to solve some difficult curses. For example, you can use the eye of observation of the sky to help predict celestial phenomena. For example, use dominate animals to help tame some reliable beasts, etc. The above tasks are all things that horse people cannot do due to their abilities. If there are druids who can lend a little helping hand, the development of the centaur's tribe will immediately reach a higher level. In fact, there are many 970 more specific and daily tasks, such as overcoming obstacles, cutting mountains, and shaping rocks, breeding and taming animals. Marjorie wanted to ask Levin, but that was just too whimsical, and the other person was not a centaur. Why should you help him? But having your own druid is different. If the druid's spells can penetrate more deeply into the daily life of the centaur's tribe, then the development of the tribe will not only rise by 2 levels. In the epics handed down by the centaurs, this kind of thing had never happened before. No creature other than a human has ever had the abilities of a druid. This is of course, after all, the half-baked druid profession in this world is essentially based on the power of wizards. The centaurs do not have the magic power of wizards, so they naturally cannot learn this trick. If Levin can really do it, he will not be an ordinary child of destiny, but a super good person, worthy of being sung by centaurs in epic poems. In short, in Marjorie's eyes, Levin's reputation has risen from respect to worship. So, he immediately bowed again and said, if Master Levin can really cultivate a son of oak for the centaur's tribe, then my entire tribe will be driven by you alone, and there will be no problem. The oak tree has a special status in druidism, so the sons of the oak tree are often called druids. Levin waved his hand, I'm exaggerating, I'm just doing this for my own convenience, not as good as you think. Without waiting for the other party to continue to flatter him, Levin said directly, of course, it is not easy to become a druid. You need to meet certain conditions. What should we do? Marjorie asked. How about this? Next, please bring all the young centaurs in the tribe to me one by one. I will choose the most suitable one and teach him the power of druid. No problem, Lord Levin, I'll let them come over now. Good things happened, and Marjorie couldn't wait to make arrangements, hoping to have her own druid right away. Under his personal command, the entire tribe of centaurs, all the younger generation of centaurs, all the foals, and even the newborn babies passed in front of Levin. The whole process was like an interview. Levin sat at the table, holding a moonstone, surrounded by floating notebooks and automatic pens. Every time a person came, Levin asked him to touch the moonstone, record his name, age, health, and other basic information, and then asked him a few questions, similar to Muggle psychology test questions, to understand the other person's general personality. There was a pen beside him. Record the data quickly. Then it's the next one's turn. Because the information to be collected is very detailed. Even if the entire tribe of centaurs has a population of less than 100, the number of centaurs who come to line up is only 20 or 30. It also took Levin about an hour to interview everyone. This serious gesture made all the horses nod their heads. Comrade Levin is a real person. Is Mr. Levin really serious? If Levin himself heard this, he would probably laugh out loud. In fact, if you just choose a druid apprentice, you don't need to bother at all. All Levin needs to do is cast an identify spell to find the one with the highest wisdom attribute. Then use the moonstone to test the natural adaptability. Only 2 conditions can be used to filter out centaurs who can become druids. The basic information and personality questionnaire recorded by Levin actually had another purpose. In fact, when Marjorie asked Levin for help from the druid, Levin already had a position on the centaur's tribe in front of him. A partner in the short term and a subordinate force in the long term. The reason why such a complicated questionnaire is required is not as Levin and Marjorie said, only centaurs with suitable personalities can become druids. Maybe real druids have such requirements, but Levin personally inherits it, so there won't be so many taboos. Levin's real intention is to legally conduct research on his future partners and the younger generation of his subordinate forces, so that he can find a fulcrum to intervene in the centaur's tribe at any time in the future. And, most importantly, choose a druid apprentice with the most suitable personality. After flipping through the notebook, Quoin had the result. The person who is eligible to receive the druid inheritance is Daisy. Levin announced in front of the centaurs, and then shouted to the crowd of centaurs. Come on, Daisy, come to me. Soon, a green half-horse emerged from the crowd of horses, and she was a female. She is roughly equivalent to a human being around 15 or 16 years old. She has a beautiful face, rose-red pupils, and slightly ripe papaya, which is looming under her breasts. But the most attractive thing is her hair color. It is undeniable that most female centaurs like human dress, and will also learn to wear accessories and braid their hair like human women. But no female centaur is as radical as Daisy. She didn't have any braids, but this young centaur got hair dye from some little wizard, and creatively dyed her hair and tail hair into rainbow colors. If you put this color scheme on ordinary people, they will probably be regarded as a killer. But it looks surprisingly good on her. When Daisy stood in front of Levin, the centaurs made unexpected noises. How could it be Daisy? Daisy? Just her? That rebellious girl? How can a centaur dye his hair like that be a son of the oak tree? Even Daisy herself was surprised. Mr. Green. Do you really want to choose me as your druid apprentice? Certainly. The surrounding centaurs were even more skeptical. Objection, object, Daisy is not worthy to be a child of the oak tree. Sir, son of oak, must you have made a mistake? Sir, son of oak, how about we test it again? Listening to the speeches of her compatriots, Daisy's eyes were filled with sadness and lack of confidence. Even Marjorie couldn't help but run to Levin. Mr. Levin, it's not that I doubt you, but can Daisy really become a child of the oak tree? I mean, are you mistaken? And Daisy herself also said. Did you really pronounce the name correctly? I mean, there are obviously many centaurs who are more suitable than me. Halfway through her words, she was interrupted by Yewin. I know best who is more suitable to become a druid. In my heart, whether it is talent or character, you, Daisy, are the best candidate to become a druid. I firmly believe this. But if you don't believe in yourself, you can also choose to give up your spot, and I'll just choose someone else. Daisy looked down at Levin. From the boy's eyes, she could feel the trust, recognition, and subtle disappointment. She was almost denying herself, but suddenly she began to hate her cowardice and self-doubt. Why can't I just believe in myself again like I did when I chose to dye my hair rainbow colors? Last time, I was isolated and helpless in the tribe. But this time, someone believed in me. She suddenly really didn't want to see the boy in front of her disappointed. So she raised her head and said firmly, No, I believe in myself. I want to become a druid. Great. Then come with me. Levin showed a satisfied smile, grabbed her hand, and led her towards the stone formation. The other centaurs could only watch them go away with complex expressions such as envy and disappointment. Thank you. On the way to the center of the stone circle, Daisy whispered. What do you want to thank me for? Levin asked doubtfully. I want to thank you for choosing me and believing in me. Daisy looked at the wizard with burning eyes. That's because you are most suitable to become a druid. Levin waved his hand. But, I still appreciate your trust. Daisy shook her head and said solemnly, This is really important to me. Then, she told Levin about her past. Perhaps she had held it in for too long, and she said a lot in one breath. Before that, no one could do this to me. I don't like gathering, sewing, or twirling or dressing up. I want to run, I want to participate in hunting, I want to do something, can't I? It's about the centaurs, but no one in the tribe supports me. They all laughed at me, accusing me of breaking horse people's traditions and being a bad pack fool. Once, I thought, since they accused me so, I would go with their wishes and go a little further, so I used the herbs I secretly collected to exchange them with the little wizard in the castle for a few bottles of hair dye, and then I focused on my hair and tail. No wonder her hair and tail are like rainbows, I thought they were dyed on purpose. After that, more centaurs accused me of ostracizing me, but I didn't care about them. I liked the way they got angry when they saw my hair. However, even so, I still can't do what I want to do. I can only follow other horsewomen and do those annoying jobs, until you choose me. Speaking of this, she felt moved by Levin. So, thank you, Mr. Green. It's all over, Daisy. Levin patted her shoulder, which was the highest point he could reach her, and comforted her, become Drew. You are a big shot in the tribe, enough to control your own destiny. You can choose to hunt with male centaurs at will, you can also run around on the grassland as you like, and you can even do some things that centaurs can't do. Yet. After hearing Levin's words, Daisy's eyes were filled with sparkling eyes. She had been waiting for this day for too long. Finally, before granting you the power of a druid, I want to tell you in advance that there are some rules and precautions for becoming a druid. I know, Mr. Green, I will definitely abide by the rules when the time comes. I will remember to dye my hair and tail back. Before Levin could finish speaking, Daisy took the initiative. She knew very well that since Levin helped her break away from the traditional shackles of the Centaur's tribe, she would naturally have to abide by the other party's requirements and rules. No matter how many and strict the other party's requirements are, it is still much better than the repressive days in the Centaur's tribe. However, after hearing her flattering words, Levin was stunned for a while, and then shook his head in confusion. Sorry, Daisy, you misunderstood. What I want to say is not the rules you imagined. I just want to tell you that the most basic taboo of becoming a druid is to love nature and don't do anything that disrupts the balance of nature at will. 2.2 Otherwise, you may be killed by yourself. However, as a centaur, I believe you will not do that, right? In addition, considering your spirit and acceptance level, I will not teach you all the druid skills at once. You can only learn the most basic parts at the beginning. But I will come to test you frequently. Only if your mastery of druid power reaches the standard, will I teach you the advanced power emperor. I realized that the other party's so-called rules were not the constraints I thought, and I judged a gentleman with a villain's heart. Daisy felt guilty and sad. I'm sorry, Mr. Green, I misunderstood. Haha, it's okay Daisy, I can understand your fear. Levin patted her shoulder again in an age-inappropriate manner and said comfortingly. Don't worry Daisy, I don't have so many rules here, so many things you can't do and things you can't do. My only request is that you can study this power well and become a master as soon as possible. Grow up. I know, Mr. Green, I won't let you down. Daisy patted her chest hard and assured. Yeah, that's good. Levin nodded and turned to the boulder. Before stuffing the moonstone into the dent, he suddenly turned back and said. By the way, Daisy, you will find out later that the druid spells also have the spell to change your hair color. So, you don't have to worry about your hair and tail losing color in the future. Color. The rainbow color looks pretty good on you. After hearing this, Daisy's eyes filled with tears instantly. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But the moonlight of inheritance has already fallen on her. Pictured is Daisy. Chapter 72 Deliberate or Accidental. Marjorie looked at the ring in front of her. Daisy, the newly promoted centaur druid apprentice, finally completed the inheritance ceremony. He watched her excitedly try the druid spell, causing a patch of weeds to grow wildly under Bane's feet like a prank, entangled his ankles, and then laughed proudly. He looked at the centaurs around him. Their eyes looked at Daisy with envy, jealousy, and awe, and the rejection they felt 10 minutes ago had completely disappeared. Marjorie couldn't help but sigh. It's really a troublesome choice. Marjorie had a headache when she thought that it was Daisy who became the child of the oak tree. Mr. Levin chose no one to be his druid apprentice, so why did he choose her? This child can be called the most rebellious centaur in the tribe. He is unwilling to do the work of female centaurs and insists on doing the work of male centaurs. He even dyed his hair in rainbow colors. Naturally, he is ostracized among horse people who value tradition. Who would have thought that she didn't care at all? She still went her own way, and was the most difficult person to manage in the entire tribe. As a result, this most difficult to control centaur became a druid apprentice. Marjorie knew very well that becoming a druid apprentice meant that Daisy suddenly became an important force in the tribe and was no longer the rebellious kid she was before. In addition, she is almost equivalent to Levin's disciple. The combination of these two identities meant that he had lost his ability to govern the other party. It would be better if she was obedient before. It's a pity that she is just disobedient. When she thought about the possible troubles that might arise in her future cooperation with the other party, Marjorie became confused. Why is she the most suitable to be a druid? Did Levin do it on purpose or accidentally? Of course, as the leader of the centaurs, Marjorie, although more intelligent than the average centaurs, is generally more simple than humans. I didn't think in this direction. But if Levin actually heard the question, he will answer proudly. I was careless on purpose. Yes, he just accidentally chose Daisy. In fact, as a race that has lived in the wild for a long time and is good at stargazing, the horse people have many individuals with natural talents and high perception. Although Daisy has a perception of 18 points and a constitution of 15 points, she is very rare among centaurs. But there are not many centaurs whose attributes are comparable to hers. Levin chose her precisely because her personality was emphasized in the test. She is flamboyant, rebellious, confident, optimistic, and enthusiastic, and is the member of the horse people who least cares about tribal traditions. That's why Levin chose her. Only those who are rebellious enough and don't care enough about the rules will be willing to fight against the original tribal leaders. What's even better is that Daisy is not just a rebellious character, she has already rebelled against the tribal rules and fallen out with the entire tribe. So I have to choose her. You know, one person against the whole world sounds cool, but in fact, people who really do it are very painful and desperate inside. Imagine that everyone around you hates you, rejects you, and doesn't understand you. No one can share your happiness, and no one can comfort you in your sorrow. All your emotions, good or bad, must be laughed at by yourself. No matter how optimistic and confident such people are, they will inevitably fall into loneliness and despair. Being optimistic and confident can only make her last longer. If at this time, someone could descend from the sky wearing colorful auspicious clouds and save her, then this person will become her unparalleled hero. And the best thing is that the background of Daisy's character is loyalty. So in this case, who will gain her loyalty? After becoming a druid apprentice, Daisy suddenly became a member of the privileged class of the tribe, enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the leader. In this case, all the rebellious behaviors Daisy had done before were rationalized and no longer existed. The previous disgust, rejection, and incomprehension from the same race will disappear and be transformed into love, acceptance, and recognition. In this case, the confidence, optimism, and enthusiasm in Daisy's character can be brought out, which will allow her to gain a large number of fans in the tribe. Wait until then. In fact, when Levin agreed to train druids for the Centaurs tribe, he had a rough plan in mind. In fact, it's not just the Centaurs tribe in the Forbidden Forest. Levin has decided that if he encounters other centaur tribes or similar intelligent biological communities in the future, he is willing to train their own druids for them. Of course, Levin is not a bad person. He has his own calculations in this. This can be seen from why he chose Daisy. He did not choose to teach the other party the complete druid heritage in one go, but taught him level by level based on the other person's abilities. He told Daisy before that this was due to her mental receptivity. Levin wasn't lying about this, but he wasn't telling the whole story either. In fact, this is also a means of control. In this way, although the Centaurs tribe has druids, but the druid naturally became his person. After all, he alone controls the complete inheritance of the other world druid in the entire world. Daisy, and more druids who may be taught in the future. If they want to take a step further in the way of nature, they can only turn to him as their mentor. And years of teaching can produce more lasting friendships than a one-time deal. On the other hand, just like the analysis of Daisy just now, whether it's Daisy or other future druid apprentices, after they became druids, they became the strongest spellcasters in the tribe. Everyone in the tribe will ask for their help. In this way, they will naturally have a lot of prestige in the tribe, and may even surpass the original leader of the tribe. Levin can indirectly control these tribes through his druid apprentices. This is Levin's conspiracy to control the Forbidden Forest Centaur tribe and more magical creatures in the future. Some people may think that Levin is overly calculating in this way and it seems not good. But in fact, Levin doesn't feel guilty at all. Whether he wants to control or seize power. At least, he provided druids for the Centaurs tribe. How much a druid can make a tribe prosperous. This alone is a great kindness, isn't it? After confirming that Daisy indeed had the druidic power to change the tribe, the entire Centaurs tribe rejoiced. The banquet of the Centaurs tribe also started at the right time. The centaurs set up firewood in the open space. Daisy Chu used the fire technique to light the bonfire. She caused another burst of cheers when she did this, to announce the start of the banquet. Under the warm greetings of the centaurs, Levin sat at the main seat, where a soft leather was prepared for him. The leader of the centaurs, Marjorie, sat beside him, presiding over the banquet. On his other side is the unicorn Larry and his new student, Daisy. Other centaurs were sitting in other places. Almost all of these centaurs were male, and there were only a few female centaurs at the entire banquet, including Daisy. This is my first time sitting here at a banquet. Levin could hear Daisy say excitedly. At this time, some female centaurs began to enter the tent one after another carrying food. As a civilized tribe, most of the food of the horse people is cooked food, such as roasted venison on leaves, salads mixed with fruits and wild vegetables, wheat cakes with spices and cheese, etc. Even Lara was served berries and young grass alone. It was almost until the food and wine were served that the remaining female horses sat down one after another. Levin tried these horse people delicacies. Compared with Hogwarts French and Italian and Dian's locally adapted cuisine, the centaur's cuisine is much more rugged. The meat must be large, the bread must be large, and the seasoning must be flavorful. But at least, their sense of taste is the same as that of humans. All in all, except for the fact that the dish was too large to be plated, Levin still enjoyed his meal. But where do the raw materials for these cheeses come from? I don't think they have any large-scale animal husbandry. This was Levin's only doubt about the meal. When he was a little full, a water bag was suddenly thrown over him. Levin turned around and saw Daisy. She was holding another water bag and looking at him happily. I'd like to toast you, Teacher Levin, the girl said enthusiastically, thank you for choosing me and changing my destiny. Levin opened the water bag and smelled it. The smell of fermented fruit and honey came out. It turned out that this was not a drink, but wine. Daisy noticed something strange about Levin and explained, this is wine made by the centaurs themselves. The alcohol content is not high, so feel free to drink it. Obviously, the horse people do not have a rule against minors drinking. After looking at Daisy's enthusiastic eyes, Levin nodded and took a sip, causing the centaurs around him to cheer. Soon, other centaurs became restless, couples hugged each other, young men invited the girls they liked, and pairs of centaurs danced happily around the bonfire. The underage ponies gathered around the table, stuffing delicious food into their mouths while watching their brothers and sisters dance. Although the horseman has 4 legs, he can still dance cheerfully. At this time, Daisy actually came to Levin and curtsied to him. Although she used a horse's leg, it was very standard. I learned this from a little wizard before. Daisy extended her hand to him enthusiastically, so, Mr. Levin, can I invite you to dance with me? Honored. Levin nodded, stood up, and took Daisy's hand. Although the height difference between the two is not small, with the agility provided by Cat's elegance, the boy can still cope with this slightly difficult coordination and dance steps. The two danced happily. Daisy was dripping with sweat, her face was a little red, and she looked particularly attractive. Looking at the teacher who was younger than her, Daisy felt more and more cute as she looked at it. Coupled with everything that happened today, she finally couldn't help but step forward and kiss him. The party will eventually end. After drinking and eating, Levin said goodbye to the enthusiastic centaurs and rushed back to the castle before dawn. He came riding a unicorn, escorted by Ronan and Ferenza. Of course it was the same team when we left, but there was one more Daisy. The enthusiastic student insisted on sending his teacher to the edge of the forbidden forest. Daisy, Daisy, I regret accepting you. Riding on Larry's back, Levin wiped his cheeks and complained softly. If I had known this, I should have taught you how to respect your teacher before granting you power. Hey, I'm sorry, little teacher. Daisy smiled and looked very lively. She has always been like this after receiving the inheritance, who made the little teacher's ball so cute that I can't bear it. I can't help but kiss you a few more times. It's enough to describe me as cute. Levin curled his lips bitterly. But Daisy knew very well that her little teacher. Not really angry. However, Larry couldn't help but kicked her to the side with her crotch. Larry, don't do this, Levin advised. I don't know why, but after he and Daisy finished dancing, Larry's attitude towards Daisy has always been very wrong. Is this, fighting for a favor? As if aware of Levin's emotions, Daisy comforted her, don't worry, little teacher, I will master the ability of animal conversation soon and get along well with Miss Larry. Then it's up to you. Levin nodded. Looking at the black lake in front of him, he stopped Larry and jumped off her back. We have reached the edge of the forbidden forest. We will send you here. You should go back quickly. Goodbye, son of the oak. Jupiter is always high above your head. 17. Ronan and Ferenza waved goodbye. When it was Daisy's turn, the girl actually came up to him again, left a water stain on his left face, and then gave him a hug. Be sure to remember to come back often to check on my learning progress. All right, definitely. Finally, there's Larry. After Levin hugged her neck, Larry suddenly stretched out her head and gently bit his right cheek, leaving a saliva mark. What's going on with each of these? Saying goodbye to the unicorn and centaur, Levin ran towards the castle in the early morning light. Chapter 73. Go and invite Buddha. Levin. Despite Larry and Daisy's earnest expectations. After Levin returned to Hogwarts, he did not return to the Forbidden Forest to visit them frequently. Because in less than half a month, the final exam will begin. Test is the teacher's magic weapon, and points are the lifeblood of students. As the exam day comes with the arrival of summer, the little wizards have become dull and confused, and they can't figure out whether it is the sun or the test paper. The written part of the exam was a headache. The teacher gave them new quills specially used for the exam, all of which had spells to prevent cheating. The experience of scrambling for every last bit of homework in the library is certainly a daunting experience. But what's even more sad than that is being in the examination room and trying so hard to get the last inch of the test paper. This time I'm not allowed to read. But when the little wizards see the practical exam, they will understand that the written exam is not a mercy. The exam in charms was to tap dance a pineapple across a desk. This test is relatively simple, and most young wizards can do it. But Levin almost overturned the car. He thoughtfully gave the pineapple hands, feet, and dancing shoes, and then controlled it to dance. The dance moves were almost all learned from some MMDs. Those moves would burn up if you were not careful, even though it was just a pineapple. But almost didn't notice the nosebleeds on the little wizard who was watching. Only halfway through the dance, Professor Flitwick said with a black line on his face, "Full marks, Mr. Levin Green. You dance well, don't dance next time." So he was kicked out of the examination room. The exam question in the Transfiguration class was very simple, but somewhat difficult, turning a mouse into a snuff box. The more exquisite the box, the higher the score. If there are still rat whiskers or tails on the box, points will be deducted. Freshmen only learn 2 things throughout the year. Turn dead things into dead things, and turn living things into dead things. For Levin, turning a mouse into a snuff box was easy. But it is not easy to make a snuff box exquisite. This has nothing to do with Levin's transfiguration skills, it's simply that he has rarely seen a snuff box. So he had no choice but to use whatever he wanted, like a snuff box or something. It was just a small box, so Levin turned the grey mouse into a black wooden box with dragons and phoenixes carved on the edge. Some golden textures are added, and a square indent appears on the front of the small box, which can be used to inlay a nameplate or photo inside. When he handed the small box to Professor McGonagall, she was very satisfied. After all, this was a transfiguration class, not a design class. Just looking at this small box, she always felt strange. Zhang Qiu, who was passing by the classroom, almost laughed when he saw Levin's results. There are actually some who use the urn to deal with the professor. The urn box conjured by Levin is already very good, because most of the things conjured by little wizards are terrible. Ronald's snuff box retained its tail, Neville's snuff box retained its ears, and Seamus's snuff box was only medium rare. Transfiguration is indeed the most difficult course, and the number of people in the entire grade who can complete it perfectly can be counted on 2 hands. It was difficult for the students to get high scores in these 2 games, but it was almost devastating when taking the potions exam. During the exam, Snape would wander around the examination room, spreading cold air everywhere. Wherever he passed, the little wizard seemed to be cursed. His heart was heavy and he couldn't think of anything happy. He turned into a humanoid Dementor. Under his influence, many people performed abnormally, especially the Gryffindors, and almost everyone except Hermione fell over. The question of the exam is for getting potion, but many young wizards seem to have drunk the results of the exam in advance, and the various mistakes and omissions are frightening. For the potions test, Levin still took the potion test in hand. The whole process took about an hour, and it only took him 40 minutes to prepare it successfully, and he received another excellent result. The rest of the exam is even easier. The exam in the herbal medicine class was about dealing with fresh herbs. Levin mischievously cast some druid spells on his own fresh herbs. As a result, Professor Sprout almost dropped his jaw when he checked his fresh juice. This kind of pure fresh juice is still did she train it? The flying class exam is the easiest. You don't need to be as good at flying as a Quidditch player in this class. You can get high scores by flying normally. In fact, Levin, a recognized Quidditch master, only needs to fly a symbolic flight to get full marks. The astronomy class exam involves drawing a star map through a telescope on the spot. The defense against the dark arts and history of magic exams are the most boring, simple, and crude exams. They are all rote memorization of content from textbooks. Quirrell is good at making defense against the dark arts as boring as history of magic. History of magic was the last exam, and the little wizards cheered when the ghost of Cuthbert Binns told them to put down their quills and roll up the parchment on which they had answered the questions. After the exam, it is naturally time to relax. They have a full week to move freely before the exam results come. When the little wizards were relaxing around, H.A. and his friends hurriedly found Hagrid. "Don't you think it's a little strange?" Harry said to Ronald and Hermione, "What Hagrid wants most is a dragon, but a stranger happens to have a dragon egg in his pocket? How many people carry it with them all day long? Walking around with a dragon egg? You know that's against wizarding law. Don't you think they were lucky enough to find Hagrid? Why didn't I think of this before?" Then they heard from Hagrid that he actually taught the stranger who gave him the dragon egg how to subdue the 3-headed dog Lowe. So they hurried to find Dumbledore, but learned that the headmaster was not there. "I learned from Professor McGonagall that the note in the beak of the owl that just flew over the sky was written by the Ministry of Magic to Dumbledore." He was keenly aware that this was definitely a ploy by Snape or Voldemort to lure the tiger away from the mountain. After his intimate face-to-face with Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest, Harry's scar hurt for a long time, and he believed it was a sign of Voldemort's return. In order to prevent Voldemort and Snape from getting the Philosopher's Stone, Harry decided to get the Philosopher's Stone in advance. "But, what should we do?" Ronald said. "If found out, we'll be kicked out." Hermione paled. Harry rolled his eyes and immediately paid attention. "When this happens, the only ones who can help us are our old classmates. Harry, go to the Western Tower and clear the Levin Buddha. So at the door of Ravenclaw's lounge, a confused Levin met 3 little lions. So, you are planning to invite me to play that level-breaking game together so that you can get the Philosopher's Stone before the Dark Lord? Levin was in disbelief when he heard their request. My family members don't know. I told you to stay away from trouble, but who would have thought that trouble would come to my door? Chapter 74 Hogwarts First Wisdom and Courage Test. After listening to the 3 people's request, Levin hesitated for a moment and finally agreed. It would be nice to get a closer look at Nick Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. Levin thought to himself. And with my current level, I shouldn't need to be timid anymore. After obtaining the Druid inheritance, Quoin is indeed much more confident than before. LV6 Wizard, LV4 Psion, and LV5 Druid, if combined together, have combat power above LV10. If you add in the magic that you master, most of which are unexpected by the native wizards. Under this kind of information suppression, it is not a problem to fight against a LV15 wizard. And a LV15 wizard is enough to be famous in the magic world. In this case, he doesn't have to be as timid as before. What's more, he is no longer alone. Aura Tonks, the Witcher Cyrilla, the Unicorns and Centaur tribes in the Forbidden Forest are all forces he can mobilize. Miss Granger is not qualified because of her current strength. After all, it seemed that he didn't need to worry so much about Dumbledore. Then do it. So several people made an appointment to meet in the evening, and then left separately to prepare for the big event in the evening. But Levin didn't know what else he could prepare besides giving himself a temporary buff. Speaking of buffs, after becoming a druid, Levin added new options to his pre-war buff list. Tree Skin Technique, makes the creature's skin as tough as tree bark. Traceless, the subject's whereabouts cannot be traced. He did not intend to destroy Voldemort. Voldemort with 7 Horcruxes could not be killed. Late that night, Levin used invisibility to leave the lounge all the way and came to the 4th floor corridor, waiting for Harry and others. 440 at this time, the door to the forbidden area was tightly closed, and they obviously hadn't come yet. Within 5 minutes, Levin heard movement on the stairs, but he was in no hurry to expose himself. Judging from the footsteps, this should be a person, and an adult. Obviously, the first challenger in the Hogwarts challenge has just arrived. Even with the protection of invisibility, Levin still hid himself behind a pillar. When it comes to the Dark Lord, it's better to be as careful as possible. Sure enough, it was the defense against the Dark Arts professor, Quirinus Quirrell. Even at this time, he still looked wretched. He stood at the top of the stairs and poked his head for a while before he came forward, cast a spell to open the door to the forbidden area, and went straight in. Levin walked quietly to the door, when a fierce barking sound came from the door. However, Quirrell had already learned how to deal with the 3-headed dog Lowe from Hagrid, so he was well prepared. He took out a magic harp from his pocket. Although no one was playing, there was still tinkling music flowing out from the harp. Just let me rub it. Levin smiled and silently kept this melody in his mind. After a while, the 3-headed dog inside became silent. Next was the sound of the trap door opening, and Kilo successfully entered the next level. Throughout the whole process, Levin showed no intention of stopping him. Anyway, he came here just to see the Philosopher's Stone. For this reason, he also had a good understanding of the basics of alchemy, and by the way, he would give Ravenclaw extra points. When the time comes for Dumbledore to shamelessly add points to Gryffindor's fury, he can't favor one over the other. With the current point difference between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, unless Dumbledore dares to add 150 points to everyone, it is impossible for Gryffindor to complete the overtake with his share of extra points. We, BDBJ, want to see if you, Dumbledore, are so thick-skinned. After waiting for another 10 minutes or so, Levin heard Harry and Ronald's loud conspiracies coming from the empty corridor. He could feel that the 2 brothers were really trying to lower their voices, but they were still a little noisy. How is it? You see, Harry whispered, Snape has successfully passed LUA. Seeing the half-open door, they seemed to realize more clearly what they were about to face. Harry took off his invisibility cloak and said to Ronald and Hermione, if you want to back out now, I won't blame you. Don't say stupid things. Ronald said. Of course we have to go together. Hermione said, looking around. I guess that's what Levin thinks too, right, Levin? How did you know I was here? Levin showed up and said doubtfully. Harry and Ronald were startled by Levin's sudden appearance. Hermione was the only one who looked like she was in control. I guessed it. The little girl stuck out her tongue at him proudly, you scared me like this last time. I know exactly what bad taste this guy will have. I didn't expect that after so long, you would actually become smarter. The prank failed, and so Wen was a little frustrated. Now that everyone had arrived, Harry opened the door directly. Following the creaking of the door, a low barking dog immediately sounded in my ears. The sound of the harp could not make the 3-headed dog sleep forever. After Quirrell left, Lua had already woken up. Its 3 heads stared at the little wizard in front of it, and it bared its teeth and barked at them. What's that thing at its feet? Hermione asked quietly. It looks like a harp, Ronald said. It must have been left by Snape. Levin, you came early. Did you see him? Levin shook his head. The person here is Quirrell, and of course I can't see Snape. Apparently it wakes up as soon as the music stops. Harry said, okay, just listen. Harry was about to take out the flute he got from Hagrid, but Levin held out his hand to stop him. Among the 3 people in front of him, none of them had musical talent in the original work, and he didn't want to pollute his ears. Let me do it. Phantom sound technique. Illusion sound technique, zero-ring illusion technique system, allows you to create a loud sound, which can become louder, weaker, closer, or stay at a fixed location. The three of them immediately heard a sweet harp sound gurgling. If Quirrell were here, he would find that this piece of music is exactly the same as the one he just played on his magic harp. Because this is the original sound that Levin memorized, and then played it through phantom education. Soon along with the music, Lu Wei's barking stopped. He swayed a few times, his knees softened and he knelt down. Then he flopped on the floor and fell into a deep sleep. How long will this music last? Harry asked curiously. As long as you want, Levin said, if it doesn't work, I'll let it play on a loop. Anyway, it won't delay us going down. The group of people were about to bypass Lu Wei and open the trapdoor when they suddenly saw Levin taking out 3 glass bottles and chanting a head-soaking spell before coming to Lu Wei's smelly dog head. The canine teeth of the Cerberus are so large that the lips cannot cover the gums, so saliva always leaks out. They were stunned by Levin's actions. Levin. What are you doing? Levin placed the 3 bottles next to the 3 dog heads, and then said, the 3-headed dog of hell is the subordinate of Hades in mythology, and is responsible for guarding the gate of the underworld. Its saliva is a kind of venom, which can be sprayed on the ground. Aconitum grows, and aconite is a good thing, and it is very precious as a potion material. By the way, the sound of the harp can make 3-headed dogs fall asleep. This is also recorded in Greek mythology. I seriously doubt that some of the so-called myths are just from the time when wizards ruled muggles in ancient times. Ma's record of what the wizard did. When the 3 glass bottles were full, Levin put away the bottles and came to the trapdoor. Ronald opened the trapdoor and looked inside. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Dancing light technique. A ball of white light emerged from the tip of Hermione's staff and flew downwards. You actually learned this technique. Harry looked at Hermione with admiration. Never mind this. Look down there. Ronald shouted. As the light ball fell, everyone saw the scene below. It was 8 or 9 meters deep. Underneath was a large dense vine of thick and thin vines, squirming slightly under the light, as if trying to avoid the light, like countless earthworms. Viper. What the hell is this? Ronald was so frightened that he had goosebumps. Hermione recognized it at a glance. This is a devil's net. Professor Sprout taught it in class. It kills its prey by entangling it. It likes darkness and moisture, and is afraid of strong light and flames. Entangle, kill the prey. Harry shuddered, then quickly used the fire charm or something to drive it away. Then what? Levin heard this and looked at him like a fool. The devil's net is here, and there is a cushion for us to jump down. After taking away the devil's net, how should we go down? Do you want everyone to did you fall to death? Levin himself can use feather fall technique to reduce his falling speed. But it was too reckless for Harry to propose this plan without knowing anything about it. He sighed, I'll go down first. Of course not. You are the best among us. Ronald gritted his teeth after hearing this and approached the entrance of the cave. Let me do the exploring. He would actually think so? Levin was a little impressed by him. But there is no need to let others be cannon fodder for this small level. Levin stepped forward and jumped. After a whirring sound, Cai Wen fell into the devil's net. Soft landing. He yelled upward, despite the devil's net trying to wrap around his legs. You guys come down quickly so I can get rid of this thing. With that said, he walked away a few steps and moved away from the landing point. On the trapdoor, the 3 of them looked at each other, but it was Hermione who jumped down first. Then Ronald, Harry. Damn it, these devil's nets are trying to eat me. Soon after landing, Ronald began to scream, Levin, can't you handle it? Use your invincible magic to think of a way. It'll be ready soon. Seeing that the last Harry had landed safely, Levin waved his hand, not even his wand. Plants wither. With the use of Druid spells, a large amount of the natural power in the devil's net was extracted, and the originally wildly entangled devil's net began to lose its ability to move, wither, and become grey. Soon, this dense devil's net turned into a pile of dead selections. What magic is this? Hermione was surprised and curious. It's really scary, Harry said in admiration, all these devil's nets are dead. Thankfully you're here, Levin, but why didn't you do this earlier? Ronald looked sad and had many red marks on his body. Because I don't want Harry to turn into Harry Cake yet, Ronald. Levin urged, the death of the devil's net is only temporary, and they will grow back soon. Before that, we have to get out of here. It seems we can only go this way. Hermione controlled the dancing lights technique and searched around, finally finding a stone corridor. Chapter 75 Professor Quirrell's Abnormality. The corridor in front of me was the only way to go. In the corridor, in addition to their own footsteps, they also heard the sound of water drops slowly dripping along the wall, which seemed particularly scary in such a silent passage. Can you hear anything? Ronald asked quietly. Everyone listened carefully, and there seemed to be gentle rustling and tinkling sounds coming from ahead. Could it be a ghost? I don't know, it sounds like the flapping of wings. There was a light ahead, I saw something moving. They came to the end of the corridor and faced a brightly lit room with a high vaulted ceiling. Countless little birds, as dazzling as gems, fluttered around the room. There is a heavy wooden door on the opposite side of the room. Do you think they will attack us if we cross the room? Ronald asked. Is there a possibility that those are keys? Levin reminded, maybe you should get glasses. My dad knows a very reliable optical shop. He-Man was very positive about this. I'm not short-sighted. Ronald felt aggrieved. Also, the wizarding world is not as backward as you think. We also have an optical shop. Just as a few people were chatting about myopia and glasses, Harry interrupted them. Never mind the glasses, we have to find the one that can open the door from these flying keys. Do you have any pigs? Ronald looked at the key in the sky, then looked around. Yes, look. There is a broomstick there. We can fly up and catch the key to that door. But there are hundreds of keys on it. It's too difficult to find the right one among so many keys. Hermione has no talent for flying. She looked at the keys flying in the sky and felt a little worried. But Harry has the talent of a chaser, doesn't he? Ronald said excitedly, think about it, there is actually no difference between the golden snitch and the flying key, right? I guess we are looking for a big antique key, it's silver and shaped like a door handle. No need to bother. Before Harry was ready to use his talent as a seeker according to the level rules set by Professor Flitwick and Dumbledore, Levin stopped everything. Downdraft. The power of the Druid caused the originally silent and windless cave to suddenly change. A strange wind suddenly blew up from the top of the cave. Amid the whistling of the strange wind, these keys flying like birds suddenly lost their ability to fly and fell down with a crackle. So it rained keys in the cave. The three of them looked at Levin in shock. Levin looked calm, as if what just happened had nothing to do with him. When it stopped raining, he gently pointed forward and said, look for it. What was once a difficult task can now be completed even by a squib. The three of them rummaged through the pile of keys, and soon found the silver key with broken wings, inserted it into the keyhole, and used force to protect Ichigo. With a click, the door lock popped open. The second room was completely dark and nothing could be seen. But as soon as they stepped in, rows of lights lit up one after another, illuminating the shocking sight in front of them. They were standing next to a huge chessboard, with black chess pieces in front of them. Those chess pieces were taller than them and seemed to be carved from black marble or something like that. At the other end of the room, facing them, were some white chess pieces. There are no facial features on the faces of those towering white chess pieces. Under the uncanny valley effect, even Levin is inevitably a little creepy. What now? Harry whispered. Isn't it obvious? Ronald said, we have to play chess to get across the room. They saw a door behind the white chess piece. How? Hermione asked nervously. In my opinion, we must act as chess pieces. After Ronald confirmed that it was a wizard's chess piece, he walked to an empty knight without a knight. Immediately, the stone came to life, and the horse paved the dirt with its hooves and looked at Ronald. In addition, there are 3 other empty positions on Black's side. Obviously, it automatically adapts well according to the number of participants. Seeing Ronald's eagerness to try, Levin patted his shoulder and stopped him. You don't have to really work that hard. He smiled and said, we are wizards, so don't try your best to solve problems that can be solved with magic. As a wizard, isn't it easy to find a few cannon fodder? As he spoke, he waved his magic wand. Level 3 monster summoning technique. A burst of light flashed, and 4 rock figures slightly taller than them appeared in front of them. What is this? Ronald felt that he had seen a lot of new magic today. These are the chess pieces you will use later. Levin said, the 4 earth elements, they will obey your control. In short, we just let them play chess for us, right? Ronald nodded in understanding, it's really yours. Although Ronald is not lacking in courage in this level. But if he couldn't do it himself, he certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to insist on it himself. Then, this level is all up to me, and I'll make the arrangements. You take the place of the bishop, you stand next to him, taking the place of the castle, you climb on the horse, taking the place of the knight. As for you, go to the queen, that is the strongest chess piece. At this time, Ronald showed strong confidence. He knew that he didn't need luck because he was good at this. His biggest entertainment when he was a child was playing wizard chess, which was a gift from his grandfather and his only toy. Please give me flowers. Because the Weasley family is so poor, Mr. Weasley's salary is not enough to buy snacks for the children, let alone toys. In this game of chess, Ronald performed very well. He easily played evenly with this invisible opponent, but the scene of the chess pieces fighting also made several people feel a little creepy. The White Queen violently knocked the knight to the floor and dragged him off the chessboard. He lay there face down, motionless. This kind of scene is common in ordinary wizard chess, but when it happens on a life-size chessboard, it seems very mediocre and powerful. The 2 sides fought for about 30 rounds, and the chess pieces suffered heavy losses. Even 2 of the earth elements summoned by Levin were smashed into pieces. Ronald was frightened when he saw it. If they were the ones on the chessboard, that would be enough to defeat them. He must have met Merlin. In the end, Ronald controlled the Black Queen and successfully defeated the White King. He took off the crown on his head and threw it at his feet as a sign of surrender. After winning the chess game, the white pieces bowed and stepped back to make way for them to move toward the door smoothly. The second challenge group of Hogwarts Challenge successfully passed 1 level and reached the next level. As soon as they entered the gate, the 4 of them smelled a disgusting stench. In desperation, Levin could only give each of them a head bubble curse. Then they saw a troll in the room. This giant monster is bigger than the one Levin killed last time. But at this time, it was lying motionless on the floor in front of it, unconscious, with a large bloody mass on its head. Great, we don't have to fight this troll anymore, Harry whispered. They carefully stepped across the troll's thick legs, and Harry muttered, come on, I can't breathe. Wait a minute, Levin stopped a few people, before we leave here, why don't we guess who set up this level? The gatekeeper is Hagrid's three-headed dog. Hermione calculated on her fingers, we have passed Professor Sprout's mechanism, which is the devil's net. The one who enchanted those keys must be Professor Flitwick. Professor McGonagall deformed the chess pieces and made them come alive. The rest there are only Quirrell and Snape is the potions professor, and most of the levels are related to potions, so this level is taught by Quirrell. But, what's the problem here? Ronald was a little confused. Have you ever wondered why Professor Quirrell was so afraid of trolls on Halloween since he was able to get trolls as a checkpoint? Levin raised the question of the soul. Even he, a time traveler who read the script in advance, didn't understand this. Hermione and Ronald also fell into deep thought. This seems to make sense. 5/4, 14/25. Chapter 76 Logical Reasoning Questions. We will know about this eventually, but the most important thing now is to stop Snape. Harry still insisted on doubting the old bat. He opened the next door, and several people entered the penultimate level of Xiong Das Hung Pass. Professor Snape's level. As soon as a few people arrived at the table in the level, a flame rose up behind them and sealed the door. The flame is an unusual purple color. At the same time, black flames burst out from the door leading to the front. Soon the group found themselves trapped in the middle of the room. After carefully observing the room, they confirmed that there was nothing scary here, only a table with 7 bottles of different shapes arranged on it. The 10 volumes of parchment next to the bottles were filled with puzzles for the final level. Hermione picked up the parchment and read it aloud. Danger is in front of you, safety is behind you. There are 2 of us who can help you 3, 4, 3. Drink them, 1 will lead you forward, the other will send you back to where you came from. 2 contained nettle wine. 3 are killers, waiting in line. Take your pick, unless you want to be stuck here forever. We also provide 4 clues to help you choose. First, no matter how cunningly poisons hide, they are actually on the left side of nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at the left and right ends are not comprehensive. If you want to move forward, they will not be useful to you. Third, you will notice that the bottles vary in size. Death is not hidden among giants and dwarfs. Fourth, the second on the left and the second on the right, although they look different, they taste the same. The bottles on the table are roughly arranged like this, 0 million, readers can also guess. Harry still felt confused after reading it, and Ronald was even more confused. But Hermione blurted out, isn't this just a logical reasoning question? Levin also nodded, I have already guessed the answer. Well, it seems that puzzles are nothing to you Ravenclaws. Harry said solemnly. But Levin shook his head, we go back to the lounge and solve puzzles every day, but that is completely different from the puzzles in this level. Ravenclaw's puzzles are closer to brain teasers and philosophical questions, and this question relies on logic. You can get an accurate answer by reasoning. I dare say that even Ravenclaw's wizards may not be able to solve this kind of problem. At this point, wizards who have received Muggle education are better at it. We learned relevant knowledge in elementary school, didn't we? Really? Ronald was surprised. Harry, this is still taught in Muggle primary schools. I don't know either. Harry was so anxious that he almost cried. He remembered that Dolly bullied him, but he didn't remember that he had ever learned this thing. Levin and Hermione looked at each other. Are you coming or am I? Hermione asked. You come on. Levin said, it's time for the little witch to make a splash. It's up to me, Hermione said excitedly. She came to the table, faced a row of potions, and started talking. Since the largest and smallest bottles are not poison, and the second and sixth bottles are the same, it can be seen that the second, third, and sixth bottles are not poison, and there is only one antidote, and the only medicine that is not poison is left add nettle wine, so it can be seen that the second and sixth are nettle wine. The poison is on the left side of the nettle wine, so the first, fourth, and fifth are poisons. Neither the left nor right end can move forward and the first is poison, so the seventh can only be the medicine that goes back, and the third must be the last one. Medicine for moving forward. The analysis was reasonable and reasonable. Harry nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Even Ronald felt itchy on the top of his head, as if he had a longer brain. So, Harry, you went to a different primary school than them, right? Ronald asked expectantly. No, Harry shook his head. Levin and I went to the same elementary school. The gap between humans is greater than that between humans and dogs. Harry didn't want to dwell on things from elementary school. He picked up the first bottle, it was the dwarf in the puzzle. This potion is only enough for one person to drink. 4 of you, look at me and I look at you. Without thinking much, Harry grabbed the bottle. People say I am the boy who was lucky enough to survive. Now it's time for me to face him. Having made a life and death decision in such a short period of time, Harry was indeed a courageous Gryffindor. But Levin himself had no intention of drinking it. He had just seen it, and the flame was not a powerful fire. It was impossible for Snape to use that terrifying thing against the little wizard, so he was fully capable of passing through it. Ahem, my suggestion is this. Levin coughed dryly, attracting everyone's attention, and then said, Harry drank the advancement potion, and went in alone. I stayed and looked for an opportunity to use magic to break the flames. Ronald and Hermione, drink the retreat potion and go back quickly to inform the professors. Hermione and Ronald looked at each other and finally nodded. That's all it can do. You two, be careful. So, Levin and Harry came to the black flames. Harry, you have to remember what I say before you go in. What you see when you go in this trip may not be Snape. At least I never think he is the mastermind behind the scenes. You have to be mentally prepared for this. In addition, you don't have to think about it. Try to defeat the opponent with your own strength. There are me and the professors outside. Finally, I wish you good luck. Harry took a deep breath, said goodbye to everyone, and drank the potion in one gulp. An ice-like feeling suddenly penetrated his whole body. While the effect of the potion was still in effect, he walked straight into the black flames. Hermione and Ronald also drank the 7th potion, passed through the purple flames, and returned to the previous level. Levin stood next to the black fire, recalling the relevant spells he knew. Fireproof Halo. Resist energy damage, fire. Elemental Shield, fire. After giving himself 3 kinds of fire resistance spells, Levin still felt a burning sensation after getting close to the black fire. As expected of Snape. Sure enough, with his level, it was still too young to forcefully challenge the design of this master of black magic. But what if that's the case? With a thought, Levin released the spell he learned through Druid inheritance. Original form. The next moment, his whole person transformed into a fire element. Since I am not immune to fire, 4.6, then I will become a part of the fire. What can you do to me? After that, he stepped into the black fire again. This time, his attempt was successful. The hot flames couldn't hurt him at all. He easily entered the final level of Hogwarts Courage and Wisdom Challenge. As soon as he traveled through time, Levin immediately cancelled the transformation and applied invisibility to himself. At this time, he was still in the doorway, and neither of the 2 people confronting him in the room saw him. That was good, he wasn't prepared to expose himself in front of Voldemort if he didn't have to. He hid behind the corner wall and secretly observed the confrontation between the 2. Update 6/4, additional update 15/25. It's not easy to get a new book on the shelves. Please give me a wave of automatic subscriptions and a wave of monthly flower ticket reviews and rewards. If you have tickets, please give them to me as the author. This is really important to me. Chapter 77 Can I touch your magic stone? At this time, Harry had obtained the Philosopher's Stone from the Mirror of East. Voldemort guessed this and asked to speak to Harry in person. Quirrell took off the turban on his head, revealing a head with 2 faces. Where the back of Quirrell's head should have been, there was a face. The face was as white as chalk, with glowing red eyes, and underneath were 2 slender nostrils like snakes. Levin remembers that the ancient Roman god Janus was sometimes called Janus Quirinus. Janus was the god of doors and beginnings and was depicted as having 2 faces, front and back. Just corresponds to the embarrassing road at this time. When Rowling names her characters, she adds similar metaphors to them. But now he has really traveled to the world of Harry Potter, which means that in the magical world, a person's name does have magic power. Names sometimes really affect destiny. On Voldemort's side, Harry started to talk a lot and tried to let Harry break through his defense through verbal evasion. But he failed in the end and had no choice but to take action in anger. Harry tried to escape. He rushed towards the flame door, but was immediately grabbed by Professor Quirrell's wrist. Both men fell to the ground. Suddenly, the scar on Harry's forehead started to hurt terribly. But Quirrell also let out a wail. The pain in his hands that touched Harry's skin was excruciating, as if he were holding a hot iron. Just when he wanted to let go, a figure appeared from behind the stone wall at the corner. There was not even a moment of mourning for Harry's capture. The one who rushed to the battlefield immediately was Gryffindor Masked Man. Adhesion 13 Techniques. With a flick of the silhouette's wand, Quirrell found that his hands were tightly stuck to the wrists of the boy who lived. Who is this NM so wicked? Quirrell cursed internally. Looking up, he saw a little wizard wearing a Gryffindor school uniform, with a scarf covering his face completely, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. Damn those who hide their heads and show their tails. He unexpectedly attacked me, an old senior. But the priority is to get rid of the pain. He had to endure the excruciating pain while trying his best to separate from Harry's wrist. But no matter how hard he tried, how he shook his hands, or even dragged Harry 7 or 8 meters away, he could not complete the task. The 2 of them seemed to be lovers till death. There were no edges in the mountains, heaven and earth were in harmony, so they dared to fight with you. Coupled with the screaming duet of the older and the younger, plus Voldemort's roaring rap, the whole room became as miserable as a morning hall. Levin, who was watching the scene, was almost moved to tears. If he wasn't the instigator. Quirrell missed his wand very much at this time. As long as he had a free hand to reach the wand, there were 9 ways he could get his hand off Harry's wrist. But he transformed with his hands. This made him very regretful for his previous poor hands. As long as he used one less hand, he would not. It's a pity that he didn't have the chance to regret it. Because he will never have a chance again. Harry's head hurt just because of the scar on his head when he touched him. But he was really suffering the backlash from Harry's protective magic. When he got to the back, he was covered in blisters and white smoke, and finally began to melt. Before his head completely melted, a black smoke-like thing floated out, and then flew towards the door. Without Voldemort's possession, Quirrell no longer suffers the backlash from the guardian magic. But now he has almost turned into a puddle of protein solution. Does it make any difference whether it reacts or not? A simple spell can change everything. This is the art of magic. Levin changed his costume back to the image of Ravenclaw, then came to Harry and helped the boy who had a splitting headache up. Your condition is very bad. Do you need to take some medicine? Levin dug out bits and pieces from his bag, potion demulcent, and muggle aspirin, choose one. Harry didn't want to choose at all. He took the medicine away from Levin's hand with the hand covering his head, and then stuffed it into his mouth. Well, I hope it will be better if the potion is combined with Muggle medicine. It seemed that he was right. After taking the medicine, Harry's headache was relieved a lot. Just listen to him complaining in a porcelain voice, what kind of unlucky magic did you use, Levin? My head hurts like hell. But at least you saved your life, right? Levin patted his shoulder comfortingly. What works well is good magic. And you see, the culprit of this matter, Quirrell, is dead, and the Dark Lord has escaped. The boy who lived once again defeated the Dark Lord with his own hands, specifically, with his wrists, except for the headache. For a few minutes, everything was perfect, wasn't it? This is not a matter of a few minutes of headache. Harry complained loudly, then forced a smile. You're right, we defeated the Dark Lord and protected the Sorcerer's Stone. I can't believe we actually did it. Yes, the hero finally defeated the big devil after going through many hardships. Unfortunately this is only the first stage. Levin said something he didn't understand, and suddenly said. Speaking of which, I've been hearing you talk about protecting the Philosopher's Stone, but I haven't seen a real Philosopher's Stone with my own eyes. Harry, can I touch your Philosopher's Stone? Levin would make this request, of course, not randomly, he was prepared. From Dumbledore's performance in the original work, he had reason to believe that the old bee was well aware of Harry Potter's participation in the Battle of Wisdom and Courage. Even in the final showdown between Harry and Professor Quirrell, he had taken safety measures in advance. From this logic, Levin has reason to believe that Dumbledore is secretly observing them from somewhere at this time, analyzing their character and making plans in advance for the future savior training plan. Knowing all this, Levin still planned to borrow the Philosopher's Stone to take a look. After all, he didn't intend to risk robbery like Voldemort. For such a studious kid, it's normal for him to be interested in the Philosopher's Stone. As for why you have to see the Philosopher's Stone? After this semester, Levin has made some judgments about the mechanism of comprehension. For example, it is easy to have an epiphany when you have a strong desire. For example, it is easy to gain enlightenment when exposed to related magic. For another example, when you come into contact with powerful magic items and original rules, it is easiest to gain understanding, and this kind of understanding is also the most precious. The most typical one is to understand the true Druid profession through the inheritance of Druidism. The Philosopher's Stone, as the ultimate product of alchemy, also has this potential. That's why he made this request. Although he knew that the Philosopher's Stone was precious, Harry still trusted Levin, his longtime friend. What's more, this friend just saved his life, although the price was a long time of head pain. So he took out the magic stone from his pocket and handed it to Levin. Levin took the Philosopher's Stone, put it in his hand, and looked at it carefully. It is a red, translucent polyhedral stone. From the appearance alone, it looks like a large ruby. But in terms of value, it is countless times more precious than a ruby of the same size. You touched the ultimate product of alchemy, the Philosopher's Stone, and you realized the ultimate secret of alchemy. You obtained alchemy specialization and you learned the expertise creating Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone is what the Philosopher's Stone is called in other worlds, and there is not much difference between the two. Making the Philosopher's Stone, you have learned how to make the Philosopher's Stone. Once a month, you can spend a certain amount of blood and magic power to create a Philosopher's Stone. This is the only way to create a Philosopher's Stone. No new Philosopher's Stone can be created before the Philosopher's Stone is consumed. The Philosopher's Stone can create the elixir of life. In addition to extending lifespan, the elixir of rejuvenation can completely restore the health of a creature and eradicate all poisons that are affecting it. It can even make people who have just died restore life. In addition, the Philosopher's Stone can turn up to 50 kilograms of steel into 5 kilograms of gold each month. In arcane magic, the Philosopher's Stone also has wonderful uses. If you sacrifice a Philosopher's Stone, a transformation spell can be solidified forever. For example, the 9th level spell Magic 493 Dragon Transformation can turn the caster into a giant red dragon, thereby gaining powerful power. As long as the caster is willing to sacrifice a Philosopher's Stone, he can maintain the form of a red dragon forever. Just by touching the magic stone, he gained such abilities, almost falling into ecstasy. He was actually able to create the Philosopher's Stone himself. At only 12 years old, 1 year later, 1 year older, he naturally does not need the ability of the Philosopher's Stone to extend his life. But having the Philosopher's Stone means that he will not be troubled by money before building the floating city. At the same time, the elixir created by the Philosopher's Stone can also greatly protect the lives of those around him. Among Druid spells, spells that can cause the same healing effect must be at least level 7, that is, level LV15 before they can be used. Sure enough, it was right to choose to participate in the Hogwarts challenge. The rewards for this wise and brave challenge are indeed generous enough. Levin suppressed the expression on his face, pretended to look at the Philosopher's Stone again, and threw it to Harry. The casualness with which he threw it away, and the demeanor with no hesitation, made Dumbledore, who was observing secretly, stunned for a moment, sighing in his heart that there are people who treat treasures like dirt. In this way, Levin unknowingly acted coquettishly in front of Dumbledore. Levin, isn't this thing just a stone's throw away? We will have better ones in the future. Harry caught the magic stone thrown by Levin, looked at it and put it in his pocket. I wonder what happened to Ronald and the others? Where are they, Professor? Levin comforted, with a hint of meaning in his tone. Don't worry, this is Hogwarts, and as long as Dumbledore is still there, they will not encounter any danger. After hearing this, old B-Duo, who had been observing secretly, felt his face burning. However, he was thick-skinned and acted as if nothing had happened. He silently walked to the door, pretending to have just walked through the fire door, hurried over, and then shouted, "Oh my god, Mr. Potter and Mr. Green, very soon. I'm glad to see you're safe and I hope I'm not too late." Chapter 78 Professor Quirrell. Dumbledore didn't come alone. On his shoulder stood a gorgeous, bright red bird, similar in size to a swan, with a long shining golden tail and long, golden claws. That's his phoenix, Fawkes. As a magical creature, the phoenix has the ability to apparate and is not affected by Hogwarts' anti-apparition spell. Levin strongly suspects that it was Fawkes who drove him back after being transferred away from the mountain. "Harry has a headache, but I'm fine." Levin took the initiative, "It's just that Professor Quirrell." He pointed to the puddle of Quirrell in front of him. "Oh my god, poor Professor Quirrell." Even with Dumbledore's psychological quality, Quirrell couldn't help but frown when he saw him like this. How did he become like this? "Maybe it's because of me and Harry." Levin said in a weak tone like an ordinary student. "I saw Quirrell grabbing Harry's wrist and suddenly becoming very painful. I realized that maybe Harry's skin could hurt Quirrell, just like he did defeat the Dark Lord, so." Speaking of this, his voice became a little weaker. "So I used magic to glue his hands to Harry's wrists." Harry covered his head and nodded in agreement. After hearing this, even Dumbledore was speechless. Who would have thought that the famous Dark Lord would actually be defeated by the simplest magic? Harry Potter also has the adhesive curse. Sure enough, the world is full of wonders, and such outrageous things will happen. Dumbledore sighed faintly. Poor Quirrell, he was completely implicated by Tom. With that said, he turned to the two of them and gave them a smile. "Sorry, it's my fault for leaving you to face this alone. The owl sent by Miss Granger and I obviously missed it in the air. As soon as I arrived in London, I realized that I should go back to the place I just left. I arrived just in time, and the problem seemed to have been solved by you." As he said that, he looked at Harry's face, and then his face became serious. "I have neglected too many things, and now we must send Harry to Pomfrey immediately." Then, he grabbed their wrists with both hands. "Don't associate me with Harry this time." Before leaving, he also made a wisecrack and gave Levin his signature wink. Levin felt that maybe he wanted to relieve his non-existent tension. After all, the scene where Quirrell melted was too scary. Then, he said to the phoenix on his shoulder, "Fawkes, take us to Madame Pomfrey." Levin, who was leaning next to Dumbledore, couldn't help but observe Fawkes. For ordinary people, it is not easy to observe a phoenix at such a close distance. These birds are not only beautiful, powerful, and rare. Their cries can strengthen the courage of those with a pure heart and release the fear of those with a dirty heart. Their tears have strong healing effects and their strength is enough to lift comparisons. They all want big objects themselves. But phoenixes are also quite rare. Few people can see wild phoenixes. As for domesticated phoenixes, apart from Fawkes, only New Zealand's Motola macaws have a phoenix as their mascot. Levin suddenly thought, why not make the phoenix one of his 6 wilderness forms? It can replace the owl beast that symbolizes wisdom. Levin still hasn't figured out how to get a Munchkin from Otherworld. So, tentatively set the task for next semester, and practice the opportunity to get a fox feather. While Levin was thinking wildly, he suddenly felt that he was surrounded by a warm breath. His whole body felt like he was bathing in the sun and felt extremely comfortable. It is different from the nauseating and dizzy feeling after using ordinary apparition, float powder, and port Kayat. Before he could recover from this wonderful feeling, they had arrived at Madame Poppy Pomfrey's infirmary. Worthy of being a phoenix. At this time, Levin wanted to get its feathers even more. This comfortable transmission was obviously not comparable to other methods. In the school infirmary, Levin told Madame Pomfrey what happened to Harry, and the kind old woman immediately pulled Harry to the hospital bed for treatment. After a while, the therapist showed a relaxed expression. "It's nothing, it's not serious, but he may need to recuperate for a few days. Albus, and Mr. Green, if there is nothing else, please leave first, this child need to rest quietly." After coming out of the school doctor's office, Levin originally planned to say goodbye. But before he could speak, Dumbledore issued a new invitation. "Mr. Green, I believe that after such an exciting night, you would be willing to taste some delicious food with me in the principal's office to relax? It just so happens that I was in a hurry just now. There are some things I want to know from you about your adventure." Old B put on a kind face and said with a smile. Sure enough, after deciding to participate in this brave and wise challenge, Levin expected such a situation. If it were an ordinary little wizard like Neville, Seamus, or Steve who mistakenly joined the adventure team, he would definitely not be invited by the principal. But Levin is different. He is a recognized genius. He ranked first in this session and has a dominant position in Ravenclaw. It is normal for Dumbledore to be concerned about such a person joining Harry's adventure team. Levin wasn't going to say no. Nowadays, he is relatively powerful, and he also has hidden thoughts to defend against legilimency, so Dumbledore can't do anything to him. Besides, as a student of Hogwarts, how could he refuse? Except for Harry, there are only a handful of students in the entire school who can go to the principal's office. From the perspective of an ordinary little wizard, it is his honor to go to the principal's office. So Levin nodded in agreement. Actually, Mr. Green, I have been paying attention to you since you entered school. On the way to the principal's office, Dumbledore said casually, you come from a very poor background, but your talent and grades are outstanding. The professors in the school love you very much, and the other children also admire you very much. When he said, Zhaos, here, old B paused. I once taught an outstanding student similar to you. He was also born in a Muggle orphanage. He was also very smart and liked everyone. Unfortunately, I was not mature at the time. Hearing this, Levin's heart tightened. Of course he knew who Dumbledore was talking about. But on the surface, he could only ask out of curiosity, Professor, who is that person? Well, a boy who's as good as you, maybe slightly worse than you? At least you're better at Quidditch than he is. It's a pity that he took the wrong path in the end. Dumbledore's tone seemed to be immersed in memories of the past. Levin did not interrupt him and followed him quietly. After going up the stairs, they walked to the door of the principal's office together. Toffee finger cakes. Dumbledore read the correct secret word, and the stone sculpture at the door immediately rotated, revealing the escalator leading to the headmaster's office. Chapter 79 Dumbledore's Interview. The two walked into the headmaster's office, and Dumbledore asked Levin to sit in front of a huge table. Levin noticed that the worn sorting hat was placed on the shelf nearby. In front of the shelf is a perch, with Professor Dumbledore's pet Phoenix already standing on it. Realizing that Levin was looking at him, Phoenix also glanced at him gently and shook its gorgeous tail fin as a greeting. The wall opposite is covered with portraits of former principals. Perhaps because it was late at night, these principals were fast asleep. But Levin keenly discovered that these were all fake. These old principals secretly opened their eyes a little and looked at themselves curiously. Dumbledore waved his hand, and the iced pumpkin juice was served in front of the two of them. Cakes, candies and other snacks were also divided into 2 portions and placed in front of the two of them respectively. Please you sit slowly, child. Dumbledore greeted warmly. After secretly verifying that there was no Veritasirum or any other messy stuff inside, Levin nodded gently, took a bite of the cheesecake, and drank another sip of pumpkin juice. He suddenly felt relaxed and happy. If the old bee in front of him hadn't been staring at him. Seeing Levin finish a piece of cake, Dumbledore smiled and said, "So, as I just said, would you like to talk about what happened tonight, Levin? I need more specific details, so can you tell others, you know, the end of the term is coming soon." "Oh, of course, no problem, Principal." Levin had long expected that there would be such a conversation, so naturally there would be no unspeakable operations. So he simply started from the small investigation of Harry and others this semester, focusing on Harry's initiative to ask for help, and then the process of Xiong's great breakthrough. The performance and role of Hermione and others in this incident were also briefly discussed. He read it again, and how he finally saw the confrontation between Harry and Voldemort, and how he used a mere spell to trick Voldemort to death. He did not shy away from some of his extraordinary operations in the process, such as making all keys fall, 587 using summons to replace chess pieces, etc. But he didn't take the initiative to mention what magic he used to achieve the effect. "Ah, I must say, you have both courage and wisdom, kid." After Levin finished speaking, Dumbledore couldn't help but sigh. "You are a well-deserved Ravenclaw. Of course, maybe it was also appropriate for the Sorting Hat to assign you to Gryffindor. In short, thank you, child. I have asked you too many questions today. But I think, you also have a lot of questions you want to ask me, right? Have a question for Dumbledore?" Upon hearing this, Levin immediately understood the other party's intention. This is not just for answering questions. Understanding a person is not only about asking questions, but also about answering them. Asking questions to the other party is of course the most direct method, but this method is prone to subconscious vigilance by the other party, thus obtaining answers that are contrary to their wishes. But answering the other party's questions is different. Because psychologically, asking questions means taking the initiative, and this control of the initiative will prompt the other party to put down their guard. In this way, by answering questions, Dumbledore can easily learn what the other person cares about most, and thus understand the other person's true personality traits. As expected of an old bee, he does things in the same way. If he was really an ordinary little wizard, he would have been deceived into not wanting it. Therefore, even though Levin, as a time traveler, knows a lot about the inside story of the whole thing, he still has to ask some questions that he already knew. "Professor, although I defeated the Dark Lord with the adhesive curse, I still want to know why Professor Quirrell became like this after meeting Harry. I think a smart kid like you must have some guesses, right?" Dumbledore winked at him and then said. "Because Professor Quirrell has 2 souls, and the one who really caused this effect was actually the Dark Lord. Although I didn't witness your battle with my own eyes, I know some things. In fact, the Dark Lord is very knowledgeable about souls. But this kind of business is very dangerous. It was precisely because of this curse that Harry was able to survive the disaster. Even though you were born as a Muggle, you should have heard about that incident in the past year. In fact, this curse is still in effect. The Dark Lord still cannot touch Harry, even if he is not relying on his own body. The unfortunate Quirrell has become his master's scapegoat." Levin nodded. He wasn't sure when Old B discovered the Horcrux, but no matter what, he had to do a little research on the magic of the soul, otherwise it wouldn't be a problem to keep using the Horcrux. He still owed Helena Ravenclaw as a crown. It just so happens that old liar Lockhart will be coming to Hogwarts next semester. Entering the Forbidden Book area, the way to understand soul magic may lie with him. Next, Levin asked a few more questions he knew. For example, who designed the levels in Xiong Dashan? Finally, he asked, "Principal, do you feel that Professor Quirrell, as a subordinate of the Dark Lord, has behaved a little abnormally this semester?" After that, he recounted the analysis he had made to Harry and the others in the Trolls' room when he broke through the level. As soon as this statement came out, the entire principal's office fell into silence for a period of time. After a long time, Professor Dumbledore said regretfully, "Maybe, your guess is right. After he embarked on this wrong path, he probably had regrets and tried to use some exaggerated words. The performance attracted our attention. Yes, how could a wizard who can use giant monsters as a level be frightened and fainted by giant monsters? Unfortunately, we were too careless at the time and did not perceive the meaning. I don't think I can't notice it, but I don't want to notice it." A conspiracy theory flashed through Levin's mind. Perhaps after Quirrell brought the Dark Lord into Hogwarts, Dumbledore had given up on him and used him as a sacrifice to cultivate a savior. Of course, he himself didn't believe in this possibility. From his personal point of view, Dumbledore would not do this. Old B may be too stubborn, and may have shortcomings such as believing too much in prophecies, but he is indeed a good person. Given his character, if Quirrell really surrenders, he will most likely take action to save him. Of course, this doesn't mean that Dumbledore doesn't have a cold side. In fact, BDCH, he was quite cold towards Harry. Looking at his entire plan, we can see that Dumbledore probably realized very early on that there was some kind of connection between Harry Potter and the Dark Lord. Combined with his training of Harry, we can draw a terrible conclusion. All Dumbledore's training of Harry Potter has only one ultimate goal. That is to send him to the Dark Lord, and then eat him with an avatar. Only in this way will Voldemort be truly killed. As for Harry's life or death during this process, it depends on God's will. From this perspective, Dumbledore is indeed very cold. If Snape found out that he risked his own life to protect Lily's child, and his ultimate goal was to take a killing curse in front of the Dark Lord, then he would probably cast a death curse on Dumbledore first. Oh, it turns out he already did that in the original work, so that's okay. In short, Dumbledore, a complete idealist, can be quite scary sometimes. For his ideal, since he can use his life as a pawn. Of course, he wouldn't mind using other people's lives as pawns. Thinking of this, Levin couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Harry's future fate. Quirrell, in my opinion, is a gifted but weak boy. In his school career, he may have been teased a lot because of his timidity and nervousness. He is dissatisfied with himself and wants to prove himself, and those who feel that he is insignificant. Even like a ridiculous person, Quirrell has an underlying desire to make the world look at him with admiration. But it is precisely because of this that I hired him as the defense against the dark arts professor. Dumbledore said slowly in a self-reproaching tone. It's a pity. If he hadn't met the Dark Lord, he might have become a competent professor. Finally, in memory of Quirrell, Dumbledore ended the conversation. Thank you Mr. Green for being willing to satisfy the curiosity of an old man like me in the middle of the night. I enjoyed today's conversation, but it's time to go to bed. I believe you can avoid Filch and return to the dormitory. Shortly after Levin left, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was writing portraits of previous headmasters and exchanging opinions with each other. He is indeed a genius, mature, smart, and a little ambitious. Maybe besides Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, he is also suitable for Slytherin? But he is indeed a kind child, and I like him very much, said the portrait of Delis Derwent. In addition to being the principal, she was also a famous healer at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Maladies, and her portrait hangs not only in the principal's office, but also on the wall of the waiting room of St. Mungo's Hospital. He actually didn't mention the Philosopher's Stone at all. I probably couldn't help it when I was alive. Armando Dippet's portrait said. He was Dumbledore's former headmaster, and Voldemort's rise was during his tenure. But other portraits thought he was joking because he was over 30 years old when he became principal. I think this just proves that there is something wrong with him. Who cannot be tempted by the Sorcerer's Stone unless he already has one, said the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black, not knowing that he had no intention of doing so. The truth was revealed. He is the elder of the Sirius family and the most unpopular principal in the history of Hogwarts. He is an out-and-out pureblood who is full of malice towards Muggle-born wizards like Levin. By the way, the heir to ancient magic, whose name I really cannot tell, transferred to Hogwarts during his tenure. You once said that that person is the smartest and most talented student you have ever seen. Now there is a guy smarter than him. With his deep thinking, I have no doubts about his future. Development with a grain of salt. Because of Levin's arrival, the portraits in the principal's office fell into a fierce debate. Most of the principal's portraits clearly expressed their love for him, but some principals were still skeptical. Finally, Dumbledore concluded. For now, Mr. Levin Green is a good boy. He does have a smart mind, strong talents, and ambition for certain things. I think this is mainly reflected in the pursuit of knowledge in this regard, he for the real Ravenclaw, no doubt. And the most important thing is that he has a kind heart. He is willing to help Harry, and he can also detect the remaining kindness in Quirrell's heart. This is something that even I have not been able to do. As of now, he is not will become the next Dark Lord. Chapter 80 Green Tea Boy. When Levin came to the auditorium the next morning, he was surprised to find that in addition to the Ravenclaws, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and even the little wizards of Slytherin looked at him curiously, as if he was the first person to come here. Same as Potter at school. It looks like word has spread about their adventure last night. When he sat at the dining table, he was surprised to find that senior sister Cyrilla and Hermione came over at the same time. Steve on the side consciously sat down 2 empty seats away. You kid, don't take me with you if you have any adventures. Cyrilla sat next to him familiarly, patted his shoulder hard, and said dissatisfied, I thought we were good friends. Sorry, if it was a bank party, I would definitely call you. Levin paused and forcefully looked away from the pair of white thighs that were close to him. Just when he was about to say something, Hermione sat down on the other side of him and answered for him, "Sorry, Miss Liane, Mr. Green only joined the adventure at our invitation. I didn't expect that Miss Liane would also like us. Interested in the little adventure, it was our mistake not to invite Miss Liane." Miss Granger's tone was very polite, but Levin could hear a hint of gunpowder in it. "Hermione, she..." Levin was just thinking about what Miss Know-It-All should say when he was interrupted by Cyrilla again. "What you just said was an invitation. But how did I hear that the actual situation should be closer to asking for help when you are aware of your own shortcomings?" Cyrilla snorted with weird emphasis. "It is indeed Gryffindor. He is nothing but reckless. It is up to us Ravenclaw to take action at the critical moment." "You," Hermione said anxiously when the other party poked at her, "then Levin is willing to take action because he is our friend, right, Levin?" "Friends?" Cyrilla glanced at her sideways and said calmly, "It's better to have fewer friends like this that will only cause trouble to others, aren't you right?" For a moment, both girls' eyes were focused on Levin. Let him feel the pressure increase sharply. The eaglets next to me have already collectively sat 4 seats away. But Levin is indeed Levin, and he just understood what happened just as soon as his mind changed. It seemed that Cyrilla was joking with Levin, which made Hermione a little dissatisfied. She looked for trouble and hinted, "This risky project is led by them and has nothing to do with you, an outsider." Cyrilla retorted, "Although you proposed the adventure, Levin is the real power. Besides, she and Levin are both Ravenclaws, and you are a Gryffindor. It is obvious which one is closer and which one is further away." Of course Hermione was dissatisfied, the difference between the houses didn't matter, we were all good friends. Cyrilla said, "You are only looking for trouble and are bad friends. I am a good friend." Looking at the whole article, the main thing is to argue about who has a good relationship with Levin. All in all, it is just 2 words, fighting for favor. Since it is a competition for favor, this is easy to handle. While Levin increased the input of his spiritual power into charming humans, he put on his signature gentle smile and said in a letter, "Why is the smell of gunpowder so strong so early in the morning? You two are my good friends. Seeing you arguing with each other makes me feel very uncomfortable." As he spoke, he showed a sad expression. "It's all my fault for not introducing each other to you properly. Otherwise, you wouldn't have such a big misunderstanding." "It's not your fault, she and I have no misunderstanding." "It's not your fault, Levin, I just think she's a little." The two of them defended in unison. But Levin ignored their words and said to himself, "Maybe you guys haven't crossed paths in the past, so that's why you quarreled like this, but it doesn't matter, just get to know each other." As he said that, he looked at Hermione, "Hermione, this is my senior sister Cyrilla Liane. You must recognize her from the Quidditch field. Not only is she my partner in the Quidditch field, he is also my best friend in Ravenclaw, and he always takes good care of me." After saying that, he looked at Cyrilla. Under his gentle gaze, Cyrilla shrugged helplessly and waved to Hermione, "Hi, I'm Cyrilla Liane, you can call me by my name, or just call me Ciri." Then, Levin introduced Hermione, "Miss Hermione Granger and I met on the train when school started. Although she joined Gryffindor, she also has the intelligence and sharpness of Ravenclaw, which suits my taste very well. Miss Granger is not only my friend is also a study partner, and I have benefited a lot from studying with her." This time, Hermione also said obediently, "Hello, senior sister Cyrilla, just call me Hermione." Faced with Levin's enthusiastic introduction, both of them chose to follow him. When they thought that their actions would make this handsome face look sad, they themselves couldn't help but feel sad. "Isn't this great?" Levin clapped his hands happily. "Both of you are my important friends in Hogwarts, my beloved relatives and friends. It is the existence of you two that makes my campus life colorful. If there is a conflict between you, then I will be very worried. I can't even go to school. So, you two, don't let me worry, okay?" Being praised by Levin as an important friend, loved relative and friend, and colorful, both Hermione and Sirius blushed and their hearts beat. Then they heard him say he was worried, and the two of them immediately hurriedly reassured. "Don't worry, Levin, I won't quarrel with my senior sister again. You know, I'm not that kind of willful girl." After that, the two of them still pretended to chat with each other, chuckled together, and left after a while. After coming here for about 5 minutes and confirming that neither of them responded, roommate Steve and Roger from the team carefully sat back down in their seats. As soon as he sat down, Steve said with fear, "The scene just now was so scary. Levin, I almost thought they would take action on the spot." "Of course they won't take action." Levin calmly poured himself another glass of milk. "You are right, after all, I have you." Before Steve could finish speaking, Levin continued, "Hermione has already learned basic dueling magic. She will probably use the disarming spell directly, because this spell is the fastest to cast. As for Cyrilla, she likes to use her hands when fighting. But before using her fists, she will probably prepare burning hands, electric claw or something." After listening to his words, Steve became even more frightened, "So, they really might fight. As long as I'm here, they can't fight, and they won't take action in front of me." Levin took a sip of milk and said very calmly. Then you're not here?" Roger suddenly asked in a low voice. "Why are they fighting when I'm not here?" Levin glanced at him, as if he had asked a stupid question. "Please give me flowers." This. With great difficulty, he finally figured out Cai Wen's Luo Dai. "So, you know they were fighting because of you. Joke. Levin put down the cup and sneered, if I didn't know this, then I wouldn't be able to let them quarrel because of me. So you know everything. Roger's voice became even quieter. No wonder what you just said to them sounded like green tea to me. Tisk, 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 you still don't understand. Levin shook his finger and mentioned his roommate. I am a highly charismatic character, what's wrong with me? If I don't have a little tea, my charm will be in vain. For some words, don't care whether it is green tea or not, just say whether it is useful or not. It's useful, of course it's useful. After hearing these remarks, the two of them suddenly realized. Suddenly, Roger grabbed Levin's sleeve and said enthusiastically, to tell you the truth, brother, I have had a hard time. You can make two such good friends in the first grade, but I am already in the fourth grade and I don't have one. Close girl. But since my brother has such a good method, why don't you share it with everyone? I don't expect to make two good friends like you, just one will do. Me too. Steve also joined in the fun. Although he, a first-year student, didn't think there was anything special about having a few more female friends, he just followed the example of the big guys. I want to learn skills, it's very simple. Levin pushed the cup, and Roger immediately refilled the milk for him. First of all, you must have a certain skill. Without core strengths, it will be difficult to attract the opposite S**X. Yet. Roger nodded repeatedly. Indeed, for a top student like Levin who has all-round development of moral, intellectual, physical, artistic, and physical skills, it's no wonder that so many senior students covet him. Secondly, you have to be able to talk. Levin took a sip of milk and continued, women tend to get emotional, so it is necessary to maintain a good mood through certain speaking skills, especially when facing multiple girls. What do you think? This is a routine, it's green tea, but I call it efficient. Levin is right. Roger continued to nod. The scene where he made the dispute between the two women disappear was the best example. Last and most important. Once you have mastered this key point, it doesn't matter if you haven't completed the above two items. Levin paused, and his serious look made Roger, Steve, and other nearby boys who came up involuntarily pay attention. Levin looked around and then said slowly. That is to have a face as handsome as mine. As long as you do this, no matter what you do, they will forgive you. Cut. Hateful. Arrogant Yangu. After hearing this, the little wizards who were listening to the lecture dispersed in a hurry. Do you hear what people say? Although we admit that what you said makes sense and is in line with the facts. But this has no guiding significance for us. If we were all as handsome as you, no, even if we were half as handsome as you, we wouldn't come here to listen to your lectures. Looking at the students leaving without any pressure from schoolwork, laughing and playing. Levin smiled, stood up and left the auditorium. There are not many days left until the end of the semester. Chapter 81 First and Leaving School. Among the three companions who participated in the Xiong Challenge, Harry has been lying in the school doctor's office, and Hermione has already seen them. Out of a sense of responsibility, Levin then went to see Ronald. Hermione took Levin to find him in the castle courtyard. At this time, Ronald's face was red, at least much redder than his hair. He was surrounded by a group of little wizards, dancing and bragging. We learned that someone had ulterior motives and was plotting against the Philosopher's Stone hidden in the castle by the principal, and the principal happened not to be at school. Of course we cannot sit idly by in such an emergency. Actually, we also thought about it at the time and struggled for a long time. The dangers we will face later are even scary when we think about it now. Levin was speechless for a while. You were very proactive when you came to see me. The first level we have to face is the extremely dangerous Greek three-headed dog. You must know that in Muggle mythology, it is the guardian of the gate of the underworld. Didn't I just tell you this myth last night? In order to pass its guard, we went through a fierce fight, and finally found its weakness and successfully defeated it. Looking back now, I can still smell the stench. Levin shook his head. It's hard for you to make up the story of me using phantom sound technique so wonderfully. The second level is the endless devil's net planted by Professor Sprout. Each of them is thicker than my waist and wraps around you like countless pythons. My neck was almost strangled at that time. Levin was stunned. Are you sure you're not talking about your ankle? The third level is Professor Flitwick's flying key. We have to find the correct one among thousands of keys to open the door. We risk being poked into a sieve by the key, fighting left and right. I don't know how many injuries I suffered, but I finally found the one who opened the door. Levin, I remember those keys were not even 1,000, but it was difficult for you to multiply them 100 times with just one mouthful. He finally knew why so many people were looking at him this morning. It turns out it's you, the big mouth, who is spreading rumors here. Ronald was bragging about last night's achievements, boasting that the four of them were incomparable in heaven and earth. He punched Dumbledore and kicked Grindelwald. Voldemort even shouted master when he saw them, and even he himself became awesome. Levin didn't listen for long before he was so embarrassed that he wanted to stand up and drag him away from the crowd. But he can't do that. As one of the targets of Ronald's bragging, whenever he dares to show up, it will only make the situation more chaotic. At this moment, a hero finally fulfilled his wish for him. Also, our genius brother of the Weasley family passed Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard array. The Weasley twin brothers pushed through the crowd, one on each side, and took Ronald's arms. Ronald, you've been talking all morning, that's enough. Do you know where Harry is? Ronald habitually turned his head to look next to him, and found that the person sitting there was not Harry, but Lavender Brown, who was fascinated by his bragging. Only then did he realize what was wrong this morning, and he immediately became anxious. I know you're in a hurry. But don't worry yet. Tell us quickly who was last with Harry yesterday. The twins sang in harmony. This, the last person who was with Harry yesterday was Levin. Yes, go to the West Tower to ask for Levin Buddha. Ronald said quickly. Then he saw Levin and Hermione waving to him at the courtyard door. So they immediately squeezed through the crowd. Hi, Levin, good morning. Do you know where Harry went, and what did you last see in the room? Ronald's loud voice immediately attracted people's attention, and many students who had never heard of Shang gathered around him. Faced with these pairs of eyes looking forward to gossip, Levin could only introduce the follow-up in a few words. When he heard that Harry had entered the infirmary, he immediately lost the patience to stay here and ran to the school infirmary. Hermione tugged on Levin's sleeve, and he understood immediately. After hurriedly speaking, he took Hermione to the school doctor's office. Seeing Harry lying pale and lifeless on the hospital bed, Ronald was very worried and kept asking Madame Pomfrey. Is Harry okay? When will Harry wake up? That's enough. This is the 30th time you've asked me the same question. So, of course, their end was that Madame Pomfrey dared to leave the school infirmary and Levin and Hermione were also unlucky. However, they were relieved to confirm with their own eyes that Harry was fine. In the next few days, the Quidditch match ushered in the final game, Ravenclaw vs Gryffindor. With Levin and Cyrilla, Ravenclaw is already a supermodel. And Harry was sent to the school doctor's office. Gryffindor made matters worse and was directly killed by Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw continued the big score wins from the previous 2 games. On the last night of the semester, when Levin walked into the auditorium, he was satisfied to see that the auditorium was decorated with blue and bronze colors representing Ravenclaw to celebrate them breaking Slytherin's monopoly and winning the Academy Cup. A huge banner with a Ravenclaw eagle hanging on the wall behind the guest of honor seat. When passing by Slytherin, Levin noticed that the snakes were glaring at him. This is normal, Ravenclaw's victory ruined Slytherin's dream of winning the House Cup for the 7th consecutive year. And he is the culprit. Whether it's in the classroom or at Quidditch, Levin scores huge points for Ravenclaw. As can be expected, they will have to endure this situation every semester in the future. Levin quickly came to his accustomed seat on the long table. Nowadays, no one will occupy it at all. Even if he is not here, the little eagles will leave the seat vacant. Such was their respect for Levin. The dinner started soon, and Harry also finished his recuperation and came to the auditorium. When Professor Dumbledore announced the results of each house, the Ravenclaw dining table erupted into thunderous cheers and hands slapping the table. Ravenclaw's original score was already in the lead. Counting the extra points from the Quidditch Cup, Ravenclaw was nearly 400 points ahead of the second-place team. Yes, good performance. Dumbledore said, however, the recent events must also be taken into account. The auditorium became very quiet, and Ravenclaw's excitement subsided somewhat. Levin showed a smile as if he was watching a show and was not afraid of trouble. He wanted to see if Dumbledore would be so shameless as to give more than 200 bonus points to each team member who bravely passed the level. If it were true, then his plan to force Gryffindor would be ruined, and the little wizards would have to spray him to death. In fact, Levin thinks this extra point is very unfair. On the one hand, Dumbledore himself made a rule that he was not allowed to go to the corridor on the 4th floor. On the other hand, he secretly pushed Harry to take the initiative to violate school rules and use this as a test. That's all. In the end, he rewarded this behavior with extra points. So those little wizards who followed the rules became clowns. If it were Levin, he would never do this, especially when the college cup scores are directly related to the penalties imposed by school regulations. There are so many ways to reward a child, why do you have to use extra points? Dumbledore cleared his throat. There are still some final points to be distributed. Let me see. That's right. So next, he added 50 points to Hermione and Ronald, 60 points to Harry, and 10 points to Neville, because he tried to prevent Harry and the others from making mistakes. In the end, he also added 60 points for Levin. Looking at Dumbledore's smile when he looked at him, Levin realized something. He understood why Old B had such a bottom line at this time, and it was probably because of him. Old B is afraid that if he acts too biased, it will affect his outstanding student, thus prompting him to degenerate into a dark wizard or something. In short, the next step is the moment of celebration. Ravenclaw is of course a big win, and Gryffindor is also a small win, because they counterattacked from last place to second place in one fell swoop, surpassing their old rival Slytherin. The joyful ceremony made the little wizards almost forget that the final exam results had not been announced yet, but whether they were looking forward to it or feeling uneasy, they would all know their final results. Levin was ranked first in his grade with excellent scores in all subjects. Hermione, who came in second, found Levin privately and asked if she remembered her previous agreement. She would take advantage of the vacation to make up for her flying lessons, which was the shortcoming that prevented her from catching up with Levin. Of course she also knows that she can get everything, except flying lessons, because she works hard enough. And Levin got it all because the highest score was 0. Levin's friends all have good grades, especially his 2 roommates. Under Levin's influence, their grades are at least good. On the other hand, Harry, the boy who lived, impressed everyone with his results this year. Neither he nor Ronald's scores were lower than A pass. After the year-end banquet, Harry, Ronald, and Hermione became heroes again because of extra points. Their situation improved greatly and they almost returned to the state of starting school. Then, it was the departure from school that made people both happy and sad. Before leaving school, Levin also received a notice asking them not to use magic spells outside the school. Levin could tell that this was a magical contract. When he signed his name on the notice, the magical contract was invisibly completed, and strange magical fluctuations appeared on his wand. This is probably Zongzi. However, this does not have much impact on Levin. Even if he cannot use magic, he still has Druid spells as a substitute. Speaking of Druids, Levin went to the Forbidden Forest again before leaving school. He helped Daisy unlock LV2 and V3 Druid abilities and spells, and played with Larry and her younger siblings. One night. Then, he left Hogwarts with his friends and boarded the train. The countryside outside the window is becoming more and more green and tidy, and the train passes through Muggle towns one after another. Muggle-born wizards took off their wizard robes and put on Muggle clothes. Finally, in the evening, the train stopped at platform 9 3/4 of King's Cross Station. Looking at the bustling scene in front of him, Levin knew that this semester was truly over. Update 5/4, additional update 16/27. It's not easy to get a new book on the shelves. I'd like to ask for a wave of custom orders, a wave of monthly flower tickets, reviews and rewards. If you have tickets, please give them to me as the author. This is really important to me. Chapter 82, New House in St. Cacapol Village. Devon, Village of Ottery St. Catchpole. This is a medium-sized village, located in a remote area, far away from human habitation. People here live an idyllic and simple life. But they don't know that there is a group of people who call themselves wizards living with them. And they are called Muggles by this group of people. In fact, there are quite a few wizards living near this village. The burrow in the south of the village lives with the Weasley family. In a windmill-shaped house not far from the burrow, the Lovegood family lives. In a small wooden house among the low mountains to the east of the village, there lived an old wizard named Fleming. In addition, there are the Fawcett family, the Diggory family, etc. In a small village with a population of only a few hundred, there are actually wizards numbering 30 or 40 living there. It can be said that the witch content is extremely high. But no matter what, facing the overwhelming population of Muggles, wizards will always be in the minority. Therefore, these wizard families living in St. Catchpole Village are not only as close as brothers, but at least they all know each other. However, today in July, the wizards in St. Catchpole Village discovered that Fleming, who lived alone in the cabin, had actually moved away. It was said that he had gone to live with relatives in the United States. And disappearing with him was the small wooden house with geraniums on the windowsill. People in the village rumored that someone gave him a large sum of money to buy the wooden house and the property rights of the nearby land from him. According to Arthur Weasley, who works at the Ministry of Magic, the person who went to the Ministry of Magic to exchange property rights was a female aura with conspicuous pink hair. The newly moved wizard seems not to like the original wooden house in Book 13. So soon, the place where the wooden house was originally turned into a high stone tower. A few days later, a huge oak tree appeared next to the high stone tower. It was several sizes larger than the largest His Majesty Oak in Dayan, with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters. The entire tree was almost as tall as this tower. It is a wonder. After a few days, a large number of trees and thorns appeared around the tower, almost turning into a shady forest, completely covering the tower. The owner of the house diverted streams from the mountains to form a small river that surrounds the house. He also let 2 thick willow trees grow opposite each other at an angle almost parallel to the river surface, and intertwined in the middle of the river, forming a unique wooden bridge made of 2 willow trees. The growing wickers are woven into the handrails of the wooden bridge, which looks particularly unique. This wooden bridge also became the only way to cross the river and reach the tower. The woods and rivers become the tower's natural walls and moats, blocking any potential intruders from the outside. In short, the wizards in the village of St. Cacapol are very curious about who is so powerful and has created this wonderful scene. Towers can be built with a well-trained wizard construction team. But whether it is planting giant trees, planting forests, digging mountains and rivers, or building bridges with willow trees, these are all operations that ordinary wizards cannot complete. Even Dumbledore may not be able to do it. But the owner of this house completed all this within half a month, which is really amazing. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 floors of defense inside and outside the house gave off an air of unwelcomeness to outsiders. They have long wanted to visit. Unexpectedly, today, this extremely mysterious house finally welcomed a visitor. A huge bus stopped at the entrance of the village. It was a 3-story bus, with the following words written in golden letters on the windshield in front: Night Bus. A bus that was obviously traveling in the city crossed many difficult mountain roads and appeared in front of the lifeless village of St. Cacapol. This kind of thing is unreasonable no matter how you look at it. But the villagers here seemed to ignore all the irrationality, and the bus seemed to them not to exist. Obviously, this is the effect of magic. Soon, the car door opened, and 3 teenagers, 1 boy and 2 girls, got out. After the 3 people left, the bus closed the door and rumbled away at a strange speed. Among the 3 men and women who got off the bus, a girl was holding on to a tree and retching, while the only boy was patting her back gently. Ugh! I will never take the wizard's bus again. Hermione complained loudly. As a muggle, she has built more cars than most wizards. But no car had ever disgusted her more than the night bus. Your physical fitness is really poor. Cyrilla on the side shook her head. It's not even as good as the 2 of us Ravenclaws. This is really not in line with your status as a Gryffindor. You. Hermione felt aggrieved. In terms of physical fitness, who can compare with you 2 Quidditch masters? No wonder you suggested taking the night bus, saying you've never tried it before. You did this on purpose. The two couldn't help but quarreled. Levin was caught in the middle and had a headache. Although after that incident in the auditorium half a month ago, they behaved like good friends in front of others. But whenever they meet in private, they will quarrel like tit for tat. Just like just now, the two of them had been arguing all the way. Seeing that they were a little distracted, Levin clapped his hands to attract their attention and said, "Okay. If you go a little further, you will reach my house. Can you have a better attitude?" Hermione and Cyrilla quickly stopped talking and looked at the boy with smiles on their faces. She doesn't look like a little girl trying to please the boy she likes, but like a subordinate meeting her leader. Levin nodded with satisfaction, put on a leadership style, and said in a measured tone, "Hello, classmates, I will just say a few words. There are 3 points I want to say. The first of these first points, step forward across the wooden bridge, is my new home. This is the only way to enter my home normally. You two must remember it. The second little point in the first point is that there are many magical defense measures built around my home. Anyone who tries to enter through other means will encounter a trap and be punished. Don't be so naughty. Then the third little point is that if you want to enter my home, you must register your identity with me. Otherwise, even if you cross the bridge, you will get infinitely lost in the woods." Then the fourth little point. Before Levin could finish speaking, the two girls ignored him, turned around, crossed the willow bridge, and ran toward the woods, disappearing after a while. Levin stepped onto the wooden bridge quietly as if taking a walk and walked slowly towards the woods. In the woods, Levin turned around and found the two missing girls. But now their condition is not very good. Miss Granger's feet were entangled in a branch, and her whole body was hung upside down on the branch of a sycamore tree. Ms. Leonlune is even worse. She was tightly entangled by a bunch of vines, and she was completely unable to move. When the two saw Levin, they shouted as if they had seen a savior. "Levin, put me down quickly. Untie these vines for me quickly, when? Put me down first, I'm a little dizzy hanging my head upside down like this. You should let me go first, Levin, these vines are so disgusting. Let me go first. Let me go first." Good guy, even in this state, the two of them still quarreled. Levin shook his head helplessly and said loudly, "Don't you realize your mistake now?" "Ha? What?" The two were very confused. In the previous explanation, I have mentioned the consequences of straying into the woods, but you didn't listen at all seriously. I thought you didn't listen because you have remembered it, but now. Sorry, Levin, I will try my best to remember it. Please put me down. Levin, okay Levin, I promise I won't do anything perfunctory anymore. Can you untie me? After all, Levin finally freed the two naughty children, one older and one younger. This time, the two of them did not quarrel or make trouble. They behaved like house elves and followed Levin quietly. While listening to him explain this series of precautions, they walked towards the tower. The tower, and the surrounding land, was his property. After leaving school, Levin quickly created a philosopher's stone through memory and used it to create a large amount of gold. It exchanged gold for a large sum of galleons in Gringotts, and purchased the land from the old wizard Fleming with the help of Tonks. As neighbors suspected, only the tower in Levin's new home was the work of the wizarding construction team. Everything else, whether it was planting giant trees, growing forests overnight, digging rivers, or building wooden bridges, were all the results of his own magic. 457. These achievements may be exaggerated in the eyes of wizards. But for a druid, it's not that difficult. Well, it's still a bit difficult. Plant growth, command plant, soft stone art, stone shaping art, wood shaping art, ground digging art, trap art, natural barrier, vine source. Levin has been busy with this for 2 full weeks, using druid spells every day to squeeze himself dry, and he is so tired that he feels dizzy. But the results are also significant. That is this defense system based on natural forces. In this forest, every animal and plant is Levin's helper and spy. And his own druid level has also been upgraded by 2 levels in a row during this high-intensity work, reaching LV7, which is the same as the wizard level. Under the leadership of Levin, they finally passed through the woods and came to a clearing. Levin's tower stands in the middle of the clearing. In front of the open space is a wide yard filled with various ordinary and magical plants. Belladonna, white freshweed, sapweed, clover, fragrant mallow, shrunken fig, bubble pod, poisonous tentacle, mandrake, apple tree, belisa tree. He grows all the magical plants that can be found on the market and are relatively easy to grow. Cultivating magic plants is indeed a tedious job. But with the power of a druid, he is much more convenient than an ordinary wizard in this regard. But he still wasn't satisfied. After he reaches LV9, he plans to directly select some plants and use the enlightenment technique to turn them into flower essence trees, letting these plants take care of themselves. This will free up his hands. As soon as she entered the yard, Hermione was dazzled by the series of plants. Look at this, look at that. It felt like everything in the herbal medicine textbook for grades 1 to 7 was displayed before my eyes. Cyrilla was attracted by the huge oak tree dozens of meters high. She keenly saw that Levin's eagle owl, Hermer, had occupied a tree hole in the tree and was peering out to observe them. Just then, Levin opened the tower door. Come on girls. Welcome to my mage tower. Chapter 83 The Cohabitation Life of One Man and Two Women. That's right, Levin positioned his tower as the mage tower. The kind where arcane mages live. Unlike ordinary wizard residences. The mage's tower is not only a residence, but also his sanctuary, research center, and fortress. To this end, the mage will gather powerful arcane energy in the mage tower and build an elemental pool for use. There will be a laboratory inside the mage tower that stores a large amount of arcane equipment, and there will be rooms with different functions such as a bondage room, a blasting room, a sealing room, a gravity room, etc. This is also a treasure house where mages keep their collections, a refuge in times of danger, and is protected by various defensive magics. Through the use of arcane drawings, rays, magical currents, and other mysterious forces, the mage enhances his arcane abilities through the mage tower, allowing him to expand his control over elements, planes, and other abilities. Of course, the above are just ideal settings. The reality is that Levin currently only gives it the shape of a tower. As for the core element pool, he simply cannot build it with his current capabilities, let alone other functions that rely on the element pool to drive it. There is no way, his level is still too low at the moment. Those fancy functions can only be built slowly after he reaches a higher level. At this time, the inside of the mage tower is completely a normal house. As soon as you enter the door, you will find the living room on the first floor. The kitchen and dining room are also on the first floor. Of course, there is also a large fireplace, which is connected to the flow network. The second, third, and fourth floors are bedrooms and guest rooms. Of course, there are also functional rooms such as bathrooms, wardrobes, libraries, and storage rooms. The fifth floor is Levin's study and workshop, where everything he needs for work and study is found. The current top floor is the sixth floor, which was designed by Levin as a star observation deck. The bottom is the basement, which currently only has one floor. Here is another workshop, where Levin studies alchemy and brews potions. In addition, the magic material storage room, wine cellar, etc. are here. There is another exit here. A tree hole connected to the roots of a giant oak tree. The entire tower is fully furnished and well decorated. With the Philosopher's Stone in hand, Levin doesn't need to save himself money in these areas. Levin gave the two of them a tour and received a lot of admiration. Cyrilla felt incredible that Levin could have a home of his own and that it was built so beautifully. Obviously everyone is an outsider, but she has been here for 4 or 5 years, but she still has no place of her own. She can only stay in a hotel during the holidays and make a living by collecting medicinal materials and helping wizards solve troublesome magical creatures. This isn't that what a witcher does? On the other hand, Levin only attended Hogwarts for 1 year and managed to accumulate such a huge fortune. Although no one knows how he did it, there were legal procedures for all this. After visiting the tower, Cyrilla also realized that even though he had overestimated Levin's ability as much as possible before, it seemed that he still underestimated him now. Especially when I heard that Levin achieved all this through the Philosopher's Stone, I was even more impressed. The previously promised goal of building a floating city and exploring Otherworld is not that far-fetched. But compared to Cyrilla, a visitor from Otherworld, Hermione understood the meaning of this tower better. Hermione's parents are both dentists. In Dayan, dentistry is a high-paying profession, and the family belongs to a decent middle-class family. Like the Dursleys, their family owns a single-family house in the suburbs of London and leads a decent life. She also knows very well how difficult it is to own a house like this. The area of this tower building is several times larger than her home, and the decoration inside is also higher than her home. The only drawback is that there are no electrical appliances. This means that Xiao Gang, who is of the same age as her, has acquired an unimaginable wealth. I've decided, Levin. After completing the tour, while sitting on the sofa in the living room, Cyrilla announced loudly. I don't want to stay in a hotel anymore. I'll live here. Of course, Zilly, in fact, if you don't tell me, I will take the initiative to invite you. After moving here this time, there is no need to move out. Levin said gently. As a fellow visitor to Otherworld, Cyrilla is the person Levin can trust most in this world and is also his closest ally. In this case, it's not a big deal to provide her with accommodation. He doesn't have much else here, just more rooms. After hearing the news, Hermione immediately became nervous. He didn't know what was going on at Cyrilla's house. But she knew that she came here with her parents' permission to learn how to fly a broomstick and use magic during the summer vacation. She has her own home, and it is impossible for her to move directly to Levin's house like the other party. But if you do this, won't you be one step behind that woman? Thinking of this, Miss Granger suddenly felt aggrieved. As if sensing something from his heart, Levin immediately looked at her. And you, Hermione? Although you can't live here permanently, there will always be a room reserved for you in the tower. Thank you, Levin. This promise was like the warm sun in winter, instantly warming the girl's heart and moving him beyond measure. Levin also breathed a sigh of relief. To maintain a balance among girls also requires skills. Since today is the first day for the two of them to come to the tower, Levin has not planned any activities. After dinner, the three of them read, chatted, played wizard chess, etc. by the fireplace, and then went to bed early. While sleeping in bed, Levin missed Muggle electronics. Everything about a wizard's life is good, but there are too few entertainment options. If there was a TV, game console, etc. at home, it wouldn't be as boring as it is now. Thinking of this, he suddenly had the idea to visit the Weasley family at the Burrow and ask Arthur Weasley for advice on the magic of transforming Muggle items. Early the next morning, Levin was woken up by his biological clock. The chirping of birds sounded outside the window, announcing the arrival of a new day. The huge natural atmosphere of the giant oak tree attracts many nearby birds and animals to settle in the woods around the tower. Despite the hot summer weather, the room was still cool. While mastering the skills of making Philosopher's Stone, Levin also obtained alchemy specialization, which raised his alchemy level to a new level. Now he can skillfully enchant various low-level magics. For example, this is the effect of the third-level spell control temperature. After washing up, Levin went to the kitchen on the first floor and started making breakfast for the three of them. Sure enough, there is a house elf missing at home. Invisible servant. Although this spell is also very convenient, the intelligence of the invisible servant created is too low, so it can only be arranged to do some cleaning work. They simply couldn't do something as creative as cooking, unless Levin planned to eat pig food. Levin could cook in his previous life, but cooking with magic is another matter. Therefore, he also visited many books in the kitchen: Magic for Your Cheese, The Magic of Baking Bread, Fantastic Beasts in the Pot, Conjure a Feast, and so on. Not long after, Hermione ran down from the second floor sleepily, wearing pajamas and disheveled hair, looking like she had just woken up. She felt very novel about everything she lived in the magical world. After arriving on the first floor, she was immediately attracted by the movement in the kitchen, and watched in trance as Levin used magic to cook. Seeing Levin skillfully waving the wand and controlling the pots and pans, she felt a sense of admiration. When she was at home, she would see her mother cooking in the kitchen every day, while she just watched from the side and could not help much. Now, she can't help either. Hermione admired Levin more and more. This boy, who is similar to her age, knows a lot. Not only is he smart, has good grades, can create his own magic, and can also cook. Speaking of which, she never thought that one day she would leave home, stay away from her parents, and live with a boy in a place far away from human habitation, etc. Is this considered living together? It should be considered, but unfortunately, there is also an eyesore Cyrilla. Of course, in Cyrilla's eyes, she also has the same status. The girl was in a daze for a moment, and suddenly felt that she was useless, so she took the initiative and said, "How about I cook tomorrow?" "Can you cook?" Levin asked without looking back. "Should, Lee, be able to do it." Hermione recalled, "My mother and I have learned it several times, but we have never used magic to cook." "It doesn't matter, you can try whatever you want." Although the Ministry of Magic can use trace wire to detect whether a young wizard has used magic, this detection is very rough. Trace silk can only determine the approximate location of the magic user, but cannot lock the specific identity of the caster. In other words, they can only monitor young wizards from Muggle families. In wizarding settlements like St. Catchpole Village, there are a large number of wizards who use spells, and the Ministry of Magic cannot detect them at all. This was one of the reasons why Hermione was invited here. Levin carefully divided the toast, bacon, and fried eggs into 3 parts, then turned around and said, "Go and wash up quickly. I will teach you how to use a broomstick in the morning. By the way, remember to call Zilliton outside." Hermione nodded and asked doubtfully, "Cyrilla is up already? She got up much earlier than you did." Levin's answer surprised her. At this time, she is probably doing morning exercises in the yard. Then Hermione saw Angry dancing with a steel sword in the yard. "Did I actually regard such a muscular woman as a competitor? Sorry for disturbing you." In short, this is how the cohabitation life of one man and 2 women began. Chapter 84: Hermione's personal training. Levin had to admit that it was more interesting for 3 people to live together than alone. After breakfast, Levin took Hermione, each carrying a Nimbus 2001, to the Stoat Mountain outside the village to practice riding a broomstick. In his original plan, this would be a fulfilling and charming exercise. For a novice like Hermione, someone needs to teach her how to use a broomstick from scratch. Levin even planned it. In order to better help her learn to fly, he needs to serve as a safety officer, ride on the same broomstick with her, and sit behind her when she flies. Once there is any problem with her control, Levin can take action at any time and control the situation. Of course, during this process, there will inevitably be intimate contacts such as holding hands and hugging waists. But these are all normal bumps and bumps during exercise, no big deal. But because of the existence of Cyrilla, half of his plans fell apart from the start. When she heard that they were going to ride broomsticks, Cyrilla volunteered to be their sparring partner. Now, the effect of Quoen's flying lessons is reduced by half. With Ciri watching eagerly, not to mention Levin, even Hermione herself was a little timid. "I have to withdraw my hand at the slightest touch, let alone charming." Fortunately, although the effect of the course has lost half of its ambiguity, but the teaching itself is the most effective half. With Ciri beside her, sarcastic, Hermione was training hard, almost out of anger, just to not embarrass herself in front of the other party. It was only the first day of 907, and she was able to fly steadily and slowly on a broomstick. With the current progress, Levin believes that within a week, Hermione will be able to fly through the air on a broomstick. In addition to learning to broom, he and Zilly were assigned their own homework every day. Specifically, it is a practical magic class. Although Levin doesn't know whether an unknown Ginny will open the Chamber of Secrets next semester due to his butterfly effect. But at least he knows one thing. With Harry Potter enrolling in school, Voldemort's recovery will be a matter of time. The entire wizarding world is gradually becoming chaotic. Therefore, whether it is for self-protection or future career, they all need to learn practical combat spells. To this end, Levin used magic to expand a large area of the basement as a training ground for magic spells. Levin brought them here that afternoon. In terms of practical magic, Hermione and Ciri have different levels, and naturally their courses are also different. In this regard, Ciri, who has mastered the skills of a witcher, is at a much higher level. In addition, in order to make money in the past 4 years, I have imitated my adoptive father's demon hunter mission. She has no shortage of practical skills and experience. What is lacking is useful fighting methods. So, Levin directly taught her 2 good spells and let her practice them on her own. Dragon Breath, Deb, cone of flame bursts out in front of you. This spell can be cast instantly, but there is a cooling time for casting. Elemental Shout, when the caster is attacked, he can instinctively trigger a counterattack, allowing the enemy to be surrounded by elements. There are 2 spells, one requires no preparation and the other is a counterattack spell. They are both the most practical spells in fierce battles. Shirley was very satisfied, so she went to the other side to practice by herself. Hermione was honored to be taught by Levin personally. Battles between wizards can be roughly divided into 2 types, prepared battles and unprepared battles. A prepared battle is to detect the enemy's identity, location, fighting methods, and special spells in advance, and then prepare defenses, medicines, and combat methods for the opponent in advance, and then ambush on the opponent's only path, waiting for the opponent show up, chant a powerful spell in advance, and then launch a sneak attack. A prepared battle is actually the battle that wizards like best, because wizards can learn many spells and have rich methods. As long as they deal with them in advance, they can deal with almost any kind of enemy. For example, when facing a fire dragon, you need to prepare fireproof medicine, flying vehicles, restraint props, and eye disease spells in advance. To deal with the basilisk, you need to prepare early warning props, induction props, antidote potions, petrochemical removing potions, live roosters, etc. A prepared battle depends on the wizard's knowledge, resources, breadth of magic mastery, etc. But in most cases, we will encounter unprepared battles. Sneak attacks, chance encounters, impromptu duels, and unexpected encounters with magical creatures are all scenarios that we will face in unprepared battles. In this case, it's useless no matter how much magic you learn, because the outcome is on a thin line, and the only ones that can have an effect are the spells you can cast the fastest. Sorella has done a very good job in this regard. When fighting without preparation, what matters is 3 words: fast, accurate, and ruthless. Whoever can hit the opponent the fastest, most accurately and hardest will win. The word ruthless mainly depends on your mastery of spells and your own magic power, so I won't dwell on it here. What I need you to practice today is fast and accurate. The so-called speed naturally comes from the proficiency in magic spells. So I won't teach you a new spell today, you only need to practice a spell you have already learned, the disarming spell. This is the simplest of the ordinary combat spells and the fastest to cast. As long as you can use the disarming spell quickly, accurately, and hard in battle, you will be enough to deal with 80% of dark wizards. Levin talked in front of Hermione, and the girl listened attentively. Beside her, a pen was continuously taking notes using the scribe technique. Levin doesn't expect to train Hermione to be like Siri. Swinging a sword and using magic at the same time, the whole Harry Potter thing may only be done by Godric Gryffindor himself. In comparison, Hermione should be more suitable for prepared battles. Levin was training like this just to increase her ability to save her life. Your next goal is to accurately hit the red dots on these targets. Levin waved his wand, and 4 or 5 scarecrows stood up more than 20 meters away, and then fell down again. There are red dots painted on the wrists, chests, and foreheads of these scarecrows, which are also the best targets. Then, let's start now. Hermione held her breath and focused, looking ahead. Suddenly the scarecrow on the far left stood up. Hermione immediately waved her wand, and a red light shot out, but it went directly over its shoulder and hit the wall. By the time she wanted to hit him again, the scarecrow had collapsed again. Levin shook his head. No matter how powerful the spell is, it will have no effect if it fails to hit. Faced with the sudden appearance of the scarecrow, Hermione's movements were fast enough, but her accuracy was a bit off. There is no shortcut to fighting, it just requires constant training. The practice lasted for a full hour, and Hermione was so tired that she was out of breath and her magic power was empty, so she stopped. Levin helped Hermione sit on the sofa next to her, handed her a cup of blue magic potion, and then went to Shirley's place. Then he saw that the girl was trying to dodge while rolling, using the dragon breath technique in between. Seeing Levin, Shirley stood up, wiped her sweat and walked over. How is it? The little girl has finished teaching. Levin nodded. Let's see how you are doing and if you've encountered any problems. Zilly tilted her head and replied, I have practiced dragon breath technique very well. I can guarantee that I can use it without making mistakes every time. But elemental shout is a bit troublesome. This kind of counterattack spell, it's easy to practice alone. She said, looking at Levin expectantly. Is there anything I can do to help? Levin heard the song and understood its meaning. Certainly. Siri was so happy that she handed Levin a practice sword, and he knew he was already prepared. Since you said so, how about you practice sword practice with me? Levin has never practiced using weapons in the past, so rashly squaring off against her, a veteran, isn't it just looking for abuse? But since Zilly said so, as a man, it would be wrong for him not to agree. Fine. Levin took the edgeless sword for practice and waved it casually to try out the feel. Since you sincerely invited me, I will accompany you through 2 moves. Chapter 85 The Power of the Magic Warrior. Ding. When? Ding. In the training ground in the basement of the tower. Hermione, who had exhausted her magic power, was sitting on the sofa at the edge of the field, staring at the 2 people in the center of the training field with dumbfounded eyes. They held steel swords and kept attacking each other while moving around. Stab, slash, slash, parry, block, dodge. Whether on their hands or on their feet, the movements of both parties were so fast that it was dizzying to watch. As the sword blade flashed, the two of them seemed to be dancing on the tip of the sword, and their moves were full of danger every day. Hermione discovered that she had never seen such a dangerous and exciting cold weapon battle, and even professional fencers could not produce such an effect. But even in such a high-speed battle, the two of them remained cautious. Because every successful attack attempt, both the attacker and the attacked, will pay a price. The sword used for practice is an edgeless sword without an edge, but the person who is struck still has to endure severe pain. But successfully hitting the enemy also comes with a price. Hermione saw with her own eyes that when Levin successfully hit Siri, a burst of blazing fire appeared on his body. Clang! The two sides exchanged blows again, and after they bounced each other away, Zilly shouted happily, "No more fights, no more fights, that's it for today." With that said, he threw away the edgeless sword and sat down on the ground. "You're not going to fight now? I feel like I'm having fun playing." Levin also put aside his sword and sat next to her. At this time, both of their bodies were smoky, which was the effect of triggering the elements to shout. After listening to Levin's words, Shirley said speechlessly, "You think everyone is as perverted as you? Obviously this is my first time to kill someone with a sword, and I thought I would finally have the opportunity to be your teacher. Who knows, in just a few rounds you'll be able to dance well, and then you'll be able to fight me evenly in a sword fight. You are making me very frustrated." Levin shook his head and said with a smile, "No way, I have a smart mind and can write quickly." In fact, he is not just a quick learner. In the process of learning swordsmanship skills with Zilly, he also gained new things. Through practical practice, you have understood long sword specialization. You used weapons and cast spells at the same time in battle. You learned the skills of using both at the same time. You learned the abilities spell combat, spell strike, and spell casting with armor. Spell combat, you have learned the tactics of how to cast spells and use weapons at the same time. To use this ability, you must have one hand free and the other hand holding a light or one-handed melee weapon. Casting spells and using weapons do not interact with each other. Interference. Spell strike, whenever you release a spell with a contact range, it can deliver the spell through a melee attack as part of a melee attack. Casting spells while wearing armor, when you wear armor, you can ignore the impact of wearing armor on spell casting and cast spells normally. There is no new profession this time, but it is the core ability of the magic warrior profession. A magic warrior with these three abilities can not only wear heavy armor, wield a sword with one hand, and cast spells with the other hand. Moreover, melee contact attack spells such as electric claws and burning hands, as well as long-range contact attack spells such as acid arrows and scorching rays, can be attached to the blade, thus causing double physical and magical damage. With this set of skills, I feel like I am even more powerful in battle. Siri was indeed his lucky star. It just so happened that this skill was learned through sparring with her, and it was also the most suitable skill for her to fight. So, after resting for a while, he picked up the edgeless sword and greeted Cyrilla warmly. "Come on, Siri, look at the tricks I just learned." As he spoke, he held a sword in one hand and recited a spell in his mouth. The next moment, the sword blade became shrouded in ice mist, and the cold air was overwhelming. Seeing this scene, Zilly's eyes lit up. Then, Quoin pointed at a training dummy and swung his sword forcefully. Kaka. After all, it was a sword without an edge, so it left no sword marks on the dummy. But when the sword blade passed by, the power of frost attached to the blade exploded, freezing the entire dummy into ice. The light in Zilly's eyes grew brighter. "What you just used was ice arrow." Being born with the source of demons, she was keenly aware of the secrets. But because of this, she had more questions. "It's obviously the same spell, how did you attach the ice arrow to the weapon?" "This is the skill I want to show," Levin said proudly, "the skill called spell strike. Do you want to learn? I'll teach you." "Very good." Shirley welcomed this and was amazed by Levin's creativity. After a brief understanding, she understood. This technique called spell strike, combined with spell combat and spell casting while wearing armor, is the perfect combat technique for those who like both melee combat and spell casting. Her dual abilities are organically combined to produce a geometric multiple effect. This technique is not only suitable for her, but also suitable for demon hunters. If her adoptive father, the White Wolf Gerald, heard about it, he would go crazy with greed. Therefore, in the following days, she also had urgent learning goals. The three people's cohabitation life has become increasingly regular. Every morning, Quoin and Zilly would accompany Hermione to learn to fly. In the afternoon, there will be actual combat training. Hermione will practice basic combat skills, while Siri will practice magic warrior skills. The evening is free time, everyone can do what they want to do. For example, Hermione will learn magic that interests her. Shirley became interested in Gwent, which was popular in her hometown, and pestered Yewen to make a badge of Gwent for her. As for Levin himself, he locked himself in the underground alchemy workshop for several nights, and occasionally ran to Diagon Alley through the fireplace to purchase many precious materials and magic metals. Finally, on the night of the 7th day, Levin walked out of the alchemy workshop, carrying a long sword inlaid with various gems and shining silver. "This is the arcane sword 1.0 I designed." Levin put the long sword on the table and showed it to the girls proudly. "What a beautiful sword. Well, he looks handsome." Seeing the elegant sword body and the glitter inlaid on it, the little witch's eyes shone. From this point alone, they have a lot in common with the dragon. "That's the magic prop designed by me, Levin Green. First of all, there will be no problems with the aesthetics. Levin was pleased that someone could appreciate his designs, continuing. Please give me flowers. But this sword is not only beautiful, its functions are even more amazing. First of all, this sword has very good magic conductivity and can easily attach magic to the blade. Secondly, I also imitated the structure of the wand and added a similar structure inside the hilt. This makes this arcane sword not only capable of cutting people, but it can also replace the role of the wand and help cast spells. In this way, the spellcaster does not need to bring an extra staff in battle, and only needs a sword to complete all the requirements for promotion from combat to wizard. As soon as these words came out, Cyrilla immediately showed a longing expression. Isn't this a weapon tailor-made for her? Hermione didn't have this need, but she admired it. But Levin was not satisfied. Because I was short on time, I only designed version 1.0, and there are still more features that have not been added. 1.0. Hermione immediately understood the meaning of the number. You mean, there will be 2.0 and 3.0 in the future? That's right. Levin clapped his hands. In the future, I plan to add a transformation function to the arcane sword, which will maintain the wand's state during normal times, but will transform back into a sword when fighting is needed. In addition, it also has the function of breaking demons and storing demons. Levin talks eloquently, and every function he talks about is eye-catching. In the end, Shirley couldn't help but interrupted Levin's dream of the future. Levin, I have something to ask you. She looked a little embarrassed, but in the end her desire for the arcane sword suppressed her shame. How much does it cost to make such a sword? If you only count the material cost, it's not much, maybe 5,000 galleons. Levin casually mentioned a huge number. It seems that the Philosopher's Stone has done a lot of damage to his view of money. This number also shocked Shirley. 5,000 galleons. She spends less than 500 galleons a year. How many commissions does she have to do to earn these 5,000 galleons? Fortunately, Levin immediately changed the subject. However, this takes into account the cost of early research and development and failure losses. If it is truly mass-produced, the price of a sword will be somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 ronto. 1,000 to 2,000 is still a huge number. Just when she was thinking hard about how to save the money, Levin offered her an olive branch at the right time. If Ciri also wants an arcane sword, I have another plan. It just so happens that I have to do something relatively dangerous recently and I need a helper. If you are willing to help me with this matter, then after it is completed, I will make an arcane sword for you. What do you think? With Levin's financial resources and ability, of course he can make her a sword for free. But he didn't do that. On the one hand, considering that the relationship between the two has not reached the point where they cannot distinguish each other. On the other hand, the lion cubs of Sintra also have their own pride. I will agree to this kind of thing even if you don't mention the reward. Zilly said firmly. What is the specific task? Then she heard a string of dangerous words coming out of Levin's mouth. Hunt a chimera. Chapter 86 Planning the Chimera. The chimera is a very bloodthirsty and violent magical creature native to Greece. It has the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a fire dragon. Because this creature is so dangerous, the Ministry of Magic classifies it as the highest level creature, and their eggs are also Class A prohibited trade items. Hearing that Levin planned to hunt this dangerous creature, Hermione on the side became anxious. I can't believe you actually want to do such a dangerous thing. That's a chimera. An XXXXX level dangerous object from the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic's danger rating evaluates a creature's aggressiveness, not its actual danger. Levin argued, the Acromantula is also a XXXXX level dangerous creature, the same level as the chimera and the fire dragon. But believe me, I have met them in the Forbidden Forest. As long as the appropriate magic is used, even a little wizard can be defeated easily, and it is much safer than the fire dragon. 310. You are quibbling. Hermione's hands shook angrily. That's not Norbert, nor is it a three-headed hell dog, nor is it Fang. It's an extremely dangerous magical creature. As she spoke, she hurriedly found a book from the bookshelf, spread it out in front of Levin, and pointed at the chimera in the picture, her eyes flashing with fear. In the entire history of wizards, there is only one record of successfully killing a chimera, and this wizard later fell off his Pegasus and died because of exhaustion. Hermione held up the book, almost poking Levin in the eye. Levin sighed. Since being cute is not enough, we can only present the facts and make sense. Well, Hermione, maybe you're right, chimeras are terrifying magical creatures. But is it difficult for us to be weak chickens who are allowed to be slaughtered? That's right. Shirley also said. You can rest assured, little girl, I will protect him. I'm not a little girl. Hermione looked at the other person's erect rabbit, then looked at her own poached eggs, and suddenly became angry. Also, the book says that magical creatures like chimeras have strong magic resistance, and ordinary spells can't do anything to them. How are you going to deal with them? That's why Ciri has practiced the spell strike technique for so long, and that's why I made this arcane sword before coming up with this plan. Levin pushed the arcane sword forward. Hermione was stunned for a moment, feeling that it seemed to make sense. Besides, let me tell you a secret. Seeing that the other party was about to relent, Levin struck while the iron was hot. Aren't you always curious about why I feel so much better off after the Christmas vacation and why my whole wardrobe has changed? I didn't tell you at that time because I was afraid that if I told you, you would think you were bragging. Now it seems that I can't dispel your worries without showing my strength. Then, he briefly described the process of eradicating the poacher organization with Tonks Road. That is to say, you defeated a group of dark wizards half a year ago, right? Hermione suddenly realized. No wonder you changed completely after that. No wonder Sister Tonks helped you guarantee the purchase of this house. I didn't expect you to have such an interesting experience at that time. Shirley was also in high spirits. It seems that being with you is indispensable for such exciting things. Since Levin was able to defeat a group of dark wizards at that time, it cannot be said that it was very dangerous to face the Chimera beast. Hermione figured this out and had no reason to stop her. But why do you have to hunt such a dangerous creature? Even if she couldn't stop it, she still had some questions she wanted to know. I need certain materials from the Chimera to refine a magic potion. Levin thought for a while and finally revealed part of the truth. That's a potion about Animagus transformation. Animagus. Speaking of this, Hermione is no longer sleepy. She has always been interested in this kind of cutting-edge magic. Are you going to perform Animagus? I heard that it is a very complicated and difficult process. Not only do you need to hold a mandrake leaf in your mouth for a month, but you also have to wait until the stormy weather to get it. Complete the ritual. Professor McGonagall said that this process is very dangerous, and people may become obsessed and unable to return to normal humans. She asked us not to try it in private. Professor McGonagall is right, it is indeed a cumbersome and dangerous ritual, so I am trying to simplify the whole process. Levin said, his tone full of temptation. And a certain material on the Chimera is exactly what I need for my experiment. If I succeed, you won't have to go through so much trouble if you want to learn Animagus in the future. Is that so? After hearing Levin's explanation, Hermione, who had no reason to continue to block her, immediately stepped back. Since it's for this reason, then I can't stop you. After convincing the worried little witch, Levin's hunting plan will be officially launched. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Levin is sitting in the living room, bathing and burning incense. The incense burner this time is entirely made of bronze, with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. It's so exquisite. What are placed around are not simple ivory handicrafts, but 4 complete ivory carvings. After the economic situation improved, Levin's ritual equipment was upgraded, always choosing the most expensive one. He knows one thing very well. The only advantage of cheap products is that they are cheap. The only disadvantage of expensive products is that they are expensive. Levin sat cross-legged in front of the ceremony table and began to perform the ritual of understanding the legend. Knowledge of legends, look for the Chimera beast for me, the closer the better. As the smoke filled the air, it didn't take long for Levin to reveal his goal this time. Cornwall, the village of Dingworth, the seaside, the cave, is it so close to us? And there seem to be traces of someone in that cave. Cornwall borders Devon, where Levin is located, to the east, the English Channel to the south, and the Atlantic Ocean to the west and north. And after crossing the English Channel, there is Europe. The origin of the Chimera is Greece in Europe. Through this series of clues, Levin immediately made a guess. Chimera alone generally does not have the ability to cross the English Channel and land in the Great Yin. Combined with the cave that may be used as a hiding place for 5.6, and the human traces in the cave, Levin guessed that there were probably poachers, smugglers, or something who brought a Chimera here. You know, although Chimeras are dangerous and difficult to kill, but it is still possible to temporarily trap it in some way. Chimera eggs have a very high price on the black market. However, no matter what the truth is, it will not affect my determination to hunt. Now that we have found our target, Siri, let's set off. Okay. 5/4, 17/29. Thanks to Mr. Zy Hongchen Zanyu for the reward. It's not easy to get a new book on the shelves. I'd like to ask for a wave of custom orders, a wave of monthly flower tickets, reviews and rewards. If you have tickets, please give them to me as the author. This is really important to me. Chapter 87 Coastal Commotion. Regarding the hunting of chimeras. Although Levin spoke confidently in front of Hermione, but that didn't stop him from making preparations before setting off. In addition to regular potions such as the uplifting potion to restore wounds and the magic potion to restore magic power, Levin also secretly brought 2 bottles of elixir of life. This medicine made from the Philosopher's Stone not only prolongs life, but also has therapeutic effects on the living dead and flesh and bones. In case of an accident, it is the protection for both of them. Finally, Levin and Siri each shouldered a long sword, put their broomsticks into their bags, and then walked towards the fireplace. Shirley passed through the flow network first and had already gone to Cornwall. Then let's set off, fun. In front of the burning fireplace, Levin turned back and said goodbye to Hermione. Well, remember to be careful and don't get hurt. Hermione waved her hand in concern. Don't worry, Hermione, I won't leave you alone in an empty room. After saying that, Levin also poured the flow powder into the fireplace, took a step forward, and disappeared into it. Hermione was left alone sitting in the living room, staring steadily at the direction in which the boy disappeared. This is the first time for a girl to feel so dissatisfied with her own powerlessness. In the women's restroom last Halloween, she had to hide aside and watch a boy fight a troll. The last time in the restricted area, she had to return with Ronald and watch the boy go to fight Voldemort. This time, she could only stay alone in the tower and watch the boy hunt the chimera. Of course, unlike the previous 2 times. This time he is not alone. He also has a helper by his side, the violent muscular girl Cyrilla. But that person wasn't her, Hermione. Is it difficult for her to always rely on the boy and stay under his protective umbrella? At this moment, Hermione made up her mind. Levin Green, this boy, has only known him for less than a year, and I have witnessed him accomplish all kinds of miracles. He is destined not to be an ordinary person. And what about yourself? She also wanted to be by his side, as a friend, as something more. Therefore, she must work hard, whether it is fighting or studying. This is not only for self-satisfaction, but also to be able to fight side by side with him at critical moments. Levin had no idea what Miss Granger was thinking after he left. After arriving in Cornwall via Floo, he and Ciri mounted their brooms and flew towards Dingworth village. It is indeed a very refreshing thing to soar through the air at extreme speeds. The speed limit of Nimbus 2001 was very high. It took the two of them less than 2 hours to reach Dingworth village and saw the coastline from a distance. Mountains of moss rise from the deep green waters, the sand turns surprisingly white, and magical serpentine rocks sparkle in the sunlight. Looking from a distance, you can still see many tourists coming and going on the beach. In order to avoid trouble, the two landed on the ground a few hundred meters away, put away their brooms, and walked towards the coast. Walking along the rocky path, Levin was finally able to see the coast hidden behind the cliffs. This beach is covered with rocks and is backed by a towering cliff. There is also a church said to be from the 14th century on the top of the cliff. How far are we from the cave? Ciri asked. It's about 200 to 300 meters further along the coast. However, fate always seems to have some surprises. I saw the tourists on the beach in front suddenly making all kinds of screams and running around with their hands raised, as if everyone had gone crazy. Obviously just now they were enjoying the sun, beach, and waves there. What happened? Zilly drew out the steel sword vigilantly. Let's go and have a look. After Levin confirmed that the buffs on both of them were complete, he also pulled out the arcane sword. In order to hide their identities, the two covered their faces with scarves and ran together in the direction of the group of lunatics. After getting closer, he saw that above the crowd, there was a pink bird with white eyes, flying and singing at the same time. In the crowd, 4 or 5 dwarfs wearing red hats raised wooden sticks and smashed them at the people around them while making weird laughs. That's the evil bird, and the red hat. That's what they did. Levin immediately recognized the identities of the two creatures and immediately made arrangements. Ciri, I'll control these people, you go and shut up that bird. Clear. The owl is a bird native to Africa with unusually bright feathers. Its coat color may be orange, pink, lime green, or yellow. This is a very dangerous creature, and their high-pitched, chirping calls can drive anyone who hears them crazy. If these muggles in front of them are not calmed down, they may become madmen for the rest of their lives. But how to get rid of the influence of the evil bird as quickly as possible? Levin made up his mind instantly. Psychic blast. Levin came to the front of the crowd and directly exploded the power of his mind. Impacted by this violent spiritual power, all the madmen present instantly rolled their eyes, and then fell to the ground neatly. This is his method, to fight violence with violence. Knock them out one by one and they won't hear the birds chirping. Afraid that this might not be safe, Levin gestured against the beach in front of him. Hypnosis pattern. A huge and complicated pattern appeared on the beach, covering everyone present. A few unlucky red hats, who had just been stunned by Levin's psychic blast, finally got up and their eyes met the 350 patterns on the ground. Then, several red hats were deeply fascinated by the patterns, and then fell asleep on the ground one after another. Just by grabbing grass and beating rabbits, these evil little monsters were taken care of. At this moment, Ciri over there also completed her task and came to Levin holding an evil bird that was frozen into lumps of ice by Ice Arrow. Here, this is the guy you want. Levin caught the evil bird and cast a silent and breathless curse on it. After confirming that it had no ability to scream anymore, it was thawed. Immediately afterwards, I began to use the power of the mind to connect to its mind, and used the ability of animal dialogue to ask it questions. Where is your master? Evil bird and red hat. Two unrelated magical creatures appear on a beach that is not their habitat. Levin doesn't believe that there is no mastermind behind this. The evil bird is not very intelligent, but it is enough to point Levin in the right direction. Looking along the direction, English saw a towering reef. Okay, thank you, little guy. Levin touched its feathers. If you want, you can wait for me here. I will come back to settle you after I deal with your old master. After that, he and Zilly walked towards the reef. According to the perception of the power of the mind, there is indeed a person behind the reef. Chapter 88. A prepared battle. Hearing the footsteps of the two, the person behind the rock remained motionless, seeming to be pretending not to know. Could it be that he is covering his ears? It wasn't until the two came to the reef that Levin understood the reason. After working on it for a long time, this guy wore an invisibility cloak and relied on this to think that others could not see him. It was Levin's spiritual power that discovered his figure through the invisibility cloak, but did not discover the existence of the invisibility cloak. Stop hiding. After looking at the rock for a long time, Zilly finally couldn't hold back and spoke first. We knew you were there. Tell me, wizard, why did you attack the muggles on the beach? Seeing that he could no longer hide himself, the wizard suddenly lifted his invisibility cloak, revealing the appearance of a middle-aged man wearing a square coin underneath. He did not answer Shirai's question, but cursed at the two of them. Italian expletive, I knew you were Italian expletive horrors. A few muggles lured you out. If it weren't for Italian expletive traitors, how could you have discovered where I'm hiding? Since you caught me, I won't act anymore. I am a double smuggler from the Yin Empire in Italy, codenamed Lizard. I smuggled the rune snake, and I also smuggled the chimera from Italy. But since you have caught it, I will definitely not be able to take it away, but you can't even think about it. The two of them listened to this guy who called himself Salamander talking about his own thoughts and defenses. Levin already has a rough idea of what's going on. He had probably seen them coming on their broomsticks. The other party suspected that the visitors were Aurors, so they created chaos among the Muggles to attract the Aurors' attention. After cursing, Salamander suddenly opened a bag. A huge and strange monster suddenly emerged from the bag. With a figure of 2 meters tall, a lion's head, a goat's body, and a fire dragon's tail, it was exactly the target of their trip, the chimera. This cruel creature saw a human being appearing in front of him as soon as he got out of his cage. Thinking that it was these guys who locked themselves in that dark place, the violent chimera immediately launched an attack. It opened its lion's mouth wide and sprayed poisonous flames towards Levin. Ordinary wizards who are burned by this fire will have to be tortured by the fire poison for a long time even if they are not burned to death on the spot. But Levin actually didn't dodge. He stood directly in front of the chimera and resisted its breath head-on, as if he couldn't dodge. At least that's how it seems in the eyes of Salamander and Chimramon. Just when they thought Levin was about to be burned to coke, a ray of silver light cut through the breath and struck the chimera beast in the face. A large gash was immediately cut into the lion's face, but before the blood could spurt out, the blood vessels at the wound and half of the face were frozen. This is not to stop the bleeding, but to seal Chimeramon's powerful recovery ability. Otherwise, this gap will only need a minute or two to recover without even a trace of injury. Only then did Levin's figure appear from the smoke of breath. Every part of his body was unscathed. Not even the robe had a hint of soot. Since he knew in advance that chimeras were good at breathing, Levin would naturally be prepared. Fireproof aura plus resistance to energy damage, fire, plus elemental shield, fire. Even if this triple fireproof element can't protect against Snape's magical flames, it can't protect against your mere chimeru. This is the so-called prepared war and fight. Once the wizard understands the situation and focuses on targeting it, the suppressive power displayed by the wizard is absolutely beyond imagination. With its face slashed and frozen, the chimera shook its head in pain, and at the same time it brewed flames again, as if it wanted to directly melt the ice block that hindered self-repair. But Levin didn't give him a chance. His magic was ready, and the seaside was the perfect place to cast it. Black tentacle. Just listen to the sudden fierce sound of water next to the reef. Dozens of black tentacles 7 or 8 meters long and as thick as a thigh suddenly emerged from the sea, like the tentacles of a sea monster, and rolled straight towards the chimera, tying it into a knot. One tentacle in particular curled directly around its throat, causing its entire breath to be held in its throat. An attempt to melt the ice failed. The chimera struggled hard to get rid of the entanglement of the tentacles. But this black tentacle has a strength of 19, which is almost the same as the chimera. You know, the strength value of the black dragon of Crete is only in the early 20s. In addition, black tentacle is summoned directly from the seawater, and the maintenance time is greatly increased. For a while, the chimera beast couldn't break free. He couldn't break free, and Levin's chance came. He swung the arcane sword, attached ice arrow to it, and then pierced the body of the chimera beast one by one along the gaps between the tentacles. The chimera is a terrifying monster with strong resilience and magic resistance. When ordinary wizards fight it, they often fall into the dilemma that ordinary magic cannot break the defense, and the damage caused by powerful magic cannot keep up with the recovery speed. Even if you are strong enough and can suppress the opponent for a while, you will still be dragged down in a long war of attrition. But Levin's series of tactics completely avoided the chimera's advantages. He did not use direct attack spells throughout the process, but used spells such as Black Tentacle and Ice Arrow to cause physical and elemental attacks, which completely prevented the chimera's magic resistance from being used. He also took advantage of the environmental characteristics of the seaside battle and used Black Tentacles to restrain the chimera beast for a long time. Finally, used the arcane sword enchanted with Ice Arrow to bleed the chimera beast one by one. No matter how strong the chimeraman's recovery power is, it can't withstand such torture. The smuggler who called himself Salamander was almost frightened when he saw this. He has never seen a wizard single-handedly subdue him in one encounter. For such a powerful wizard, he was definitely no match for him. If he succeeded in killing the chimera, his own life would be in vain. Wanting to understand this, he raised his wand, intending to launch a sneak attack on Levin to support the chimera. But Zilly stood up at the right time. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." The girl stepped forward and waved her left hand. Dragon Breath Technique. A blazing flame burst out towards the salamander. Make him a real salamander. Of course the smuggler knows that he is not a real salamander. The curse he chanted immediately turned into Iron Armor Curse, which barely blocked the breath. But Zilly was unyielding and slashed with his sword with his right hand, knocking the smuggler staggering. "Damn little girl, try this trick from me." Seeing that the opponent was approaching fiercely, the smuggler opened another package, and dozens of Cornish elves flew out, all heading towards Shirley's face. But Zilly made no move to resist and dispel them at all, as if the elves didn't exist, and the sword edge never left the enemy. She is naturally confident in doing this. The elves wanted to pounce on her and tear her beautiful grey hair. Unexpectedly, each of them seemed to have hit an invisible ice wall. Not only could they not touch Zilly, they themselves were almost frozen. 5 or 6 elves had their wings frozen and fell from the sky. But the scarier thing is yet to come. As the elves continued to harass, from time to time an elf would be swallowed up by a sudden fire. But the source of the fire could not be found. It is exactly the effect of elemental scream. The elf here had nothing to do with Zilly, and the smuggler over there also suffered several injuries from Zilly's continuous sword attacks. It's not that he didn't want to use magic spells to counterattack, but every time he cast a spell, the opponent's free left hand would shoot Alder's seal in front of his face, knocking him off balance and making him completely unable to cast spells. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore. He realized that he could not defeat the two Auras in front of him with his own strength. What else is there to say? Run away quickly. After using iron armor curse to fend off another enemy attack, the smuggler distanced himself. Now that there are no other magical creatures in my body, Wang knows, I can directly apparate. The smuggler figured this out and started twisting. The black mist is also swirling around. It is the precursor of apparition. Phantom transfer. Dimensional anchor. The smuggler was halfway through his apparition, and a powerful force instantly enveloped the nearby space and sealed it. The movement of disembodiment seemed to hit a solid concrete wall, knocking the smuggler back hard. Caught off guard, the smuggler flipped over and fell to the ground. Just then, Siri took a step forward, cut off his right hand with a sword, and took away the wand. At this time, the female witcher turned around and looked at the person who had just used the dimensional anchor. Levin was holding the arcane sword, and Shiran was walking towards her. Where's the chimera? She asked. Levin didn't answer and pointed behind him. There, a huge monster corpse fell on the beach, motionless. Shirai could see that the monster's body was covered with dense wounds from sword blades. There were more than 30 that could be seen at a glance, and each wound was surrounded by condensation of frost. This terrifying monster with only one kill record really died in Levin's hands. Chapter 89 10 kills. Seeing that Siri had subdued the smuggler, Levin took out a rope and cast an activation spell on it. The activated rope swam to the smuggler's side like a snake, and then tied him up tightly. What should we do with him next? Siri asked. Find a way to notify the Auror. Levin didn't have much else to do with it. Then he took out a stack of letter pads, tore off a piece of paper, wrote a paragraph and burned it. This was given to him by Tonks for emergency contact with her. When she receives the news, she will naturally rush here. Capturing a smuggler, especially if the smuggler is carrying something as dangerous as a chimera. Of course it is better to give such credit to one's own people. At this moment, a pink bird suddenly flew in the sky. It's that evil bird just now. Levin watched the evil bird fly above him, opening and closing its mouth, as if he wanted to tell her something, but he couldn't make a sound because of the silence spell. The hurried little look made Levin laugh for a while. But he could also see that the little guy had something to say to him. So I immediately established a spiritual link with it. Then I learned the news from the little guy. After he left, several strange people appeared out of thin air. Appearing out of thin air? It's apparition, right? Is the person here an accomplice of the smugglers? Or an Auror? After learning the news, Levin arranged for Siri to stay and look at the bodies of the smugglers and the chimera beast, and he hurriedly ran in the direction of the hypnotic pattern. The evil bird also landed on Levin's shoulder in a swaggering manner, and hitched a ride openly. However, Levin did not notice anyone else near the hypnotic pattern. Then he discovered that there were 3 more 617 people sleeping soundly inside the hypnotic pattern. Levin recognized their outfits. Tonks had worn the same outfit. It's actually an Auror. Levin was surprised and a little dumbfounded at the same time. When they came, I hadn't informed Tonks yet. Who called proud here? Just when he was wondering, 7 more Aurors apparat in front of him. The Aurors saw their colleagues lying on the ground at a glance. With Levin observing their colleagues. But they didn't consider Levin a suspect. Because Levin had put down his masked scarf at this time, what they saw was an underage wizard. Kid, don't stay there, come here quickly. An Auror shouted a warning to him. Come up behind us. I suspect there are. Before they even finished speaking, the group of people also lay down on the ground and fell asleep unconsciously. This time it was good, the hypnotic pattern slept a group of its own people again, and once again scored 7 kills. Later, Levin heard a male voice in the distance, seemingly calling him. Levin walked along the sound and saw a middle-aged wizard standing under the cliff waving to him, wearing a little witch on him. The middle-aged wizard looked crazy, a little cross-eyed, with marshmallow-like white hair hanging on his shoulders, and the tassels on his hat hanging straight in front of his nose. He was wearing an egg-yellow robe with a dazzling color. There was a gold chain hanging around his neck, with a strange symbol flashing on it, which looked like a triangular eye. Levin recognized it at a glance, and it was the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. The little witch next to him seemed to be his daughter, with sloppy light blonde hair, carrot-shaped earrings and a necklace made of butterbeer bottle corks. Upon closer inspection, she is also a cute girl, but under the cover of the weird temperament inherited from her father, she doesn't look so conspicuous. Hey kid, you just saw a Gobashjit there, right? As soon as Levin passed by, he was grabbed by the middle-aged wizard and asked questions, but this question made him confused. What is a Gobashjit? It is a terrible monster that can devour souls. Dad always thought that Cornelius Fudge raised one to eliminate dissidents. The little girl explained to her father, with an ethereal and beautiful tone. The one on the beach should be wild. That monster is more terrifying than I imagined. It swallowed up the souls of an entire team of Aurors. Did you just see what it looked like? The wizard also said with interest. Sorry, I didn't see anything. Levin explained with a headache, those Aurors are not dead. Unexpectedly, these words made the wizard even more excited. Yes, yes. A Gobashjit will only devour the souls of its victims, and their bodies will not die. Don't worry, kid, I have reported the situation to the Ministry of Magic. A full 10 Aurors died on the spot, and they will provide further support. No, you still want to deliver it. Levin opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Should he sigh that his hypnosis pattern is too powerful? He was caught off guard and knocked over an Auror team. But the top priority is to cancel the spell as soon as possible to avoid causing further trouble. Just when he was hurriedly cutting off the spell, waves of space fluctuations appeared around me again. About 30 or 40 people descended nearby through apparition, all of them wearing Auror uniforms. About half the Auror office is here. It's no wonder. That was the sacrifice of 10 Aurors. The entire Great Yin Wizarding world only has a population of tens of thousands. The total number of Aurors is only over 100. This suddenly reduces almost 1/10, who can bear this? The leader of the Auror sect is a man with a square face and frowning brows. As soon as he appeared, he rushed to find the middle-aged wizard. Time is urgent, Xenophilius, tell me where the sacrifice teams are. Even when facing the head of the Auror gate, the middle-aged wizard known as Xenophilius should not be crazy and promoted his, a Gobashjit theory. And Levin spotted Tonks among the Aurors at a glance. Sister Tonks. He immediately went up to her and told her the whole story. Otherwise, the fun will not end well if it gets too big. I knew it was you who did it, Levin. Tonks patted his shoulder hard and smiled. I understood this when I found that the address you gave was the same as the address where the Aurors departed. Except you, who else could cause such a thing? Then, she hurriedly found her boss and explained the situation. Soon, the Aurors sent people to rescue their colleagues who had been sleeping for a long time. The smugglers were also deported to the Ministry of Magic. But because of the previous mistake, there were too many Aurors on missions, and many Aurors were idle. In line with the guiding ideology of come and come, they were not in a hurry to go back to work in the ministry, but pointed around the chimera beast. This is actually a real chimera. This is the first time I have seen such a creature. Look at its head, it looks exactly like a lion. It's so weird to have such a head with the body of a sheep. It actually has so many holes in its body. The person who killed it must have been too cruel. You are mistaken. I heard that chimera not only has strong magic resistance, but also has an amazing recovery speed from wounds. This is the correct way to kill chimera. I heard that the Chimera has only been killed once in history. In this case, the person who killed the Chimera should also have set a record. The Aurors were talking a lot, not hiding their surprise that someone could kill the chimera. At this time, Tonks happily pushed Levin out. Haha, you are right. My brother, Levin Green, is the second person in history to successfully kill a chimera. He is also the first person to kill a chimera without being harmed. People. And his classmate, Cyril Lilian Lun. Together with my brother, she killed the chimera beast and captured the smuggler who brought the chimera beast, successfully averting a potential crisis. She introduced Levin to every colleague she met and made no secret of her pride. Levin naturally greeted everyone politely and told them, Sister Tonks taught me well. It's not like you can brag about each other in business. With Tonks' introduction and his incredible achievements, Levin was immediately regarded as one of their own by the Aurors. Many people also kindly invited him to graduate and join the Aurors, thinking that his performance was very suitable for this profession. As for the fact that a whole team of Aurors fell asleep on the beach for no apparent reason, it was left to chance. I can't help it, this is really embarrassing. Afterwards, Levin went to meet two people who reported the crime. The middle-aged wizard is named Xenophilius Lovegood, the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler magazine. The girl next to him is his daughter, Luna Lovegood, who is about to become Levin's junior schoolmate. After hearing that Levin, like them, lived in the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, the two even invited Levin to visit. Tonks found Levin before leaving. Don't worry, brother Levin, your achievements this time will not be buried. The female Auror's words were full of excitement. You really did something earth-shattering this time, you killed a chimera. The significance of this thing is much greater than catching a smuggler. Look, you will soon be on the CAI. Daily Profit. I will ask my boss, Lady Proudmoore, to apply for you to be awarded the Order of Merlin. What do you think? Of course, thank you, Sister Tonks. That's all up to you. Levin was also very happy after hearing what Tonks said. If he could successfully hunt down a chimera, his trip would be considered worthwhile. If he could get a Merlin Order medal, it would be like hunting a rabbit in the grass and making a lot of money. At the current rate of progress and strength, it won't be too far to reach the point of establishing a floating city. Levin feels that now is the time to make a name for himself. If you can really get the Order of Merlin, then you will probably have to go to the Ministry of Magic to be awarded the medal. Levin felt that he might be able to take this opportunity to meet Ms. Gianna. Chapter 90 Anatomical Analysis of the Chimera and the Formation Mechanism of its Dark Magic Power. After the business in Cornwall was over, Levin and Ciri returned to the tower with the body of the chimera. By the way, the evil bird also followed Levin back to the tower. Levin named it Circe, after the source of the evil bird, one of the Banshee harpies. In the basement of the tower, Levin began to study the chimera. Since there are almost no records of chimeras being killed by wizards, it is difficult for wizards to conduct research on this dangerous magical creature, and naturally they do not know which parts of their bodies can be used. Originally, Levin thought that the chimera had strong magic resistance, and its skin was naturally the best material for magic resistance. Unexpectedly, after peeling off its skin, I discovered that the peeled skin was similar to the most ordinary goat skin. And the fur on its head is no different from ordinary lion fur. With the death of the chimera, it lost all its magical power and became the purest suture monster. Its head is no different from a normal lion, and its body is exactly like a large goat with its head and tail removed. You can buy one for a few hundred yuan. As for its tail, it is completely the same. Only a normal dragon tail, only this part of the entire chimera can be used. But, how is this possible? Why can these three parts be sewn together to have such terrifying power? So, Levin conducted a complete dissection of the chimera, examining each organ. Finally, he discovered the clue. The heart of a chimera is obviously different from the heart of a goat. Only this part of the entire chimera corpse still contains huge magic power. The heart and mass are the source of the chimera's animal power. Levin probably understands the mechanism of chimeras. Chimera, also called chimera in other worlds, is a chimera monster created by the Dark Wizard, and what unites the three incompatible parts is the heart transformed by black magic. The heart will produce blood with dark magic power, which flows throughout the body of the chimera. It also combines the most evil traits of the three creatures, the greed of the dragon head, the bloodthirsty of the lion, and the vicious stubbornness of the half. Return to the heart and create a new evil calendar. In other words, the essence of chimera's power is the symbol and meaning of the chimera animals that make up it. Now that Chimeraman dies, this transformation cycle disappears, and Chimeraman's strange power disappears. Levin recorded a series of research results, and he was going to write a paper about it and publish it in a magazine related to magical animals. But before that, he needs to use this magic heart to create his first permanent attribute elixir. Based on the methods he learned when he acquired the Druid inheritance, Levin can make certain changes to the main ingredients of the permanent attribute elixir. He planned to use the heart of the chimera beast to replace the bear paws required in the eternal bear's fortitude elixir. The elixir of bear's toughness increases the durability attribute, and bears can be used as the main material precisely because bears are magical creatures known for their rough skin, thick flesh, and high durability. But in this regard, the chimera beast is completely better. Chimera not only has stronger magic resistance, but also has a rapid recovery ability that is far beyond Xianghei's ability. Moreover, according to the wild ritual obtained that day, as long as the permanent attribute elixir is used in the ritual, Levin can obtain the creature corresponding to the main ingredient of the elixir as the object of wilderness transformation. Levin's first transformation was to choose the chimera. In fact, before that, he was fully qualified to use the griffin's beak to create the eternal eagle's majesty elixir, thereby obtaining the griffin transformation. But after careful consideration, Levin chose to take the eternal bear's toughness elixir first. After all, the durability attribute is the basis of the wild transformation ability. With a large amount of materials collected in the Forbidden Forest and financial support provided by the Philosopher's Stone, Levin effortlessly gathered the necessary materials. Add a small amount of chimera heart slices. Levin brewed the first vial of eternal bear's toughness elixir in his basement. Next is the preparation for the wilderness ritual. Compared with the long-term tedious preparation and luck of Animagus, wild ritual only requires simple ritual preparation. Hearing that Levin was preparing to experiment with the new Animagus method, Hermione and Siri expressed their wish to watch. The time Levin chose for the ceremony was late at night, when the moon was at its highest. In most legends, the moon has a direct relationship with the power of beasts. Moonlight can make beast-turned human beings surge with strength. During the full moon, this power reaches its maximum, and werewolves, as well as other lycanthropes, transform back and are forced to transform. This is why the Druid society that specializes in wilderness transformation is called the Moon Society. The ceremony took place under the huge oak tree next to the tower. This is the tree into which Levin invested the most natural power when establishing his territory. It is also the core node of the natural power of the entire region. Before waiting for the moon to reach its predetermined high point, the three of them sat under the tree and chatted casually. The first recorded Animagus was Falco Esalon in ancient Greece, and his transformation was a falcon. Even in the midst of small talk, Ms. Know-It-All still never forgets to perform magic spells for her companions. I think I've heard of this name. By the way, I've seen him on the chocolate frog card. Shirley thought for a moment before answering. Haha, you can only learn history from chocolate frog cards. When talking about this kind of knowledge, Hermione could finally maintain a sense of superiority towards Siri. During this period of time together, Zilly's strong performance put her under great pressure. Shirley dismissed this level of irony and turned to ask when. Levin, if you succeed, will you report it to the Ministry of Magic? Hermione was also worried about this. I checked the information and found that unreported Animagus is illegal. Once caught, they will be imprisoned in Azkaban. Of course not. Levin said matter-of-factly, my Animagus may be a little special, and I won't reveal it to anyone in a short time. Please give me flowers. Oh, that's it. Then you have to be careful when you transform. Hermione didn't raise any objections. After spending a long time with Levin, she gradually became accustomed to Levin's deviance. Geniuses are always beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Speaking of which, I plan to submit the article Anatomical Analysis of the Chimera and the Formation Mechanism of its Dark Magic Power to the Annual of Magical Beasts tomorrow. Levin suddenly asked Hermione, after all, you participated in the writing of that paper, are you still unwilling to eat it? Forget it. The girl shook her head, I just handed you the equipment and made some notes. This kind of trivial work doesn't deserve a name at all. But Levin wanted to persuade him again. Next time. Hermione said seriously, next time, when I can actually participate in the experiment and help you, I will still be in trouble with you if you don't add my name. 0. Hermione also has her own dignity. After hearing this, Zilly looked at her with admiration. Well, that's a pity. Levin nodded and said quietly, I forwarded this paper to Mr. Newt's commander through Professor Dumbledore. I heard from Mr. Scamander that this paper there is a high probability of winning a prize. Newt's commander. Hermione became excited when she heard the name. Is that the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? Of course. Who else has that name besides him? Wow, I heard that he is the greatest magi zoologist of our time. If he said that, it is probably true. Hermione was envious. Award from a professional journal, it's great. Coupled with the Order of Merlin medal that Tonks promised. If this trend continues, Levin will probably leave with full honors like Dumbledore after graduation. There won't be a single student like this at Hogwarts for decades. Levin. She suddenly said, why did you choose me as your friend in the first place? Senior Cyrilla is good at sports and has great strength. Cyrilla, I guess you have a good eye. And I am an ordinary wizard who only studies hard. I am a little clever at most. Levin touched Hermione's fluffy hair and comforted. No, you are very talented and the smartest witch I have ever seen. Even Ciri has to admit this. Cyrilla turned her head when she heard this and did not refute. You, don't have to compare with me. My situation is special. But in the entire Hogwarts, you are already better than 99% of the people. You have your own talent, what you need is enough time to accumulate. At this moment, the moon happened to rise to the highest point in the sky. Under the guidance of the giant oak tree, the moonlight swayed down like a mercury waterfall, illuminating the open space in front of the oak tree. Is the wilderness ritual about to begin? Chapter 91 Wilderness Transformation, Chimera. Levin ended the chat, walked into the gathering moonlight, and took out a small crystal vial. It is filled with golden eternal bear's tough elixir. Under the worried looks of Hermione and Ciri, he opened the cork bottle cap and drank the elixir in one gulp. The temperature of the liquid was cold, but when it was poured into the mouth, it was burning, and it quickly burned from the throat to the stomach. It's like drinking a bottle of vodka in one gulp. Then, the pain spread throughout the body. At the same time, under the illumination of the moonlight, the power of nature continued to gather in Levin's body, healing the burning pain. Levin can feel that as the natural power fills up, his heart begins to beat violently, and there are two hearts. The other heart is made entirely of natural forces. That seems to be the core of wild transformation. But because of the different beating frequencies, Levin's eardrums vibrated violently and his brain was rapidly congested with blood. Finally, the beating frequency of the heart was consistent, and the image of the creature he transformed came together in his mind. Normally, at this time, Levin would need to make a 0, 5, or 3 choice among the animals he has seen. But at this moment, the power from the elixir made a brand new image appear in my mind. Chimera, or Chimera. You choose Chimera as your wilderness form. Since you have conducted in-depth research on Chimera, you fully understand the transformation mechanism of Chimera. Therefore, you can choose any 3 animals as the Chimera of Chimera. Composition, you can only choose from common animals including dragons. The animal symbolism will be the source of the Chimera's POWER1. Yeah, I just wrote a paper, but there is still a surprise? In other words, you don't have to choose the standard Chimera combination of lion, goat, and dragon, but choose other animals. In just the blink of an eye, Wen had a good idea. You have finished choosing. Due to the high compatibility of the transformation you chose, your Chimera transformation is a 4 Chimera. You can adjust the species factor ratio in the Chimera at will. Levin exhaled, closed his eyes tightly, and concentrated on his first wilderness transformation. He could clearly feel that his arms, legs, and whole body were undergoing slow changes. The muscles, organs, and structures in the body are also changing, although this process is very slow. Even the clothes on Levin's body gradually integrated into his body. He remembered the precautions of the wilderness ceremony. The first transformation does not need to be too fast, and the body must fully feel the changes. I don't know how long it took, but Levin felt that his arms and feet had turned into strange claws. My shoulder blades and tail vertebrae began to tingle, as if something was growing. The glass bottle in Levin's hand fell to the ground, and Hermione hurriedly took it away and looked at Levin nervously. In her sight, the boy's hands had disappeared, replaced by sharp claws, but his lower limbs had turned into the claws of a raptor. Is it a beast? Or a bird? Hermione kept guessing. It can't be a Stitch monster. However, Shirai suddenly thought of something and stared at Levin with burning eyes. Levin had no time to care about others. He was still transforming, and the whole process was as slow as childbirth. Although he has never given birth to a child, he feels that there is no difference. After an unknown amount of time, his beardless chin and cheeks sprouted wisps of mane. There is a pair of things like chicken wings on the shoulders. There are more black and white markings on the back. A long tail also grows on its butt. He looks extremely ugly now, as if he had several animals put together. Slowly, hair and feathers spread outward from his limbs. Finally, the head also changed, the ears on both sides turned into round ears on the top of the head, the upper lip was split, and several long beards grew out of the lips. Eventually, it turned into the head of a young male lion with a sparse mane, except that a pair of tiger teeth were long on each side, and there were 2 poison glands on the back that no one could see. The main outline of the body is also that of a lion, but the fur color is darker than that of ordinary lions. The back is black and white stripes, and the wings on the back are full of brown and black feathers. The 5 claws on the forelimbs are long and sharp, capable of both cutting and digging. The lower part of the hind limbs is completely the claws of a raptor. As for the tail, there is no hair at all, replaced by smooth snake scales. What what kind of animal is this? Hermione's face turned pale when she saw the monster in front of her. I've never seen such a magical creature. It's a chimera. This time it was Shirai who gave the answer. Chimera originally means chimera, but the chimera Levin transformed into is not a standard combination. When Hermione heard this, she immediately understood what was going on. Apart from being shocked by Levin, he was also surprised that Ciri could actually see what was going on. Obviously, in terms of knowledge reserve, I am the one who has more knowledge. He is indeed a Ravenclaw. Ciri won't tell Hermione that chimeras also exist in the world of Witchers. It's just that in the world of Harry Potter, chimeras are all descended from the original chimeras. However, the manufacturing technology was lost, and there was no new dark wizard to create the chimera, so naturally only the original combination remained. But in the world of Witchers, there are still warlocks making new chimeras. So there are always different chimera combinations appearing. The most common is a combination of a deer-headed demon, a griffin, and a pterodactyl. Understanding the species Levin transformed into, Hermione was finally able to carefully observe the chimera. Although the transformation process is quite weird. But when it was all Harry, in Hermione's eyes, this huge guy looked inexplicably majestic and beautiful. It is tall, standing 1.8 meters long. Not including the tail, which is nearly 3 meters long, the tail is 1.5 meters long, and its single wings are also 2 meters long. It has the head and body of a lion, the wings and hind limbs of an eagle, the coat and forelimbs of a badger, the fangs and tail of a snake. Wait, aren't these the 4 symbolic animals of the 4 major houses of Hogwarts? Good guy, it turns out that Levin put these 4 animals together, and he really had an idea. I saw this newborn chimera staggering out and rushing out. At first I was not used to it, and I stumbled a lot. But he can quickly run quickly. Running, the chimera spread its wings and flapped, then slowly flew into the sky. According to true aerodynamics, given the weight of the chimera, even if its wings are 5 times longer, it may not be able to fly. But Newton couldn't control matters of magic, not to mention that Lord Cow in the Harry Potter world was also a wizard and the top alchemist. Anyway, after several attempts, Levin successfully flew twice over the tower before Chiron landed in front of the 2 of them. At this time, most of the night had passed since Levin started to transform. Let's go, the sun is coming out soon, I will take you to watch the sunrise. Levin's voice rang in the hearts of the 2 of them. Which of you comes first? At the same time, the chimera slowly squatted down, spreading its wings on both sides. Miss Granger was worried about you just now. I'll let her go this time. Ciri lifted Hermione up and let her ride on top of the chimera's huge body. Levin stood up and then fully unfolded his wings, which were a full 4 or 5 meters long. Hurry up, let's take off. Levin ordered. Hermione nodded, quickly grabbed the chimera's neck, and lovingly tucked her head into the warm mane. Almost at the same time, Levin waved his wings, and Shirai next to 0.7 felt a strong wind hitting her face, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. The wind and clouds are surging, and the sand and rocks are flying. Levin spread his wings and flew high into the woods, flying over the village of St. Catchpole. Hermer and Circe seemed to sense something, and flew out of their nests one after another, came to Chimera, and flew with him. Looking down from high in the sky, the entire village of St. Catchpole is unobstructed. But Levin was not satisfied yet. He continued upward and finally passed through the clouds. The sea of clouds was like a carpet penetrated by a cone, leaving an opening with light. Hermione raised her head and looked to the sky. In the field of vision, the rising sun reflected the golden red sea of clouds. She hugged Levin's neck tightly and looked at the wonderful scenery of nature with blurred eyes. 5/4, 18:30 seconds. Thanks to WRK1996 for the tip. It's not easy to get a new book on the shelves. I'd like to ask for a wave of custom orders, a wave of monthly flower tickets, reviews and rewards. If you have tickets, please give them to me as the author. This is really important to me. Chapter 92 Battle for Medals. While Levin was brazenly trying out his new wilderness transformation in the village of St. Catchpole, at the Ministry of Magic, a debate was going on about him. This is a first-class medal, MS. Proud more. This is the highest honor that Sir Merlin can award. Have we ever had such a precedent? Disputes caused by magical animals not knowing how to hide their bodies and threatening muggles. We have seen many, but is it too exaggerated to reward the wizard involved with the Order of Merlin, first class? The chairman of the Merlin Order of Merlin Medal Awards Committee at the Wiesengamot conference raised this issue when communicating with the applicant Gina. Of course there are examples, and there are quite a few. Gina was well prepared and spoke unhurriedly. She has always had this character to do her best when she wants to do something. For this reason, she has already found a circle in advance. The most typical one is the Ilfracombe incident, which is also a major event in the history of the Ministry of Magic. It happened in 1932. At that time, a naughty common Welsh green dragon attacked a group of sunbathers in Ilfracombe, Devon, England. The Talk family who were travelling there prevented the casualties from happening. And the largest amnesia spell of the 20th century was used on the residents there. Subsequently, their whole family was awarded the Order of Merlin, first class, and the 15th recipient was the then Minister of Magic, Hector Foley. 25 years after this incident happened, Norwell Tonk was also awarded a first-class medal, but he did not save as many people as the Talk family. He was saved from the claws of a manticore and a manticore. Save a muggle child and die for it. If you want, I can list more relevant examples. It has always been our tradition to award medals to wizards who save muggles from magical creatures, isn't it? But that's a first-level medal, not a second-level medal, not a third-level medal. The chairman of the awards committee was still a little reluctant, and even Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic beside him, had some doubts. But that's a chimera. Gina had already anticipated this situation, so she came up with a second reason. I don't need to say more about the danger of this kind of magical beast. If the chimera beast is allowed to run rampant on the beach, I can't imagine how many muggles will die and how much trouble will be caused, it's even possible. Resulting in the aura sacrifice. After hearing this, Fudge nodded repeatedly. According to Tonks' report, Levin did not take the initiative to hunt the chimera, nor did the smugglers have to release the beast because of his aggressiveness. According to the files of the Ministry of Magic, Levin and Ciri were just going for a walk on the beach. They happened to encounter a crazy dark wizard trying to attack muggles with an artifact creature, and they had to take action. Gina continued, in addition, we all know that chimeras are known in the magic world as being powerful and difficult to kill. The last wizard who killed chimeras was the unlucky guy in ancient Greece. After killing the chimera, he was exhausted from the long battle and fell off his Pegasus to his death. This is basically the same as dying together. But Levin Green is different. He killed the chimera himself without getting hurt. This is something that no wizard has been able to do for thousands of years. The most important thing is that he belongs to the magical world of Yin Kingdom and has a close relationship with Tonks, the new aura who made a big splash last year. After hearing this, Cornelius Fudge nodded repeatedly, yes, killing the chimera is of great significance. From this point of view, it is fair to award a first-class medal. If you are really afraid of indiscriminate awards, you are completely can he award his partner with a second-level medal. Seeing this scene, Gina was not surprised. As for the Minister of Magic, she had already figured out the details of him. She knew very well that in the eyes of the minister, it didn't matter whether her words were justified or not. The important thing is the extraordinary meaning behind this matter, and Levin is barely half of his own people. This would be a great benefit to the ministry's publicity efforts. A young wizard from the Yin Kingdom single-handedly killed the chimera, completing a feat that countless wizards had not accomplished for thousands of years, and he was trained by the Ministry of Magic of the Yin Kingdom. How nice does this sound to say? How shameless is it? Since there was precedent and the minister's endorsement, the chairman of the awards committee finally agreed to propose in the awards committee about awarding Sir Levin Greenmelling, first-class medal. A discussion on the issue of awarding Cyril Arenland the Order of Merlin, second class. In the awards committee, usually when an issue is raised, it means it is passed. This is just a matter of going through one more formality in the remaining time. Gina told Tonks the news, and the Tonks family were happy for Levin. Later, the Tonks invited Levin, Ciri, and Hermione to visit their home, and enthusiastically took them to buy dresses for the award ceremony. If Levin hadn't repeatedly said that he was rich, they would have even paid for the dress. In the eyes of this good couple, since there are no elders in Levin and Ciri's family, they have the obligation to guide these two poor children on how to deal with the upper-class society of Wizard Society. In this regard, the young lady from the Black family, Anda Tonks, has the most say. The day when the awards will be announced is coming soon. The Tonks family personally led the three Levins to apparate to the Ministry of Magic. However, after the apparition, several people did not appear in the Ministry of Magic, but instead appeared on a desolate side street. There were only a few shabby-looking offices, a bistro, and a dump truck that was almost overflowing. It's hard to believe that the entrance to the Ministry of Magic is actually here. We are here, kids. Don't worry, this is actually near Westminster Avenue in London. The entrance is placed here because it is more hidden and difficult to be discovered by muggles. Mrs. Tonks introduced the three little wizards. In fact, our Ministry of Magic is located just downstairs from Whitehall, the center of the British Muggle government. Normally, we can enter the Ministry of Magic through the Flow network. Tonks walked in front, leading the way. But today we are here to attend the ceremony, so we have to go through the visitor entrance, that's right here. She was pointing at an old red phone booth with a few pieces of glass missing and a wall behind it that had been painted over. The phone cord looks small, but a very clever traceless extension spell has been cast inside, and the internal area can always accommodate the 320 people who enter. Tonks stood by the phone, typing in the numbers as she recalled. As the dial word back to its original position, a woman's cold voice sounded in the phone booth, but the voice did not come from the phone. It was loud and clear, as if an invisible woman was standing there. Around them. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic, please state your name and shield. We are here to attend the award ceremony, 6 of us in total, Tonks replied towards the empty glass. Nymphadora Tonks and 2 of her family members are here to accept the award. The winner presenting the award, and a companion observing the ceremony. Thank you, the cold female voice said. Guest, please pick up the badge and pin it in front of your clothes. Then, a silver medal slipped out of the metal chute used to withdraw coins from a normal phone booth and fell to King Tonks. The female aura pinned it to her chest. Then the female voice said again. Visitors of the Ministry of Magic, you are required to be checked and register your wand at the security desk. The security desk is located at the end of the main hall. The floor of the phone booth suddenly trembled and they sank slowly into the ground, like a muggle elevator. Slowly, Levin could see nothing and could only hear the dull grinding noise of the phone booth as it descended through the ground. When the bright light hit Levin's eyes, they stopped falling. The Ministry of Magic hopes you have a good day, the female voice said. The phone booth door popped open and everyone filed out. Then, the 3 Xiaogang net masters saw the glorious Ministry of Magic for the first time. Chapter 93 Heading to the Ministry of Magic. Seeing the scene in front of him, Levin had to sigh. Apart from Hogwarts, no other place embodies the magical beauty of this world better than the Ministry of Magic in front of you. They stood at the end of a long, splendid hall, with a polished dark wooden floor and a peacock blue ceiling inlaid with sparkling golden symbols, which were constantly moving and changing, like a huge overhead bulletin board. In the middle of the foyer is a fountain. In the middle of a circular pool stands a group of pure gold statues, which are larger than life. The tallest among them is a noble wizard, holding his wand high and pointing directly at the sky. Surrounding him were a beautiful witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf. Centaurs, goblins, and house elves all looked up at the two wizards with admiration. Shining jets of water spurted out from the top of the wizard's wand, from the centaur's arrow, from the tip of the goblin's hat, and from the two ears of the house elf. The walls on all sides are paneled with glossy dark wooden boards, and many gilded fireplaces are embedded in the wooden boards. Every few seconds, with a soft popping sound, a wizard suddenly appeared from a fireplace on the left. On the right, there are several people queuing up in front of each fireplace, waiting to leave. When passing by, Tonks looked very happy. She happily greeted everyone she knew and introduced District 2 who was about to be honored. Yes, I brought them to receive the Order of Merlin. Levin could see envy and jealousy in every wizard's eyes. It seems that the wizards at the Ministry of Magic value the Order of Merlin very highly. The Order of Merlin was originally an organization founded by Merlin in the Middle Ages. Merlin believed that wizards should coexist peacefully with muggles, so the knights established rules prohibiting the use of magic against muggles. After the founding of the Wizengamot, the first medal was awarded in the 15th century, named the Order of Merlin in memory of Merlin. By the way, Merlin graduated from Hogwarts as a Slytherin, so the green ribbon representing Slytherin is used on the Order of Merlin first class. Wizards from the Ministry of Magic and members of high society are particularly fond of the Order of Merlin. For the former, this is a brilliant addition to their resume and a symbol of their future. For the latter, this is a manifestation of their noble status. Levin himself doesn't care much about this stuff. For him, knowledge is the real power. Ciri is a visitor from Otherworld, and she has no feeling at all about this. She is also the heir of the ancient blood, the princess of Sintra, and the daughter of the Emperor of Nilfgaard. Is she proud? It's just that considering a future career requires enough fame and connections, Levin is happy with it. At the security checkpoint, they successfully passed the wand test. Then, they passed through another door and came to a smaller hall. There were at least 20 elevators blocked by exquisite golden fence doors. Tonks picked a booth with fewer people in line and quickly entered the elevator. The elevator door slammed shut and began to climb slowly. Every time you reach a floor, the elevator will stop once and people will come in and out. The 5th level has arrived, the International Magical Trade Standards Association, the International Magical Law Office and the British chapter of the International Federation of Wizards. In the elevator, the same female voice as in the previous phone booth announced the address without emotion. We're here. The 5th floor is the territory of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. The same auditorium is used for awarding the Order of Merlin and for diplomatic cooperation. Tonks walked out of the elevator first and led everyone forward. The sun shone in through the windows in the corridor, bringing warmth to the corridor. But that's exactly what's wrong. Are we still underground? Hermione asked the key question, where does this sunlight come from? These windows are enchanted. Tonks explained, the Magic Maintenance Department decides what weather we have every day. Last time we had a hurricane for 2 months because they wanted to raise wages. 17. The auditorium where the Ministry of Magic holds major events is at the end of the corridor. When they entered the auditorium, there were already hundreds of Wizengamot members wearing various colored attires, as well as recipients of the Order of Merlin, gathering in the audience in 2s and 3s to chat. This is the grand occasion when the first-class medal is awarded. If there is only a 2nd or 3rd level medal, then at most a few members of the Wizengamot will come to confer the medal on you, and then there will be more than 10 or 20 wizards who are weekly medal recipients to come and cheer you up. After all, there are tricks in the issuance of medals, and there are especially many 2nd and 3rd level medals, so the gold content is naturally greatly reduced. The moment they entered, the members of the jazz band in the audience who came to watch the ceremony cast friendly eyes on several people. Among these people, Levin also saw many acquaintances. For example, Dumbledore, who was sitting on the rostrum high in the auditorium, was chatting with an old man about his age. As soon as he saw Levin, he pointed him out to the old man next to him. For example, the Dean of Ravenclaw, Professor Filius Flivy, who will be honored today, Levin and Chirico, are both students of his college, and he has been looking at them kindly since they entered the door. There was also a witch whom Levin had never seen before but recognized at first sight. She wore a gold-rimmed blue-purple cloak, a white dress, and purple high heels, with beautiful blonde hair and a beautiful face. Even when they met for the first time, Levin could tell her name, Gina Proudmoore. There is no way, even in another world, this girl still wears the same clothes, it would be strange not to recognize her. When Levin saw Gianna, she saw them too. Gina nodded to Tonks, then looked at Levin with interest, as if she recognized him. Under the leadership of Tonks, several people sat down in the first row of the auditorium. Levin met some leaders in his previous life and liked to deliver some nasty and long speeches on important occasions. Cornelius Fudge, as the Minister of Magic, a member of the Wizengamot, and a recipient of the Order of Merlin First Class, also spoke on the podium of the auditorium for more than an hour. The speech routines are naturally the same. First, of course, I will explain the origin and status of the Order of Merlin, and review the glorious past of the Ministry of Magic and the Order of Merlin. Then it led to the fact that the British magical world under his rule is currently in a prosperous state. Finally, I would like to thank all sectors of society for their support of the award. Before Levin fell completely asleep, the talk of the awards finally came. But Fudge has another trick up his sleeve. After praising Levin and Siri, Fudge attributed this to the strong training of Hogwarts and the strong support of the Ministry of Magic. A brief translation, Fudge shamelessly rubbed the honor of the two of them, and because he was afraid of being criticized, he dragged Dumbledore along. Finally, before Levin hit him with a fireball in the face, Fudge finally, no money for it, started the awards ceremony. Dumbledore came on stage at the right time and waved to the two of them. In his hands were two exquisite boxes. I am honored to announce that Mr. Levin Green successfully participated in subduing the Dark Wizard who tried to attack Muggles on the beach in Cornwall, successfully killed the adult Chimera released by the Dark Wizard, and protected the people on the beach. A Muggle, he upheld the Wizarding Statute of Secrecy and was awarded the Order of Merlin, First-Class Medal. Miss Cyril Lillian successfully participated in subduing the Dark Wizards who tried to attack Muggles on the beach in Cornwall, protected the Muggles on the beach, and upheld the Wizarding Statute of Secrecy. Awarded the Order of Merlin, Second Class. Please invite the winners to come up to the stage to receive their awards. Cornelius Fudge announced cheerfully, as if he had received a medal. Dumbledore opened the box, and Fudge took out a gold medal with a green ribbon and brought it to Levin's neck. Another second-level medal with a purple ribbon was placed around Zilly's neck. There were bursts of clicking sounds. The scene was permanently recorded by the media present. Chapter 94 Gina's Meeting. Levin and Siri, carrying medals like puppets, stood in a row with him and Dumbledore at the greeting of Minister of Magic Fudge, and began to let the photographers take pictures naturally. After the awards were given, the two stepped down from the stage. Dumbledore came over, patted Levin on the shoulder, and said kindly, "Congratulations, Mr. Green, you did a great job this time. You should be the youngest holder of the first-class medal of the Order of Merlin. And you, Miss Cyrilla, I didn't expect that you still have such a tacit understanding outside of the Quidditch field. Thank you, Professor, it's just a coincidence. In such a dangerous situation, anyone will take action." Levin thanked you politely and said in a humble tone, "Besides, Siri also helped me a lot. It's just that when the road is rough, we draw our swords to help." Zilly also said calmly. "You are so humble, Mr. Levin Green, Miss Cyril Lillian. Oh, I can also call you Sir now. By the way, Sir Green, I heard Principal Dumbledore talk about it before. If I pass you, your academic performance in school will be very good, right?" The old man who was beside Dumbledore also came forward, his words full of admiration for Levin. "You are Mr. Newt's commander." Just when Levin was wondering who the other party was, Professor Levi, who happened to come over to congratulate him, told him. So the short professor proudly showed off to him his favorite student. "Yes, Levin is the most talented and hard-working student I have ever seen. I think he is now almost as effective as an adult wizard in terms of the effect of a spell. In fact, Mr. Green has outstanding achievements in other areas." Newt's commander nodded and inadvertently pointed out another startling fact. "I have read Mr. Green's anatomy research paper on the Chimera. I have to say that you put forward a quite bold hypothesis, but the whole argumentation process is very rigorous, which makes people have to admire. You are indeed born with good for research." Upon hearing this, Professor Flitwick looked at Levin with shocked eyes, as if to say, "You boy, how many surprises do I still have that I don't know about?" "Ah. Hello Mr. Commander, Professor Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick. I'm very sorry, but can I do an exclusive interview with our heroes?" A sharp and exaggerated voice sounded, with a contrived and unpleasant tone. Levin followed the sound. It was a witch in a magenta robe. Her hair was made into delicate, stiff, and weird curls. It looked particularly awkward when paired with her big chin face. She wore a pair of jewelry-encrusted robes. He was wearing glasses, and he was holding a crocodile leather handbag with his fat fingers. His nails were 2 inches long and were very red. "Oh, hello Miss Skeeter." Flitwick greeted her and then took the initiative to introduce, "This is Ms. Rita Skeeter, a writer for the Daily Prophet, also from Ravenclaw. Although I have only taught her for 3 years, I was deeply impressed by his writing style." "Thank you. Professor Flitwick, you actually remember me." Rita Skeeter was obviously a little surprised. Through his psychic abilities, Levin could feel that the villain in the original work was deeply moved at this time. Professor Flitwick, this cute little old man, is indeed a great teacher. In this case, Levin also planned to give Professor Leeway some face. Hopefully this interview won't take too long. After saying that, Levin nodded to Flitwick and others, and followed Rita Skeeter to the corner of the auditorium with Shirley. To Levin's surprise, this female reporter, who was known for exaggerating and distorting facts in the original work, did not ask sharp questions and recorded Levin and Shirley's answers truthfully. Levin almost thought she had transitioned. Before coming, Levin was still thinking about using magic to teach her a lesson, but now it seems that there is no need. It seems that Professor Flitwick's face does not only apply to himself. After the interview, Levin was about to go back to the professors when he suddenly saw Tonks and her mother, Ms. Andromeda, walking towards them in a hurry. "So you're here, Levin." The expression on Tonks' face seemed happy. "Come with me quickly, Lady Proudmoore would like to get to know you." "Gianna? What does she want from me?" Before I could find him, the other party came to my door first. This struck Levin as odd. But it just so happened that one of the purposes of Levin's visit today was to get to know her. "That's good, at least I don't need to find any excuses." As for Ms. Andromeda, she took Siri back to find Hermione. Miss Granger had been staying with Mr. and Mrs. Tonks. To Levin's surprise, the place where Gina met him was not in the auditorium hall, but in a side hall. Moreover, this was a completely separate meeting between the two of them, and even Tonks stayed at the door of the side hall. There must be something weird in this. At a round table in the side hall, Levin and Gianna sat opposite each other, with 2 desserts and black tea in front of them. Nice to meet you, Sir Levin Green. I have long heard Tonks say that you are an incredible boy. When I met you today, I realized that she was indeed not exaggerating. As soon as they met, Gianna made no secret of her admiration for Cao Wen. It's really such an award. In fact, Tonks often mentioned Ms. Proudmore to me, and her words were full of admiration. I have always admired your name for a long time, but today I discovered that you are better than she said it even more charmingly. Being praised like this by a 12-year-old boy, Gianna couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. Look what you said, I am almost 40 years old, and I can be your mother. Hey, is that so? Levin pretended to be surprised. I also wanted to call you Sister Gianna. If someone who knew Levin heard this, they would definitely scold him for being malicious and shameless. A 12-year-old child actually called 36-year-old Gianna sister. But judging from her appearance alone, Gianna does not look like a 30-year-old person. Arcane Mage has many ways to take care of herself. In addition, as a World of Warcraft player in my previous life, I had fantasized about one of Gina's footmen, and calling her sister Gina was already the biggest compromise. If it were in his previous life, he would have chosen to call his wife on the spot. If you ask Levin to call Aunt Gianna, he will definitely not agree. Finally, and most importantly, there is nothing wrong with being cute, but using high charm and charming humans passively is the biggest waste. One of them is deliberately trying to win over each other, and the other is deliberately trying to be cute. The man is affectionate and the concubine is interested. In just a few words, I became familiar with it. The sister and brother shouted, and the topic changed from Tonks to the Chimera Beast. Just when Levin thought the plan was going very smoothly, Gianna suddenly said, "By the way, Brother Levin, I heard from the Aurors at the scene that you suppressed the Chimera's recovery power by bleeding a lot. That's why you left many wounds on it." Sister Gianna is right. Levin still said in a sweet tone. At this time, Gina's tone became serious. From the photos at the scene, I noticed that the wounds of the Chimera Beast were accompanied by a large amount of water stains, frost, and even ice. This shows that you wanted to prevent the wound from healing. An ice spell was used, but according to my observations, these traces do not match any known ice spell. Speaking of this, she looked into Levin's eyes, her eyes full of inquiry. I'm curious, what spell did you use to cause this? Chapter 95 Mysterious Emblem. After hearing this question, Levin broke into a cold sweat. He suddenly realized that the other party seemed to know something. If this is the case, then this unusual proactive meeting seems to have an explanation. She is worthy of being the wise female mage in Warcraft, the trendsetter of fate, Gina. Even in the world of Harry Potter, her performance is still wise and sharp. However, I originally had plans to have a showdown with the opponent. It was just a matter of time. The other party can sense something is wrong. Considering that Gianna has always been a kind and sensible person, she basically has no special black spots and is a reliable person. So it's not impossible to have a showdown now. So Levin took a deep breath and said solemnly, since Sister Gianna has asked this, she must also have some guesses about it. That's right, what I used was the power of Ice Arrow. As if he was afraid that the other party would not believe him, Levin grabbed the small table knife on the table and waved it casually. Gina saw frost on the blade. She could feel the familiar monomodal fluctuations brewing between the blades. You can actually attach the power of Ice Arrow to the weapon. It's really an amazing spellcasting skill. Gina couldn't help but sigh, even she couldn't do this. It's just a small trick, but it's too late to make a fool of yourself in front of my sister. Levin smiled, waved his hand, and cancelled the spell. Then he asked in turn, I'm very curious, how did Sister Gianna discover this? Obviously you didn't even see the body with your own eyes. This is also where Levin is puzzled. Gina most likely discovered something was wrong from here, but he couldn't figure out where he had exposed his flaw. In this regard, Gina did not want to hide, perhaps you may not believe it. But the spell you used, Ice Arrow, has actually been my most commonly used spell. As for its magic model, structure, and any possible the variations, effects, possible wounds, etc. I know all the details about the Ice Arrow. Of course, except for the move you just made, I really can't do it. After hearing what Gianna said, Levin immediately believed it. Indeed, Gina in World of Warcraft is very good at ice element spells. She uses summoning water elemental, blizzard, icicle technique, frost nova, and falling ice technique to perfection. As for Ice Arrow, that's totally her level A. Since Gianna told the truth, Levin did not hide it. Ms. Gianna, I am not surprised by everything you said. In fact, I know more about you than you think. As he spoke, he explained to Cyrilla, his speculations from 11 years ago, everyone's time travel, and his so-called otherworld observation ability. In case the other party didn't believe him, Levin also told him Gina's experience in World of Warcraft, from her birth as a princess of the kingdom of Kultiras, to her childhood admiration for the guardian Egwin, from her apprenticeship with Antonidas, to her encounter with Prince Arthas of Lord Aeron, from the sweetness of their love, to Arthas's rebellion that shocked the world, and finally the undead scourge raging in Azeroth. After listening, Gina naturally showed a shocked expression, but there was also a hint of weirdness in it. Brother Levin, I have to say that your understanding of me is indeed beyond my expectation, as if you have really watched my whole life. I almost feel that you are actually a bronze spy watching me. Dragon, if it's you, you should understand its meaning. The bronze dragon is one of the 5-color dragons in Azeroth, following the parallel time and space of the bronze dragon king, Nozdormu, the guardian of time, and the guardian of Azeroth. This kind of creature will hide in the long river of time, monitoring important nodes in each timeline. Of course Levin could understand what Gianna meant. Gianna suppressed the chaotic emotions in her heart and continued. But I have to point out that there are still some small errors in your description. For example, I have never dated Alsace. Of course, he did pursue me, but at the time I had been obsessed with a book full of the mysterious magic book has no time to care about worldly feelings. Gianna is done with Arthas. What timeline is this? Levin instantly showed the same shocked expression as Gianna just now. But what shocked him even more was what came next. Princess Kultiras continued, of course, although your narrative has some minor errors, it is generally no different from my experience. Therefore, I believe in your otherworld observation ability and what you said. Time travel theory. However, I have my own reasons for traveling to this world. I saw Gianna slowly taking out a beautiful book. It's because of this book. It was because I was obsessed with it that I missed Arthas' pursuit. It was also because I tried to use its power to save the people of Lord Aaron from living in this world outside the group. It seems that whether it is the deviation of the timeline or the other party's time traveling, this book is the culprit. So Levin looked at Gianna and said sincerely, Sister Gianna, can I take a look at this book? Oh, of course. The Princess of Kultiras readily pushed the book to Levin and reminded. Actually, it's useless for you to read it, because after coming to this world, this book was resealed, and I can't recite the spell to unseal it, so this book can't be opened. Levin took the book. When he saw the emblem on the cover of the book, Levin's expression suddenly changed. The emblem has an eye pattern in the center, surrounded by 4 stars, and 2 books with reverse directions on each side. This emblem, this pattern that shouldn't appear at this time, why does it appear on the cover of this book? Please give me flowers. He looked up at the blonde woman in front of him, can you tell me what the unblocking spell is? Maybe I can find a way. It's impossible. Brother Levin, I've tried the sun point many times. Gianna chuckled and said. I have tried every password cracking method I can think of, and I have also tried all the puzzles and revealing spells I can find, whether they are from my world or this world, but none of them work. I strongly suspect that this so-called dispel actually has nothing to do with the clues given. Seeing Levin looking at her insistently, Gianna said helplessly. Okay, if you must give it a try, I can tell you. The so-called spell is actually the emblem on the cover itself. I see. Levin immediately understood what was going on. But you still need to confirm. By the way, Sister Gianna, how did you get this book? Have you studied its origins since you got this book? How did I get this book? Speaking of this, the Princess of Kultiras put her chin in one hand and fell into memories. I remember that it probably happened when I was 15 years old. In order to reward me for my academic breakthrough, Tutor Antonidas took me to the treasure house of the magic city of Dalaran to select a treasure for me. You know, he is the chairman of the Kirin Tor Council, the highest authority in Dalaran, and his position is probably that of Dumbledore and Fudge combined. He has this authority. Then, when I entered the treasure house, this book took the initiative to appear beside me. The mentor said that he didn't know the origin of this book. The mages of Dalaran discovered the magic power contained in it, but because no one could open it, it has been sealed in the treasure house. But I found that I can open it and read it, even if I can only read the part that suits my strength at a time. So, I chose this book as a gift. In fact, I benefited a lot from the secrets this book taught me. Later, I also showed this book to the Prince of the High Elves, Kael'thas. Kael'thas told me that most of the materials used to make the cover and pages of this book are specialties from the continent of Kalimdor, and some of the runes in the book are only from ancient Kalim before the earth was shattered. Only the multi-elf empire will use it. The High Elves are the descendants of the upper elf elves in the elf empire who were exiled after the Great Sundering. That's why he could barely recognize all of this. I think this book is probably handed down from the ancient elf empire 10,000 years ago. Ancient Kalimdor, the elven empire, the sky is falling apart. Plus this badge. Levin gradually understood everything. The picture shows the mark of the emblem. Chapter 96 Gifts from the Future. Although there are some speculations about the origin of this mysterious magic book. But Levin didn't tell Gianna. Instead, he tried the emblem on his own. Intellect. Intellectual destiny. Bashizun. 42. It can't be a machine head, right? Levin recited several nouns in succession, but there was no response from the magic book in front of him. How did that happen? Levin was secretly surprised that it was obviously the symbol of intellect in several fates in a certain turn-based game 30 years later. Could it be? He frowned, tried to change into a void voice, and uttered an inexplicable line in the form of an aria. The heavenly bodies keep secrets and count the roots that connect all things. But it is silent, like the mist at the center of the universe. Listen to the silence and you will know where the stars rest. As soon as he finished speaking, the emblem of knowledge on the cover of the magic book glowed brilliantly. The entire magic book opened instantly, and a powerful magic burst out. It swept around, causing a lot of noise in the room, and then was quickly taken back. Finally, the pages of the book were closed, the light faded, and it lay quietly on the table like an ordinary book. But the overturned chair and the overturned black tea can prove what just happened. You, How did you open this book? Gian 243 NA was shocked. This is not magic. But Levin knew it was magic. He probably understands why this book has the emblem of intellect on it. Why is the password to unlock the emblem that passage? Because the person who placed this emblem was probably him. Strictly speaking, my future self. The reason why he chose the intelligence emblem is because this mark can only be recognized by him as a time traveler in the world. Of course there is a 1 in 10,000 possibility that another person from the Starry Sky Railway world has traveled through the world of Harry Potter. And why is the inexplicable sentence that activates the spell? That's because Quoin has to guard against the 1 in 10,000 possibility. That passage comes from a famous PV of Star Railway, Fables about the Starry Sky, which reveals several major star gods in the background of the world through the Riddler. And that passage is a description of the star god of intellect, Bo Shizun. At this point, it is obvious why my future self chose this passage as a mantra. He wanted to ensure that he, and only he, could think of this spell immediately after seeing the emblem. Others couldn't think of a spell after seeing the emblem, even if that person came from the world of the Star Railroad. In this case, there are loopholes in keywords such as wisdom, knowledge, and machine brain. But that paragraph is different. That PV uses the NPC's mouth to convey the inside story of the world to players. Even Bo Shizun himself may not know this passage. Once you guess the secret behind the spell, the meaning of this book becomes clear. That's how your future self transmits information to your present self. The timeline of the Harry Potter world does not support time travel across long periods of time. But the World of Warcraft plane where the Bronze Dragon Legion exists supports going back to the past. My future self probably borrowed this mechanism to go to World of Warcraft and borrowed Gina's hand to pass this magic book into my hands. Having said that, Levin doesn't dare to tell Gianna the real reason yet. This is also natural. Gina has said before that this book is also the reason for her time travel. If only Gianna knew now that the person who kicked her from her hometown to a strange world and stayed there for more than 12 years was the future Levin. She was afraid that she would fall out on the spot. You must know that before she traveled through time, her hometown, as well as the entire continent of Lord Aaron, was on the verge of destruction due to the undead natural disaster. Even if there is a chance to return to my hometown in the future, who knows how long it has been since my hometown. What if what she sees then is a completely destroyed hometown, with all her relatives and friends dead and injured? Therefore, until the relationship between the two is close enough, the truth should be slowed down. So Levin replied, I saw this emblem when I was observing another otherworld. It represents a certain deity that symbolizes wisdom, so I came up with this spell. Gina stared at him, the boy's eyes were full of innocence. Well, every word in that sentence is true, Levin wasn't lying to her. He just selectively revealed the facts. The Princess of Kul Tiras nodded, is it a god that symbolizes wisdom? That's right, I understand. Maybe this book is really related to Otherworld, which can also explain the spells in this book. Be different. What makes it so different? Levin asked curiously, I would like to hear the details. Gina smiled slightly, since you want to know, why don't you open the book and take a look? Is it really possible? Knowing that this book was probably created by his future self, Levin still asked politely. This is your magic book. For wizards and mages, knowledge is power, so it is normal for spellcasters to be reluctant to share their unique spells. But Gianna is very open-minded. I was able to own this book because it chose me. Now that you can recite the incantation to open it, it means that you are also destined to it. In this case, of course you have the right to consult it at will. Then I won't be polite. So Levin sat upright and turned the pages of the book solemnly. You opened the Book of Knowledge and obtained a large amount of magic inheritance. Your understanding of magic has deepened, and your wizard level +2. You have learned the new spell Counterattack, Wandering Step, and Any Door. You have obtained Demi-Plane Seed. Because you have learned spell Counterattack and have some understanding of spell defense, you have gained the Expertise Protection School Specialization, and you have gained the Metamagic Expertise Spell Upgrade. Spell Countermeasure, 3-level protection system. If you try to interrupt a creature that is casting a spell, you need to have a basic understanding of the opponent's spell. If the opponent casts a high-level spell, the counterattack may fail. Mystifying Step, Level 2 Conjuration System, you are surrounded by fleeting silver mist and teleport to an idle space that you can see. Any Door, 4th level Conjuration System, you can bring up to one companion and teleport yourself from your current location to any accurately described location. The place can be something you see, imagine, or describe through distance and direction. Spell Upgrade, a spellcaster can cast a certain spell at a higher level cost. This spell is considered a high-level spell. Spells can have additional effects after being upgraded. Demi-Plane Seed, a legendary rare object. After deploying it, the Demi-Plane Seed will immediately expand and convert a 1 km radius space into a demi-plane under the control of the owner. The size of the demi-plane will gradually grow over time. That's it. This was Levin's first reaction after feeling the harvest. The Book of Knowledge is indeed a treasure created by my future self. After opening it, Levin's harvest is not unfruitful. The level alone has been upgraded by 2 levels, and a LV9 wizard can access 5th level spells without the need for enlightenment. In addition, the several spells harvested are also first-rate and practical. Counter spell is most suitable for research wizards like Levin who have extensive knowledge. The more a spellcaster understands the nature of a spell, the more powerful it can be. Being unable to release key spells is a very painful experience for any spellcaster. Combined with spell upgrading skills, it is the nemesis of any spellcaster. As for Lost Step and Any Door, they are also very practical space spells. Tracing Step can not only be cast instantly, but can also be placed anywhere on the battlefield, completely crushing the most popular short-range space spell Flash among mages in World of Warcraft. The movement of Flash is limited to plane coordinates, and it can only control the approximate teleportation distance, but cannot control the landing point. The only advantage is that it can be cast instantly. And Any Door is completely replaced by Apparition. Apparition can only move to places you have visited, and the risk of casting the spell is relatively high. Any Door is not only safer, but the transmission method can also be freely selected. It is really a must-have choice for home travel. As for the demi-plane seed, it is a treasure that Levin cannot even imagine at this stage. Owning a demi-plane means getting a base that can never be discovered by outsiders, a world that is your own. But the spells that can create a demi-plane are all high-level spells. A mage must reach level 8 to create a temporary demi-plane passage, and level 9 to create a demi-plane. But only the legendary mage can truly create a stable demi-plane that can last forever. And now, the treasure that this legendary mage can create is in his hands. Levin has already figured out how to use this demi-plane seed. After returning home, he directly converted the tower and the nearby space into his own demi-plane. Normally just leave it where it is. Once it encounters a threat, it can be hidden in the demi-plane, and the protective effect is far greater than that of the Red Heart loyalty spell. In addition, Levin can also rely on the demi-plane to perform the mansion technique. This spell allows the mage to return to his mansion for supplies at any time even when exploring in the wild, turning a difficult adventure into an outing in the park below your home. But this mansion cannot be created out of thin air. The caster needs to build his own mansion in a demi-plane. In short, for Levin, a demi-plane and a portable space are basically the same. Overall 1.7, Levin who gained the Book of Knowledge can be called a wave of fat. But he still wasn't satisfied. Because this book lacks the most critical information from the future. Before opening the book, Levin thought he would receive a message from the future. If you just give some benefits to your past self, your future self will never cause such trouble. Because with your own potential, even if you don't have these benefits, as long as you continue to develop step by step, you will have everything you should have. So, this book was passed down not to leave a message, but to trigger some special effect at a critical moment. Levin secretly speculates on his future thoughts. Unfortunately, there is never any reasonable guess. The same person has almost the same intelligence, and his future self has an information advantage, so it is normal for him to be unable to guess. But this feeling of being kept in the dark and kept in a fog is particularly uncomfortable. Can the Riddler die? Finally Levin sighed. Oh. It turns out that the Riddler is myself. That's okay. Update 5/4, additional update 19/33. It's not easy to put a new book on the shelves. I'd like to ask for a wave of custom orders, a wave of monthly flower tickets, reviews and rewards. If you have tickets, please give them to me, the author. This is really important to me. Chapter 97 Encounter in the Air. After reading the Book of Knowledge, Levin chatted happily with Gina for several hours before they separated. After being far away from home and staying alone in Otherworld for 12 full years, even a sane mage like Gina still misses Azeroth. And Levin just became the person she confided in. Even though he was not a native of Azeroth, his past life experience made him know Azeroth well, and there were many secrets that even Anna herself could not understand. After talking like this, in Gianna's eyes, Levin is simply more indigenous than indigenous. It gave her a feeling of meeting an old friend in a foreign land out of thin air. Before saying goodbye, the two exchanged addresses and made an appointment to visit each other. During this process, Levin did not talk to her about his ambitions or his big plan to subvert the magical world and build a floating city. It's not that I don't want to, but it's not necessary. In this regard, Joanna and Zilly are completely different people. Although everyone is a spellcaster and has the identity of a princess, their way of thinking is completely different. Ciri has no consciousness of being a spellcaster at all. As the princess of Sintra, she had to seek refuge with her adoptive father, White Wolf, due to the collapse of her country and family very early on. In this way, she was even more affected by the demon hunters, and she tended to prefer one person to another in life. The Witcher is an emotional ranger. Gina has been a real princess since she was a child. She has received all the aristocratic education and the standard mage education. It can be said that she is a real mage. She is more mature, rational, and more realistic. At least this is the case for Ciri. Faced with such a person, Levin does not need to draw a big pie. The ability Levin showed today was enough for the Princess of Kul Tiras to see the necessity of making friends and cooperating with him. Without him having to say it verbally, Gina herself would understand that if she wanted to return to Azeroth, the only person most likely to provide help was Levin Green. After bidding farewell to Gina, Levin did not stay long and left the Ministry of Magic very early. The three of them played at Tonk's house for 2 days and then reached the tower through Levin's 5-ring arbitrary door. According to the previous plan, Levin placed the demi-plane seed in the tower and successfully transformed the tower and surrounding areas into a demi-plane. And bound it with mansion technique. From now on, no matter where he is, Yewin can return to his retainer at any time. After the award ceremony, the three of them lived a peaceful life again. Hermione is now basically qualified in broomstick skills and no longer needs to take practice classes. So Miss Know-It-All devoted all her free time to studying, and her diligent attitude made Ciri feel ashamed. As for Levin, he began to study his wild transformation carefully. Levin's anatomical research results on chimeras are well reflected in today's chimera transformation. If the chimera beast chooses the negative symbols of 3 chimeric materials, then what Levin obtains are the positive symbols of the 4 animals corresponding to the 4 major colleges. This makes the chimera he transformed into not only not evil, but also giving people a majestic and righteous feeling. In the chimera state, Levin's attributes become Strength, 21, Agility, 17, Constitution, 22, Intelligence, 16, Perception, 14, Charisma, 10. And has super magic resistance, recovery ability, and breath ability. Since the 4 chimeric creatures correspond to the 4 major colleges of Hogwarts, the 4 chimeric creatures show the power of the 4 elements. Levin also mastered the 4 breaths, the fire breath corresponding to the lion, fire, the electric breath corresponding to the eagle, the acid breath corresponding to the badger, water, and the frost breath corresponding to the snake, water. Of course, the 4 animals also give him various conventional abilities. The lion's roar can give courage to friendly troops and intimidate enemies. The wings of an eagle can soar high and create strong winds. The badger's claws can dig into the soil and move underground. The snake gave him infrared vision and venomous canines. All in all, after the transformation, Levin's close combat and hand-to-hand combat capabilities have been greatly improved. However, he has lost most of his spell-casting ability and can only use a small number of simple spells and druid spells that rely on the body. Only psychic abilities are fully preserved. Later, Levin tried the ability he learned during Chimera's transformation to adjust the proportion of chimeric LU factors. As the factor ratio is adjusted, Levin can control the degree to which the chimera transforms into the 4 beasts. For example, if the eagle's factor ratio is completely adjusted to 0%, the chimera will lose its wings, as well as the attributes, abilities, and breath related to the eagle. However, the initial form of chimera means the most perfect ratio, and arbitrary adjustments will only make it weaker. But this ability is not useless. At least it has one benefit, that is, it gives Levin 4 more wild forms of ordinary beasts. That is, adjusting a single chimera factor to 100% and all other factors to 0%. Lion form. Strength, 21, Agility, 17, Constitution, 22, Intelligence, 16, Perception, 14, Charisma, 6. Abilities, Advanced Magic Resistance, Rapid Healing, Fire Breath, Lion's Roar. Eagle form. Strength, 18, Agility, 17, Constitution, 22, Intelligence, 16, Perception, 14, Charisma, 10. Abilities, Advanced Magic Resistance, Rapid Healing, Lightning Breath, Flying. Badger form. Strength, 14, Agility, 17, Constitution, 22, Intelligence, 16, Perception, 14, Charisma, 10. Abilities, Advanced Magic Resistance, Rapid Healing, Acid Breath, Dig, Wounded Ferociousness. Snake form. Strength, 17, Agility, 17, Constitution, 22, Intelligence, 16, Perception, 14, Charisma, 2. Abilities, Advanced Magic Resistance, Rapid Healing, Ice Breath, Infrared Vision, Poison, Constriction. In these forms, Levin can act like a normal beast without being as conspicuous as his chimera form. He can even go to the Ministry of Magic to declare Animagus separately. Of course, Chan wouldn't really do that. In short, 760 Chimera was indeed his right choice as his first wild transformation. At the same time, Levin could also feel that if he wanted to perform the second wilderness ritual, he would have to wait for at least 3 months. Otherwise, if you continuously obtain new wild transformation, your body will not be able to hold on and will collapse. This is because he has reached 14 points of physical fitness. If it were replaced with the original constitution, this interval might be extended to half a year or even a year. After studying the wild form, Levin occasionally wandered around the village of St. Catchpole in the wild form. Or dig around in badger form. Or swim like a snake. But what he likes most is turning into a giant eagle and circling in the sky. However, that night, Levin was preparing to go out for a flight as usual. Hermione just wanted to relax after studying for a day, so Levin planned to take her on a flight this time. While the two were soaring above the clouds, enjoying the cool night breeze, they suddenly saw a strange scene. A flying green car rushed out of the clouds and flew towards us. In this unobstructed sky, both sides saw each other. Then, the people on the back of the giant eagle and the people in the car, a total of 5 Gryffindors, completed a dramatic encounter at an altitude of more than 2,000 meters. Good evening, Harry, Ronald, and George and Weasley. Good evening, Hermione. Why are you, here? Chapter 98 Chatting in the Night Sky. So, this giant eagle is Levin's Animagus transformation, and you two are out for a walk. And you actually drove this Ford Anglia to Uncle Harry's house and forcibly picked him up. In the sky at this time, giant eagles and cars were flying side by side. Hermione and the 4 people in the car finally figured out why the other party was here. You two actually took a walk in the sky at night. This is so cool. George and Fred looked at each other and praised in unison. George even whistled, making Hermione blush with embarrassment. This is none of your business. In order to cover up her shyness, Hermione said angrily. How could you do such a thing? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by ordinary people? Ronald, I remember that your father himself works in the department for the prohibition of the misuse of Muggle items. But if we don't go, Harry will have to spend the summer in the attic and won't even be able to go to school. Ronald defended loudly, his tone full of anger. There was an elf trying to stop me from going to school. Harry also said aggrievedly, he even used magic in my house. As a result, I was warned by the Ministry of Magic. If he does it again, I will be expelled. But you can definitely write to Professor Dumbledore, or Hagrid, they will be happy to help Harry, instead of taking risks in his father's car without permission. Hermione pointed out sharply. But she immediately received a retort from Ronald, but, aren't you also doing dangerous things? I guess Levin's Animagus transformation was not registered, right? Hermione was left speechless. She didn't realize that, although she always followed the rules subconsciously, under the influence of Levin and other friends, she was almost becoming a rule breaker herself. After all, most of Levin's daily behaviors are quite dangerous for young wizards and even adult wizards. For example, researching unfamiliar potions, researching new magic, transforming into Animagus without authorization, using space extension spells privately, learning apparition privately, actually any door, hunting XXXXX level dangerous magical beasts, etc. She was almost desensitized to many deviant behaviors. Seeing that he had convinced Hermione, Ronald felt proud. But Harry Potter discovered something was wrong. Speaking of which, why are you taking a walk here? Shouldn't you be staying at home? That's because I was a guest at Levin's house, which is in the village of St. Catchpole. Hermione replied enthusiastically. Levin also lives in the village of St. Catchpole. Ronald was surprised, and George and Fred also looked over. Of course. Hermione was a little confused, is it possible that you also live in St. Catchpole village? Of course we live in the village of St. Catchpole. The three Weasleys looked at each other and said in unison. Well, after doing this for a long time, we are all neighbors. Not only could he live in the Weasley family, but he also became neighbors with two friends, Levin and Hermione. Thinking of this, Harry looked forward to the next summer vacation even more. Later, Ronald told Hermione that the Weasley family's ancestors lived in the village of St. Catchpole. Hermione revealed that Levin just moved here during this holiday season. It turns out that our new neighbor is Levin. Brother Weasley said in surprise, the new neighbor has been mysterious since he started construction work. Everyone was guessing his identity before. Ronald guessed it was a very old witch. The giant eagle gave Ronald a sharp look. I didn't. Ronald immediately defended loudly. He didn't want to be targeted by Levin. So, how did Levin move here? Harry asked enviously. He knew Levin's origins, but how could he own his own house here? Harry wanted to leave Uncle Vernon's house so badly. He bought the place, Hermione answered. But, how much does it cost? Harry couldn't help but ask. But before Hermione could say anything, the Weasley brothers gave him an explanation. You don't know yet, but Levin won the Order of Merlin, first class. George said loudly, the reason is that he killed a chimera and saved the Muggles. Of course, this happened after buying the house, Fred added, but it is enough to prove that Levin has the ability to make money. You are truly a genius. Ronald accepted the fact with some helplessness. Not only did his peers own their own houses, they also received the Merlin medal. So, you are living together, right? George said in a joking tone, a man and a woman alone, no wonder you come for a walk in the sky at night. We do not have. Hermione became angry again, and in order to defend herself, she couldn't help but reveal more important news, we are not alone, and senior sister Shirley is also here. So there are three of us. Fred whistled again, you guys are really having fun. By this time, they had arrived near Weasley's house. The car landed on the ground, the four people got out of the car one after another, and Levin also changed back to his human form. Remember Lisa, Fred? Levin looked at one of the twins and smiled maliciously. That Muggle girl in the paper shop, what happened to her? Fred suddenly felt a little shuddering. I saw you two having a lot of fun with her 2 days ago. Levin showed a dangerous smile, what would happen if Angelina heard about this? Angelina Johnson, like the Weasley brothers, is a player on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Angelina? What's wrong? Do she and Lisa know each other? George asked. Levin ignored him and looked directly at Fred, if I hear rumors about living together at Hogwarts after school starts, all this will happen, understand? Clear. Fred nodded pitifully. This confused George. He was obviously a very smart person, but at this time he became dull, and he actually didn't realize that Fred liked Angelina for a long time. Poor George, he probably still can't believe it. Fred, whom he loved most, secretly fell in love with another woman behind his back. Fred obviously didn't want George to know about this, so he took the initiative to end the topic. It's still early, we have to go back to the dragon quickly. He arranged, we have to go upstairs quietly and give Mom a surprise in the morning. Then he turned to Levin, remember to come to the burrow tomorrow and call senior sister Siri. We will hold a grand welcome party for Harry. Of course, I wish you good luck. Levin waved to him, but I do think Mrs. Weasley will give you a surprise. At least in the original book, they were caught by Mrs. Weasley after picking up Harry. After watching the four of them tiptoe home, Levin and Hermione also walked towards the tower. After walking a few steps, a woman's roar came from behind. Do you know how anxious I am? The bed is empty. No note left. The car is gone too. Thinking of the way they lowered their heads and were scolded, the two of them laughed involuntarily. Chapter 99, Cheating Lockhart. The next week was considered the happiest day in Harry's mind. Life in the magical world made him novel. Everyone in the Weasley family liked him very much. He could live with his best friend every day, and his other 2 good friends were his neighbors. He even hoped to live like this for the rest of his life. Never go back to the Dursleys again. As for Levin, Harry's arrival did not bring many changes to his life. During this time, he became obsessed with space magic. After learning Wandering Step and Any Door, Levin's understanding of conjuration spells became deeper and deeper. The more he studied, the more interested he became in the mysteries of space. The existence of demi-plane seed has also added a lot of convenience to his understanding and practice of space power. Today, Levin is studying the space expansion spell, and he is committed to casting this spell for every room in the tower. Obviously this is a good thing, but you have to know that in the Muggle world, how many people are trying to make their houses extra square meters. Nowadays, with just a wave of your hand, the area listed on your real estate certificate can be expanded tenfold. There is such a good thing in the world. But it happened that Hermione and Siri were quite crazy about this. Both girls had to grapple with the problem of how to fill a room that was 10 times the size of theirs. By the way, after Levin learned Any Door, Hermione finally no longer had to stay at Levin's house all day long. Now Levin would pick up Hermione from her house every morning and take her back to his home in the evening. Occasionally, on a whim, Hermione would stay in the tower overnight. Since then, the Grangers have looked at Levin much more kindly. At least Mr. Granger wouldn't be staring at him like he was the brat who kidnapped his daughter. And after the week passed, one fine morning, Levin received a letter from Hogwarts School. It was an envelope of yellow parchment with green writing on it. The letter listed a list of new books he would use this year. Sophomores will read Standard Spells, Level 2 by Miranda Gorshak. Breaking with the Female Ghost, by Joe Deloyle Lockhart. Walking with Ghouls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Holidays with a Dominatrix by Gilderoy Lockhart. Walking with Trolls by Gilderoy Lockhart. A Voyage with a Vampire by Gilderoy Lockhart. Wandering with Werewolves, by Gilderoy Lockhart. A Year with XZ Snowman, Gilderoy Lockhart. It seems that Dumbledore helped Lockhart sell books in exchange for Lockhart's defense against the Dark Arts professorship this year. Hermione and Siri also received the same letter. Siri's 5th grade textbook had different textbooks on other subjects, but there was also a long list of Lockhart's works. This is too confusing. With Levin's financial strength, just a few books are nothing. But some families are different. For example, the Weasley family. Their family has 5 children going to school this year. This means they have to buy 5 sets of Lockhart's books, for a total of 35 copies. According to the market price, these 7 books are close to more than 20 galleons. 5 sets of books are 100 galleons. This is undoubtedly adding insult to injury for the Weasley family, who are not already wealthy. The Weasleys probably turned green. The new Dark Arts professor. I wonder if this year's one is reliable. Hermione looked melancholy after reading it. Professor Quirrell's performance last semester made her despair of this course. Fortunately, Levin is tutoring her this summer. This gave her a certain degree of dark magic defense ability. Compared to those of her peers who were tricked along with her, her strength was already much higher. I seem to remember this person's name. He seems to have received a 3rd-class medal of the Order of Merlin. Shirley said as she rummaged through a pile of newspapers. Ah, I found it. I hope this article will be published. The cub of Sintra picked up an article of the Daily Prophet and read it aloud, in recognition of his brave behavior in facing the creatures of darkness, and for introducing methods of resistance in his autobiography. Hermione hummed and asked again, the Order of Merlin, Level 3, is it very powerful? Should it be okay? Levin was unsure. The girl raised her head, looked at the 2 people beside her, and chuckled, you 2, one is a 1st-class medal winner and the youngest Merlin medal winner. The other has won a 2nd-level medal. Compared with you, he's not that powerful. Different from the original work, Hermione now hangs out with Levin every day, which is something she has seen before. At the award ceremony, the scene of Levin chatting and laughing with celebrities in the wizarding world is still vivid in my mind. She was used to meeting truly awesome people, and although people like Lockhart were worthy of admiration, they could no longer arouse her admiration. However, Zilly had some different opinions. I have read his book at Mrs. Tonks's. At least his method of solving monsters is quite professional. Putting aside the behavior of selling books, this man does have some real talents. Each of Lockhart's writings describes his experience of dealing with a dark creature. Female ghosts, ghouls, hags, trolls, vampires, werewolves, yetis. In the world of The Witcher 3, these things are completely the job of the demon hunter. Siri was raised by a demon hunter again. After coming to the world of Harry Potter, she also acted as a witcher to earn galleons. Therefore, Siri almost regarded Lockhart as half a peer. You're right. Levin nodded, but I advise you not to have any expectations. Why is this? Shurk said that she had always believed Levin's words. You'll know when you see him with your own eyes. He thought for a moment and added. It just so happened that this guy had written before and invited me to attend his book launch in Diagon Alley. Although I refused, I also learned that the launch would be next week. We just picked that day to go to Diagon Alley to buy new books for next semester, just so you can see what kind of person Lockhart is. Next Wednesday will arrive in a blink of an eye. Levin used 5 rings any door to take the 2 of them to Diagon Alley early in the morning. Never let the Fluobang company that produces Fluo powder make an extra penny. Well, the main thing is that the teleportation effect through any door is more comfortable. From a physical point of view, it is almost the same as walking through an ordinary door. Unlike Fluo powder, which has to go through the fireplace, not only does it make the world spin, but it can also easily become smoky. Flow powder itself is not expensive. It was originally invented by Ignatia Wildsmith, a witch born in Ravenclaw. After her death, Flow fans were returned to the state and were controlled by official agencies. Currently, there is only one licensed manufacturer, Flow Bang Company, in the Yin Kingdom. It is illegal for anyone else to sell them. However, this kind of monopoly behavior is not for huge profits, but for the convenience of the people. Because for more than 100 years, the price of Flow powder has never changed, it has always been 2 sickles per spoon. In Muggle society, this is equivalent to cheap subways, buses, and green trains. Such cheap charges make the Flow network the most developed public transportation facility in Yin, which can be regarded as a rare virtue in magic. In Diagon Alley, the 3 Levins happened to run into the Weasley family. The family had red hair together and stood out among the crowd. The Weasleys were going to Gringotts to get money, and Ronald stayed to chat with them. Ronald asked Levin curiously, "Don't you have to go to Gringotts to withdraw money?" Levin shook his head, "I can't trust those goblins. I would rather keep the money in my own home, which is much safer than Gringotts. Not to mention the goblin Gringotts, he couldn't even trust village banks. My money is with Levin." Zilly said calmly. "I don't need to go to Gringotts to exchange for galleons. Levin directly uses galleons to buy pounds from my father." Hermione looked at Levin with grateful eyes, and she knew very well that Levin suffered a loss. "You guys have such a good relationship," Ronald said dryly, with a look of disgust on his face. "I guess our family won't need to save money for a long time in the future." Even though he had never met him, he was already full of disgust for Lockhart. "That's a lot of galleons." Levin thought for a while and said to him, "If you really don't want to spend the money, I have an idea. Although there is an anti-copying curse on ordinary books, the anti-copying curse cannot be copied directly with a pen. I created a little spell called Scribe Curse." Ronald's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this, and he couldn't help but look at Levin with a much kinder look. "Levin. But, this is piracy." Hermione said weakly, "Isn't there something wrong with doing this? Perhaps seeing him in person can dispel your thoughts." Levin suggested. "We can go to Flourish and Blott's bookstore first and see it with our own eyes before we make a decision." Chapter 100. It's not a big deal to watch the fun. Not long after, they waited for Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, as well as Harry Potter, who had returned from Gringotts. This unlucky guy made a mistake when using the Flow network for the first time and ran into Nocturne Alley. Fortunately, he was taken out by Hagrid, who was passing by. Several people went straight to Flourish and Blott's bookstore. There were a lot of people in the bookstore, but they were all queuing up outside the store. Today is Lockhart's book launch, and they are all here to sign autographs. Most of the crowd were witches of Mrs. Weasley's age, and it was no exaggeration for Lockhart to be called the Master's Killer. But this creates trouble for them when buying books. If they want to buy the textbooks for next semester, they have to overcome obstacles and break through the siege. Just when the Weasleys were puffing up their chests, breathing out loud, and preparing to fight to the death, Levin took action. He called a clerk out directly. "Oh, it's the distinguished member Mr. Green." As soon as he saw Levin, the clerk showed a respectful expression. "How can I help you?" After the tower was built, Levin purchased a large number of books from Flourish and Blott's to fill the tower's library. After all, Levin's memory library can only be used by himself, and he is not the only one who lives in the tower. For most authors who are not idiots like Lockhart, Levin is still happy to respect their intellectual property rights and will not use transcription techniques to deal with them, so he chooses to buy physical books directly. If he really can't buy them, he will transcribe yourself. That order is almost equivalent to Flourish and Blott's entire month's sales. Therefore, Levin became a senior member of the bookstore and the most distinguished guest. The bookstore door is blocked. Levin pointed to the crowd in front of him. "Is there any other way to get in?" "Of course, how can we let a distinguished guest like you line up?" The clerk immediately showed them the way. "Please and your friends come with me." So, everyone easily entered Flourish's and Blott's bookstore through the back door. At Flourish and Blott's, they meet the topic of conversation, Gilderoy Lockhart. He sat behind the desk, surrounded by large photos of himself, the faces in the photos all winking at the crowd, flashing dazzling white teeth. The real Lockhart wears a robe as blue as the forget-me-not flower, which matches his blue eyes. The pointed wizard hat is playfully tilted on his hair. A short man held a large black camera, jumping back and forth to take pictures, while Lockhart posed in various poses. Every time the flash flashed blindingly, streams of purple smoke spewed out of the camera. In the process, Tuhart's qualities reached Levin's direction. Levin immediately jumped behind Shirley, using her 170 centimeters height to block his underdeveloped figure. "Turn your head around too, Siri." Levin leaned behind her and reminded in a dull voice, "Don't let him recognize you." He knows very well that Lockhart is well versed in the ways of modern internet celebrities. What he likes most is to gain popularity. As for myself and Zilly, one is a first-level medal and the other is a second-level medal, both of which are higher than Lockhart's level. Naturally, they are the best candidates to gain popularity. Although she didn't understand what was going on, Siri obediently followed Levin's advice. "So the only unlucky one is Harry." "Ah, Harry is here. Isn't this Harry Potter?" Lockhart rushed forward, grabbed Harry's arm, and pulled him to the signing table. Levin could understand the resentful look in Harry's eyes when he looked at him before he was dragged away. "You clearly knew he was like this, why didn't you remind me?" "Sorry, Harry." Levin apologized secretly in his heart. "Only by sacrificing you can people see his true face." In front of the signing table, Lockhart announced loudly in his grandiose voice. When young Harry walked into Flourish and Blott's bookstore today, he just wanted to buy my autobiography Magical Me. But he didn't know that in a short while, he would get something more valuable than this. Lockhart said as he grabbed Harry's wrist and waved around. That gesture made Levin feel like he might burst out at any time. Brothers, look at me, look at me, look at me, I'm going to announce something. In fact, he and his classmates are going to get a real, magical version of me. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, I couldn't be more happy and proud to announce that this September, I will be a wizard at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Defense against the Dark Arts Professor. Then, a large stack of Lockhart's autographed books fell into Harry's hands, and he had to take more photos with Lockhart holding the complete set of autographed books. Even Hermione could clearly see this naked act of rubbing against each other. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. Miss Granger's face was full of disappointment, and the value of the third-class medal had decreased in her mind. Zilly also frowned frequently. Compared with his current performance and the one in the book, he is completely two different people. If you cheated this kind of person, you wouldn't feel any guilt at all. So the plan to use Scribe instead of buying books was finalized on the spot. The Weasley twins expressed their excitement to participate. As long as it saves money for the family, Percy Weasley and his younger sister Ginny Weasley can accept it. *NTT. As for how to deal with the Weasleys' doubts, Hermione thought of a good way. Just to shirk Levin, he said that he had purchased a batch of local goods internally by virtue of his status as a member of Flourish and Blott's bookstore. As for who to copy from, Harry just got a set of signed books. This set of books was given personally by Lockhart. In other words, there were 9 of them in the group, and they didn't even buy a set of paid books, so they had a perfect free prostitution. Just as everyone was having a great discussion, there was another commotion in the bookstore. It turned out that Mr. Weasley and Lucius Malfoy were having a fight in the bookstore. The scene was really hot-blooded and exciting. The bookstore clerk and Mrs. Weasley were still anxiously trying to stop the fight. Stop. Don't fight. Don't fight anymore. You can't kill someone without a wand. But obviously, someone has different ideas. For example, the Weasley twins are cheering their father on. Hit him. Dad, beat him hard. Kick him in the crotch. Kick him in the crotch. Oh, you two, shut up. Molly pressed her 2 sons with a headache on her face. But in fact, there are people who enjoy the fun more than they do and don't mind it too much. Levin secretly stretched out his hand to Mr. Weasley. A powerful force of nature emerged. In full view of many wizards, it is better to use Druid spells that do not consume magic power to be more concealed. Wild Power. Wild Power, Level 2, making the subject's strength, agility, and body circumference +2 respectively. Assuming that the average attribute value of normal humans is 10, then the normal physiological limit of humans is 18. In this case, the strength, agility, and constitution +2 respectively almost made Mr. Weasley, who was originally an ordinary person, suddenly have the physical fitness of a fighter. In an instant, Mr. Weasley suddenly felt that his skills were much more agile, and his strength was even more vigorous. The left hook that could have hit his face was dodged by him. Then he subconsciously punched the opponent in the chest. Bang! Poor Lucius was knocked back a full 4 meters by this heavy blow, and hit a bookshelf directly. He was dizzy from the impact and completely lost his ability to resist. The clerk and Mrs. Weasley took the opportunity to step forward and separate the two completely. Ah, this! Mr. Weasley looked at his fist suspiciously. Am I that powerful? He tentatively pumped his fist again, but it no longer felt like before. The instigator, Levin, had already cancelled the spell and hid his power and fame.